kill. Now, if he can find this last one, he's going to switch to the Phantom. No ops.
2 cops for that. Thank you. I absolutely love that, man. But yeah, that's definitely the absolute massive success rate for them, because with the seaside opening up, which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but a fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there. Which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but a fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there.
Yeah, like a ghost just flittering away, never to be seen again. The Jet wants to contest this too. Fluffy gets 2. Hasito, what are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. You've just wasted your life for no reason. The only opposite, Fluffy cleaning house with a double kill.
As of right now here, Max, it is still only the Killjoy left inside the PGT. Now, I prophesy they should be able to get this. As you went ahead and broke it down, it is these facts executing million on to C, which are catching AV off guard, and then Marshall can only do so much.
That hit.
And
the alarm bot and the Nano Swarm are going to give it away, and suddenly they have no visibility. Any rotates are possible right now, and there's no chance that C-Site's going to work out, so they're going to opt the next best option, which would be B-Site. This, of course, already has Darking on their double kill in their favor, but will that be another triple no less? Can the Classic find one? No, Striker gets one instead, and now it's a 1v3. Even 2v2 in every single time so far, Rabish.
Well, to force him off the side out into garage.
Oh, no.
And straights come out back and forth. Zine gets Felipe. Both GPs used to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. Swat puts the C4, unfortunately. And not the gun. And Trim is clutching as PGT go to match point.
Beautiful work overall for PGT. Finally able to bring it back.
They're just okay. All right. I mean, I guess. All right, So here's what I believe they're doing. Is I believe they're waiting for all these tools to be up and ready.
Yeah.
I believe they were waiting for the fault line to be off of cooldown, but they all spot them.
It's like Braveheart.
Down in hell, but he puts respawn in. Actually, all the fighters are going down his way. The Judge Gaming is absolutely doing so. He's Judge Julian execute.
The op is in play though. Pasito's able to find Fluffy op versus op. But even then, he has to relinquish his position to whip out the knives.
The op being down along with 2, it is just a cleanup duty here.
Wow.
Now, flawless from PGT. They invest all that they can, and they had a lot to invest. It was the 401k cashing in with no tax bracket either here, Max. It is all profits.
The closest round we've seen so far between these two teams, without one really just winning yet. And speaking out Messiah, it's just a back and forth. With only 2 left alive now, they have no choice but to push on to C. Kaplan's gonna rotate around, wait for that final push, take down 17 into a double kill, no less. That's a double kill from Kaplan, right off of an ace from the last game. Kaplan is on an absolute heater this tournament.
Man, I mean, the
spike is down, and now you have to get it back. This is a horrible position for PGT. They've lost full control of the spike. Their win conditions gone other than Murder, and Murder's going the other way. Darky's able to find Kaplan, and now it's gonna be a defender win. Wow, how can you be so silly with the spike? They just gave it up like it was nothing, and they they lied, but
going by Doobie. Finds one, Dimes, ultimate, not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Last going to trade it back. Kaplan with the 3rd through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can! He's for Kaplan!
He gets the ace and wins the round, brings him to 11. Grab exactly where he is. Messiah drops directly into the face. Sage, and ignores Sage completely. Sage, she's dead. But anyways, that's gonna be really bad for PGT, going for the same place 5 times in a row.
Mel?
Watch it out.
Mel?
A 4K? Mel, can you do it? 76 health and a dream, 3 bullets in hand. It's gonna be a back and forth cowboy bebop style. Only one can come out alive here. That single breath will take down Zeems if he makes the wrong move. But that's not gonna stop Mel looking around, having that
Are you tired of playing online tournaments for no glory and fake online trophies? How about you start playing for a little bit of glory with GLG? Not only do we host real prize pool tournaments, we professionally broadcast them live on Twitch.
As Beefcake really can't find anything. Hydro finds 2 through the flash. Can he find the 3rd? The offshot's gonna miss. He finds the 3. He finds the 4th. Hydro is on fire. This man is putting his team in the backpack to try to win this tournament.
We've got casters, highlight videos,
Oh! Sweet Pea with the blind shot!
player features, the whole shebang. Are you ready for your little bit of glory?
Ladies and gentlemen, like clockwork, we are back again with the Pit of Valor. I'm more surprised that it's almost halfway through January of 2021 that we have another Pit of Valor here. We have them weekly. My name is Keg, and of course, I'm joined by the love of my life, next to Ravish, of course, Seymour. Hey, Colin, how's it going, man?
The love of your life. I swear, every single time I go on camera with you, I'm like, I upgrade positions. It's like I'm moving up the chain of the workspace. You know, next up, I'm gonna be like CEO of your heart.
Ooh. You can control all the valves, all the ones that work, at least. But with that being said, though, we do have the Pit of Valor again. We have, I believe, 64 teams joining us here today, which, again, you know, last week when we had the Pit of Valor, it was a lot of teams we had to cover. And that was the biggest event we've had ever at GLG. But then, Seymour, let's just do it again. No biggie. It's like
Why
clockwork
not?
again.
Exactly. We just go again and again and again until we've had enough of the Pit of Valor. But a little bit of things to talk about today. You know, we got actually some grand finalists who are going to return. I mean, they're not champions of GLG, but nonetheless, they made it to the grand finals. Yeah, this could be their time. You know, there's some teams who haven't showed up today. So this might be their opportunity to gain some glory here. Personally, I'm talking about Lethal Chaos in the matchup. I saw them a couple weeks ago. Ravish and I, we casted over them. We saw what they had to bring. Sadly, they didn't bring a lot. They got 2-0 in the grand finals, and we didn't see them return to the grand finals the week after that. But up against them, we have teams like Zero Marksman. You know, they've been in they've been in these GLG events for a couple weeks, along with Wichita Oblivions, along with a bunch of new faces. Now that I'm looking across the roster, and a university team as well. So a bunch of cool teams, Keg, and a bunch of new faces, which I love to see in the Pit of Valor.
I think that's even more better. Like, don't get me wrong, I love returning faces. But having new faces every week is just as cool as well. You never know, we could have a complete dark horse underdog champion come out from the midst that we never would have known about beforehand. So it's having these cool champions come through, or maybe even potential champions all throughout, is something that I find really special about the GLG. But you know what else is really special? Eating. Or maybe sometimes eating and drinking at the same time. And I'm talking about Drink Control, which is a meal supplement. So it's much cheaper. Oh, I'm sorry, replacement. My eyes are mistakening me. But it is a much cheaper than ordering Uber Eats and healthier as well. I mean, look, Uber Eats doesn't even deliver near me, so it's already sad. But at least this can give you a consistent daily flow of replacement of meals. And if you use the code GLG10 on your order, you're able to save 10% on your order. And of course, you have a chance of winning a free gigantic bag that comes from Drink Control if you want to go for it. So you're free to draw. You're free to be in the drawing if you do make that purchase, and it's going to end on January 31st, which, now Seymour, if you know anything about Kegology, that's my mom's birthday.
That is
blew your mind.
Best thing. Yeah, that actually blew my mind. And you know what? I was actually sitting on my bed yesterday. I ordered some Uber Eats, and I was eating a nice little, what is it, a chicken and beef wrap I had, just sitting there, and I got a little bit sad. I got sad because there was a chicken and beef wrap in my hands and not Control. So what did I do? I hopped online. I typed in Drink Control. I went to their website. I used GLG10 at checkout, and pretty soon there's going to be a nice big old smile on my face from drinking Drink Control. I can't wait to get my supplements or my replacements. Sorry, I did the exact same thing.
It's the ment part of the word. It's the ment.
Yeah, the ment at the end there. Whatever. It's going to replace those Uber Eats orders that I get. It's going to make me nice and happy. Why don't you do this exact same thing? And if you want to, tweet at GL Gaming Lounges on Twitter at myself Seymour, at Kag, at Ravishing. I'm sure we'll all retweet you and give you that nice clout for supporting
absolutely.
Drink Control. I mean, we'd love to see it, and I know you would too.
And hey, look, the more and more people that do the GLG code and stuff, we're harping on it a lot, but then Drink will like us more. And that means better discounts for you guys, maybe more benefits for us as well. But overall, it's a win-win-win relationship for all three of us. Parties? Is that the right way of saying party?
It's like a love triangle.
Yeah. The triangle of trust with GLG 10. But at the very least, too, on January 29th and 30th, we will be taking our next step into the Valorant scene. Our first qual sponsored by Trade Like Pros, which I think is amazing. And it's going to introduce our Valorant AM event series as well. And so it's only for teams Immortal Plus and above. And well, see more. There's going to be 4 qualifiers, each with a $100 first place prize for each of them. And of course, the top 2 teams of each qualifier will enter in the grand final for not one, but a $2,000 prize.
You look at the organizations like Nerd Straight Gamers. I mean, that's going on today. You see the winter, what is it? The winter playoffs for their Valorant.
Tomorrow.
I'm pretty sure it started today and
It's one of
tomorrow.
these
It's all week from what I understand. And I mean, this is a good opportunity for all of you out there who are Immortal Plus, your teams, to get in here, and it's your chance to make yourself known and potentially break into that higher up, the higher level standings of Valorant that you're so sought at getting through. So, I mean, GLG is a perfect place to start. So why don't you join us for this Valam? And maybe myself and Kag will be casting you, giving our best analysis over that the whole time. And you can see more of our pretty faces along with the excellent back-end production that we're offering.
But Seymour, I feel like we gotta talk about the Pit of Valor now. We've talked so much about all the other cool events going on with GLG, including the sponsors, but what about today? What are the grand finals gonna walk away with?
I mean, the grand finalists today, they're going to walk away with a nice old cash of 50 beans. Not 40, not 30, not 10, not 20. 50 beans at the end of that. Is a good takeaway for a nice Wednesday night. I know.
That's a good chili recipe.
Think about the beanstalk that's going to come out of that. You're going to be called Jack in no time.
I've gone this long without cracking up on camera. But Seymour, you broke me.
I broke you. I knew one of these days.
But we do have a bunch of amazing teams as well. We have Thrifty Esports, who did lose last week to Zero Marksman. The team, of course, has been some of the OG champions of the GLG Pit of Valor series. But as of late, the last few weeks, they haven't really been up to snuff as we've seen in the past. Whether that be many more teams coming on through or maybe some other factors, I don't know. But that's one team we're going to have to look out for today.
Definitely. And it started off with, I mean, why don't we get in with these two teams here that we have at hand, Keg? We got Blue Raiders and Hyperspace Dark. 2 brand new teams in GLG. Haven't seen them yet. Totally new to this tournament bracket. And they're going to start off on Bind. So since we don't know a lot about these teams, Keg, why don't we talk about Bind? How do you feel about this map?
You know, see, in the beta of the game, I hated this map. I thought the teleports were stupid, and I thought the idea of the bomb sites not really having a mid portion was, not for me. However, it has grown on me once I've seen a lot more competitive play, and teams just like these two, I'm sure, will really show how prevalent the teleporters can be for those late game rotates, but also show off how powerful and aggressive push from the attacking side can be. But if you remember, Thrifty versus, I believe, Zero Marksman, sometimes the attacking rounds don't go as well as you plan, and you go to like quadruple overtime. So I'm really looking out to see how the attackers play.
You know, I was playing Bind today, and I agree with you. I agree with you. You know, in beta, I didn't really like the map. I did think that the teleporters were a little bit wacky for an FPS, but moving into it, hey, you're right. It's made some perfect late game opportunities for these teams. You know, transferring from site to site. And one thing that really stuck out to me is the brimstone changes that are coming out here. I think it's going to give the attackers a really good opportunity to break into the site. I've recently become a brimstone main ever since these changes.
Really?
I've been practicing these smokes, and today the team that Ravish and I we were playing, and the team, they were complaining at us. They're like, "It's casual. Why are you trying?" And I was like, "Who?" I said, "You don't come here to play Valorant? Then why are you playing Valorant?" we're here. We're in the pit of Valor. We're here to play Valorant. So I want to see these changes come into effect. I want to see these players start setting up for these attackers, because these attack setups, especially on Bind, it's going to make a really good pivot in the meta. I feel changing up the operators or the agents like they are doing. And this Brimstone change, having 3 smokes at a time, be able to drop in 3 different places along the map at the same exact time, is going to provide a really good execute for the opportunities on attack.
I'm really curious to see too if a lot of teams are going to bring Omen still. I mean, Yoru, I believe, is still banned and competitively, at least for now. But the Omen changes could fundamentally change how a lot of these teams really play and push together. We already see Nave, of course, picking the Omen pick, and it looks like a double Omen instead. But hey, I mean, look, everyone else on the teams have not chosen their characters yet or their agents. We could very well see an Omen Brim, and it looks like at least for HD, we're not going to be seeing that.
On Bind, Raze is a really, really trusty agent, with those pain cans, with the showstopper. I mean, you can lock down some chokes on the on hookah, maybe A main even, and down C long. Those nades are super dangerous, especially that showstopper. We're talking about attack here. The Phoenix on both sides, along with that Raze, is going to provide some very, very solid entry on that attacking side, and even to mirror it, some aggression on the defense. I'd like to see that kind of battle out hand in hand. Bind's going to be the map keg. Round number 1 of the Pit of Valor is here. It is going to be Hyperspace Dark on the green side and Blue Raiders on the blue side. So why don't we see what these teams have to offer?
We did talk about the Brimstone changes, but unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing him in this first map. But we are going to be seeing the Omen, who has gotten changes for the worse. He did get nerfed a little bit in this last patch from yesterday, and I would love to talk about that some more because, the typical kit that we've been seeing, especially in the pistol rounds for Omen, has drastically changed. You can't get the Paranoia anymore and a fancier weapon than a classic. And, the flash itself has been significantly decreased.
Which I would like to see Nave try to kind of set up on defense to stop them nonetheless. Try to do your best in that. But Lotus right away, the Ghost along with the classic, they're going to take control of long, find a 3-piece, and look at Hyperspace coming out with this aggression. I expected that from the Phoenix, but not so soon. That guy, he is going to be that guy and still stay alive for a little bit longer. He's tagged up by Nave, and they are going to shut down this first pistol round. Hyperspace on the aggression. Gonna go up 1-0.
I mean, that was a very strong opening from HD. They were able to really just play super aggressively, going down long, and they found all the kills. We didn't even get to see a single ounce of utility, I think, from either side that round. That was beautiful to watch, and honestly, I'm gonna give a lot of credit to that to Nave and Lotus. They were just able to find those opening picks, and it left Hyperspace really scrambling to figure out what was going on.
And moving into round number 2. Talk about it a lot, okay? It doesn't really matter too much on either side. You just hope that the team that won round 1 doesn't have a lot of casualties here to keep their economy steady. So you're really looking at Hyperspace to take the advantage in the economy going into round 3. Nonetheless, you're expecting a rifle round next round anyways. But it will affect the following after that. So Nave here, going to be the first line of defense with this Omen. You look at the minimap, you see the setup through a main with 3 players there. That is a Raze along with a Cypher and an Omen. And the Spike is going to be lurking in market. So there's an opportunity for the rotation. But take a look, Keg, at the defenders. Hyperspace Dark going to be sitting very aggressive outside of hookah.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting arrow. Unfortunately, I don't believe that's going to connect to anybody. A little bit of an overshot there, but it might allow at least the very most a rotate coming out from the attacking side into B. But no, instead they're going to full send it. The shadows go down. It's going to be tryhard completely blocked away. Nave able to find the opening pick once again. Schmack is going to fall, and of course he's able to find a double kill again. He's been able to do that 2 rounds in a row now. He's going to keep on going, Colin's going to keep on going. It's up to tryhard to find one. He was the guy, but now he's not. And this is just the same old story again.
And you'd hope it's doable for the Omen of Blue Raiders, but there was the flank. They're going to go for the hunt. They're going to shut him down. It will be a second round for Hyperspace Dark. No casualties for Flawless. All in all, and I was talking about this, Keg, that you didn't want to see the economy kind of lack going into round 3 for Hyperspace. They're going to be full bought out, or well, fully able to hold on to their guns in this round coming up. So they're going to look to do the damage in this round, most likely even take the round if they can hold the aggression that they've been doing. And if they can shut down this attack from Blue Raiders, you have no money there. So if Hyperspace Dark can win out this round, there's going to be some success to follow.
And keep in mind, we have not seen what Hyperspace can bring to the attack on B yet. Last round, the pistol round, they went for B. They just got smashed out completely by Blue Raiders. This time around, things are going to be going a lot slower for Hyperspace's side, though. Everyone's just kind of baiting out and waiting. That's going to be the job of Masked and the Rays on both respective sites. But it seems like a very small quadrant with the Spike going to slowly make their way into B, but Hookah's going to be blocked off for them. It's going to allow time for Lotus to push up, get a nice angle of sight to see if those three are going to pick up, or at least poke through, but instead that's going to be the job of the guy.
Lotus right out in Hookah, being aggressive as always. He's going to push out, get a lot of information, know that if they are attacking B, it will be through Long, and that should let them know that the presence is going to be from Long Tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The Paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow onto the site. Now, the utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2, make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an ace as well? They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around! Wow, I mean, all things considered, that was a really, really good play from Nick. He was in the, what was that, cargo bay? I still don't know what that is. Is that a cargo bay? A box? Whatever it is. He was in there, obviously. Everyone from Hyperspace was pivoting to the left, going towards elbow. He circles around from the back, gets a triple kill. Cyber Cage goes down. He's able to get 2 headshots after that. That was the cleanest ace I have seen in the Pit of Valor. That might be the only ace I've seen.
But we follow up with it again. Hyperspace Dark. Ooh, brilliant to use that Hunter's Fury. Look at the damage done on the Blue Raiders in their health bar. 3 players down to half. So you're going to have to waste some utility maybe to heal up. And the Phoenix going to do just that. Lotus going to go for the peek. Take the damage. Nobody on the opposite side. Okay, you look at the rotation. Going to go to A. Only 2 defenders here. Let's see what they can get from this.
I really like the rotation that we're seeing from Hyperspace now. They're able to get through the Cyber Cage. Almost maybe getting the plant down. Only 1 in their way. It's going to be Nave, but you don't want to go up against Nave in a 1v1, let alone a 1v2. Batteries is able to find a double kill, and this is not looking great for the attackers here. Another triple kill from Batteries is going to be a huge diffuse coming out from him. We are 4 rounds in, Seymour, and Hyperspace has only gotten 1 kill collectively.
I just got some pretty crazy news.
What's up?
Blue Raiders is a high school team.
Oh,
That's things you like to see.
Holy.
You know, yeah, they might be down 4-0 right now, but seeing a high school team in this, that's actually kind of cool.
Well, you know what? Their score right now is exactly all their GPAs, a 4.0.
And a 4.0. You'd hope that a gamer's GPA is a 4.0.
Yeah, I mean, good for them. That's hard to maintain a really good GPA while still playing a game. That's insane. But with that being said and done, though, a high school team, they've been doing really well, and they must have that synchronicity, that synergy of working almost 8 hours together a day in school, let alone playing.
Let's see if they can copy off the work of their enemies here, like they might do in class, and take 4 rounds on back. Tryhard inside teleporter. I'm sure that they heard this, so it should be a rotation, or it should be a call out that will favor him. A big pick inside of U-Haul. Gonna take out big old Nick, the previous ace holder of a round prior. They're gonna drop this spike right in the middle of the thing. Lotus still lurking, finds that spike carrier, gonna put him down, so not successfully planted. A 4-on-4 as the reinforcements are coming in, Keg.
Oh, it's a 4v4 though. Each member going to be falling on one side, both intel-based agents. It's going to be the spike going down though. Batteries has a great line of sight, but not able to find anybody. Everyone's hiding around the cars. It's going to be Masked trying to face off against Lotus, but you don't want to go 1v1 against Lotus. The high school warriors able to continue on, getting that man advantage to run it back. Not going to find a lot except 1 kill. It's going to be up to a powerful defuse though. Tryhard's able to find 1. It's going to be the numbers dwindling away. Micro Wolf though is able to find yet a number, but it's gonna be a 3. Oh, sorry, a 2v1 now. Microwolf though able to find a final one, but no, it's gonna be beyond the grave. The Martyrdom. Lotus able to find a 4K there. No, it wasn't quite a Martyrdom. He stayed alive. My mistake, but he was able to make this 5-0. And Seymour, I just want to say something, right? They are not only a high school team, but they are having a LAN party right now to play this tournament. Their school has a room for them to play in.
I hope they're all wearing masks.
I hope so too. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, you know, I think of that how cool it is. You know, how much I wish I was at a LAN party right now with all of you. Maybe a GLG LAN. That would be pretty nice, but taken away from all the
disease is over.
Yeah. Once it's all gone. But taking a look back at this game, I want to look at Blue Raiders right now. They're doing the same thing, lurking around sites, looking for that opening pick, trying to find anything that they can to dedicate to a site, but holding around this, you know, wasting this time, it's only going to provide hyperspace, just the amount of time to just clamp down and just find those positions to lock a site. You see 3 players playing towards B. That's where the spike is now favoring, and you're looking at Microwaft here on that raise with this Stinger to find that opening, but on either side, you have a Raze and a Phoenix for a crossfire. And on top of that, big ol' Nick, who previously got that A showstopper on either side, not gonna find one for either of them, but Lotus on that Phantom shuts it down. Still, Microwalk does his damage with 2. Like I said previously, and Schmack pulls the run it back on top of this now. They are gonna have to push them all the way back through the site and pay attention to where they might have to feed into on either side of the defender's spawn.
Nave, though, holding the elbow position, looking to see if he can find that defuse. It's a 2v4. This is the first time we have seen Blue Raiders in a disadvantaged position. Microwolf, though, finding batteries. That's going to be another one gone. Triple kill in his favor. Last one alive, though. It's going to be Nave holding back inside of elbow. Still being right on top of the spike. It's going to be a do-or-die situation. The spike stops for nobody. And there you go. The first round win. Or first win for Hyperspace. It's a thrifty one, no less. They're going to be taking down the eco buy from the defenders. And overall, Seymour, I really like the attack they brought out. The showstopper all the way up until the very last kill.
And you have to look at the cyber cage that came out from that guy too. I mean, what Microwolf being able to hide in that really got around Lotus to the point where Lotus couldn't do the damage that he was hoping for inside Cubby. And by the time they got the main killer down from Hyperspace, you had to worry about Nave, who's on the outside, and they retook it perfectly. They hit the nice post-plant positions. They had it locked down, but Tryhard here, take a look at this. He might find a few kills through the smoke. Zexterius. And the drone allowing Tryhard to sneak away into the teleporter as well.
Ooh, but there we go. Hyperspace Dark. Looking to see what they can do next. Holding their positions nice and tight. It's going to be up to the Blue Raiders now. They'll slowly push their way up. Microwolf is in a weird position right now. If he pushes up, that could be full permission for the Hyper Dark Rays to push up. And that's probably going to happen. Tryhard pushing up, though. Not going to find the headshot. Just barely missing above. Tryhard's going to fall. Nave falls next. All the top fragments are usually going down. Hyper Dark, though, rotating around. Lotus is able to find Rogue Microwolf. But it's going to be up to the rest of Blue Raiders to fully rotate.
Oh. Eyes on Lotus right now as he's hitting through showers. Because he just used his run it back. So they should know that he is going to be on the A side. And the Silva's going to be called back on A. Let's see this crossfire that Lotus might be able to set up with big ol' Nick. You're going to put down your cyber cage, drop the spike. Lotus is going to be called back on big ol' Nick with the shock dart. Not going to take out that low cypher, but instead he is going to go for the wide peak. Schmack finds another one. So it's going to put down Lotus in a 2v3. Lotus spotted by Schmack. Schmack finds another, make it masked with the op looking over his shoulder. And it does look like Blue Raiders have started to heat up on this attack.
Yeah, I mean, their rotations have been phenomenal when they've been in those positions. Most of the rounds, the last 2 rounds they've won have been because of those rotations. Now, given that there was an eco round, the first round that they did win, you got to give it to the second round for the Blue Raiders, though. The rotation came through, they put the cyber cage down, they had a huge textbook way of taking over the site, and it was a lack of rotation from Hyperspace Dark where they just weren't able to pivot quick enough.
Definitely not. And another flash. Ponta 2 from Lotus. Gets the info. Gets out alive. Not hoped to find a kill. You know, Lotus is somebody who I want to talk about as well, because that run it back, usually your run it back doesn't find too much damage these days, but he found a pick, he got out, made it an even 3-on-3, so it was possible for Hyperspace to take that last round. But a well-executed take onto the A site from Hyperspace, from Blue Raiders to take it back to their advantage. Now 5-2. They're going for the B site once again. Last time, it's that guy put down a really well-placed cyber cage for the team to step onto point around Lotus. Lotus has a Guardian this time, so it is going to be a little bit more difficult for him to do the spray through the cage, but Nave, that's some unfortunate timing. And it's that guy once again going to open up with an excellent play.
Yeah, beautiful opening pick there. It's going to force the entirety of all of Hyperdark now to fully rotate around. They don't have a lot of room. But it's going to be Masto trying to find something with the Hunter's Fury. The plant's still going to go down. He's able to stall it out long enough. Tryhard finds Micro Wolf, but is that going to be enough for them to retake the site? It's a huge battle of attrition right now. Everyone's looking to find at least that first angle, but no one's appearing on anybody's screens. Lotus and Batteries trying to find different angles. The spike is still ticking away.
And Cage is going to back up Schmack into the showers. You're looking for that paranoia if you're the Omen. Mask gonna use his op, win out that duel. So the op's finding a lot of damage here. Big paranoia on to Tryhard. He tries to retake the site. The time though is very low. He's gonna go for the right click to help with big old Nick as well. This retake looking successful. I say that, and then the Molotov puts it in the grave. Schmack finishing off with the double kill. And it is Blue Raiders going to take another attacking round K. And I have to say that their executes are starting to look really nice with the utility that they're using off of that guy's cyber cages, off of the flashes of Smack, and even the information that Masked is giving them.
Slow and steady wins the race. We gotta talk about Schmack in that final molly, because things were not looking good at the very end. Even if the molly had not hit the spike, there may not have been enough time for the defuse to go down, but it doesn't matter. They were able to stall it out just long enough to make sure even if Schmack goes down, there's zero chance of that spike going to be defused. With that being said though, 5v3, things are starting to heat up a little bit more of this matchup. Originally, Hyperspace Dark had a huge lineup, but now 3 rounds in a row going in the favor of Blue Raiders. Things are looking great, but the Showstopper coming out. It's going to be hitting Battery straight in the face. Full control of elbow now. Not enough rotate time for Hyperspace Dark. Colin, things are looking kind of odd from this really flank-centric push.
Yeah, and I was paying attention to this flank the whole time. Nobody spotted it. It would be a 3-on-1 onto Zexterius to get a beautiful start to this. Tryhard now with the Sheriff going for the paint can as well. Is going to force that guy off of the angle. Boombot as well. Distraction. Maybe go for that wide swing with that Sheriff, but you have 2 players to deal with that guy and Mass at the same time. Going to find one. Big old Nick helps his Omen with that Sheriff kill, but still shut down by the rifles. Blue Raider 1 round away from tying it up in this series, and it's players like Schmack and Microwolf doing those entries that I was talking about on attack with that Raze combo on that Phoenix allows for very aggressive starts. The Showstopper, that point blank rocket launcher right onto Batteries, instant sight control to Blue Raiders.
Absolutely. What I'm most concerned about going into this next round, especially for Hyperspace Dark, is that they have the full buy and their economy's in shambles. Things are looking really good for Blue Raiders, or also known as, say it with me, the Tamaqua? Area High School? Okay.
I'll leave you to that one, because what I'm looking at is Nave in a one-on-one here. Does go down to that guy after, but getting that 1 pick onto Schmack, that's a huge play, taking out that Phoenix who's been on fire this whole time. Maybe it'll pay off for Hyperspace Dark.
Ooh, but look at the full rotate coming out from Tamaqua. They're going to be going all the way around. I'm sorry, Blue Raiders going all the way around. The spike already leaps and bounds ahead. It's the entirety of Hyperspace Dark all waiting on A site for this slow execute they're so used to. However, with that being said, that's not going to necessarily be the case. Some audio cues are coming out. Tryhard alerts the rest of his team. The Sova's going to rotate over the CT side. But now they're going to go back yet again to A site. They're stalling out as much as they can. They realize they don't really need that much time for an actual plant with their setup. And if they're able to get this down, they can really confuse Hyperspace Dark for the majority of their attacks.
I didn't know I was watching Inception. A flank inside of a flank?
30 seconds
This is
left.
crazy. And that Sofa
God.
Dart late by Masked forced all the players off of A site. Now you are going to see the rotation into Heaven and a Link. Lotus in that Heaven marker. That player that I called out for does find the initial. Now big ol' Nick trading out after Masked finds their Phoenix. Spike is down a 2-on-3. Hyperspace Dark on that retake. Both players playing off site. Batteries. And sorry, that is going to be Masked and Zexterius. They spot out the Omen. They spot out Max. Showstopper going to come on top. Let's see if they can stop it in its tracks. They're going to hunt down for Zexterius. They're going to peek him. The Showstopper will actually be a team kill, so probably saying sorry. He's actually going to let his teammate know.
Hey, at least the Showstopper did something. You know, it got a kill. Wasn't the right team, but at least it, you know, it did its job. But more importantly for Hyperspace Dark, their economy's looking a lot better. Tryhard, especially now having the op in their possession, is having the worst economic luck next to Lotus. But if they're able to string together yet another round, they're going to be on par with where Tamaqua is right now. But speaking of Tamaqua, they've been doing a really good job managing their economy. They're working together as a pack. They're always getting these 1-for-1 trades, and it's only in these 1vx situations that Hyperspace Dark can win is where they suffer.
And even still, this being the second last round, looking at Tamaqua, you know, they will have a force buy if they lose this. So there will be potential no matter what for a round win. After this round, Lotus going to get aggressive. Find two facing away from him. Schmack going to be the second one and spot that rotation back into market. This run it back doing a plethora of damage and an overabundance of success for Hyperspace Dark. Now the rotation to A. Two defenders here. And it's a 2-on-2, a 50-50 for this. They do go for the flank back to B.
Yep, they're just going back and forth as long as they can. Maybe some comms debating about what they should do, but it looks like the full decision to go to B will be into effect. Two of them are going to be going towards Hookah. It's going to be right into the lens of Tryhard, able to find one. It's going to be straight away blowing up the arms of that guy. But still, one more remains at B long. It's going to be Lotus hiding around the corner, waiting to see who appears next. But it looks like a friend will be coming soon as well, and that's Extraterrius. Could be possibly rotating back to A. As the entirety of the team, what two are left,
30 seconds left.
I think are going to be going fully rotating around to A site through showers. Huh.
Now take a look at this one. So this is important from Zexterius. If he can hold on to this Phantom and Microwaft as well, they're playing for that force buy into the next round that I was talking about. So their economy isn't that bad. You can drop a Phantom, buy for a teammate keg, and possibly come out with a 7-5 half going on to defense, which isn't bad for Tamaqua. I mean, you were talking about it yourself, that attacking isn't easy on Bind. So they're going to be playing for that 7-5 half, which is really smart for this high school team. And on top of all, I mean, you're looking at Microwaft, who's staying even this whole time. And if you can play off of the Phantom play that Microwaft is bringing, and maybe get a cerebral theft, a neural theft from that guy, this is very, very, very doable for a 7-5 half.
You're totally right, Seymour. And I was racking my brain thinking of whether or not saving there was the right play. And you know what? I have to agree it was. Because if you're in the position of Microwaft and Extraterrius, you can get that spike down easy peasy, get that extra cash, but the retake would absolutely destroy you. And that's where Hyperspace Dark is succeeding the most.
Careful now, cage trigger.
Where they had a possible force buy into this round, they have an actual full buy to bring it into this. Now, trying to take control of U-Haul, it is going to be smoked by Zexterius, but are they ready for the peek out from Batteries? Batteries going to go for that wide swing, not find anything off camera except the pick onto Schmack, make it 2 on Zexterius. Micro finally taking care of him. Spike is down. The flank is about it. And Nave and Lotus leave Masked all alone to make this happen. Hunter Shuri is out hunting, finding more.
Oh, no.
Right in front of him, dancing around the rest of it. It is going to be an 8-4 half. So with that full buy, didn't come out with anything, Keg, except another round lost. Still not that bad for an attacking round coming out. Just down by twice as much as what you have.
Switching sides.
That's very true. You know, at first we saw 5 rounds in a row for Hyperspace Dark, and it seemed like they were going to be unstoppable. But then we saw 4 in a row come right after from Tamaqua's side, and they learned to adapt around how Hyperspace Dark really liked to play super aggressive at the beginning of each round. But once Hyperspace Dark stopped doing that, and they played a lot slower and allowed Tamaqua to push, the high school team kind of had an issue. Either they could push up and have a little bit of an issue, or have to face, the enemies on their own terms, or they would have to keep playing a very slow rotating game that maybe try to bait out some aggressive play. Unfortunately, the post plant's not really going in their favor too well. We have to see what happens with them on the defense now, because we've seen what can happen with them on the attack, but I'm really curious about Tamaqua's defense.
And if their defense adds up to anything what their attack was not that bad. So if their defense is anything better than that, I expect them to make this comeback. You get this pistol round, you find the round after that, and you have really good economy, hopefully, going into those rifle rounds for the following couple to even after that. So Tamaqua, if they take this, they're in a good position of bringing this right back on defense. My eyes are on Schmack here with this frenzy. He has to run and gun. He has to find some entries here. He has to shut down the attack because it is going to be on A.
It's not often where we see a frenzy in play either on the defense too. It's going to be big old Nick though finding Schmack. That's going to be a ghost to the face. And even then, with all that going down, it's going to be an early plan coming up from Battery's side. For Hyperspace Dark, this is looking pretty good. However, we haven't seen a retake come out yet from Maqua's side, and this could be exactly what they're waiting for. Pistols or no pistols, there's still a man down, and this is a great post-plan situation for both sides. A lot of positions being held all throughout. Microwolf pushing on forward, so a lot of shrouds going in the favor of their team. But with that being said, the positions of Hyperspace Dark are yet to be seen. Lotus has the perfect angle on the spike, and he's able to find that masked guy. He's gonna find another one. A 1-for-1 Exertarius finds Lotus. Nave might be able to find Exertarius instead. A 1-for-1, but Microwolf still alive. A 1v3 might still be able to clutch this out, but it's too little too late. That spike, not even in half, has to force the exit instead. That's gonna be another round in the favor of Hyperspace Dark and Colin. An aggressive play once again coming out from Hyperspace, but this time on the attack.
Which isn't against them. They really were setting up for that A attack. They had 2 in showers as well as 2 A main to start this off with. And that pick onto Schmack right away, who was holding that frenzy. It allowed them to take control of the site really without any more pressure onto it, because they were banking a lot on that frenzy pick at the start of it. And even the retake, I'm really starting to see that this high school team isn't as experienced as maybe Hyperspace Dark is, because when they were hitting that retake, they were all looking at similar angles instead of watching different chokes clearing corners. They were really kind of playing off of trades a little bit better instead of clearing proper corners. So I'm really starting to see the experience favor Hyperspace Dark over Blue Raiders. And this attack might be everything for Hyperspace Dark here. If they can shut it down, even more batteries on the first. That guy gonna go down. So Cypher on Cypher. Microwaft still fragging out here, but the rifles, the submachine guns, a little bit better, Keg.
I really thought that was going to be a Tamaqua round just because of the fast rotate that we saw, but it looks like the aggression is just a hard thing for them to deal with regardless of the side. You got to give it to Hyperspace though. They go in, they have a plan, they execute really cleanly. And a lot of that, I would say, has to go with batteries. He was able to find some great opening picks, and yes, he did unfortunately fall, but he was able to really set the founding stones and pioneer their way on the B.
Now in the rifle rounds. Light armor onto Schmack and that guy. So let's see. I want to see how that affects Blue Raiders on this defense. It does look like you're mostly rocking Phantoms, so you aren't going to get that first bullet headshot anyways if you had that head armor. So maybe you don't really have to worry about the Vandal anyways. So I think the Phantoms is a good choice. It's a really good gun. The running gun's so strong right now in this start of the season, and big old Nick looking for any information only spots out Microwaft on this point, but a lot of rifle fire. They have to know there's at least 3 players on B, and Schmack here has a big opportunity.
Ooh, I'm curious to see how this is going to go down. Has the angle. It's like, it's one headshot. Is he able to find another one skirts away just in time, able to get a triple kill. Lotus goes down as well. Battery's able to end Schmack's horrible reign, it seems, on this small corner. Batteries, though, left last alive with only a Sova left in his possession with him. Spike is in the clear. However, the rotates have already come down for Tamaqua's side. 2 and 2 on each side, though, however. It's a 50-50 guess, like you mentioned, Seymour. Only one side's going to be correct, and it seems like B will be the way to go with only 30 seconds left. Cypher Cam able to spot out this other Cypher. Is that going to be enough? One Electro Claw going to go down. It's going to be able to find a lot of damage onto one, but it's not going to be enough to take down that guy. It's going to be a bullet instead to do so. Still, with that being said, a 2v3, 15 seconds left. Spike almost in possession of the ground. It's going to be the Spike going down, and it succeeds. Mike Wolf taking down big ol' Nick. It's going to be Mask, though, pushing around on elbow, waiting to see what's going to happen next. Only one left alive, though, Seymour. It's going to be Batteries able to find one, but the immediate 1-for-1 comes down, and that's going to be another defuse from Tamaqua's side, and it's going to be the first round in a while that they've won.
Very well played from Mast. And I was looking at that. I think that Hyperspace had an opportunity there. You looked at the B side and it was a 2-on-2. So that's perfect for you. That 2-on-2, if you clear the site, you have site control, and then you're forcing another 2-on-2. So those are two separate opportunities that you could have taken if Masked was cleared a little bit quicker through elbow from these attackers on Hyperspace. But Blue Raider, you know, you give a little bit of props to Mask for staying alive that whole time, setting up that retake of the site, and that 1-for-1 trade, that repeat from each of them, well executed, well communicated, really doing damage to Hyperspace Dark. Their economy is not going to be the best here. And if the broken buy of Blue Raider into this round takes out the attackers, shuts them down, it's going to be absolute broke if you're Hyperspace.
Oh, but the running back able to find some opening pop shots on those inside of A short, but no, Lotus is going to push on forward, taking Exotarius into a double kill, no less. A side kind of crumbling away. It's going to be up to a full rotate from the remaining members of each side. Schmack able to go for the blind, but not going to find anything to go with it. Lotus has been on an absolute tear, and Batteries to boot as well. That guy's the last one alive, and like you mentioned, Seymour, it's a broken buy. Only having a classic in hand, he's able to find Lotus, stopping his reign, but it's too little too late, it seems. The right click not as powerful as it used to be. Batteries able to find that guy. Coming very close to match point now for Hyperspace's side.
And it was really because Hyperspace were allowed that site control on B 2 rounds ago, getting the picks that they were done, absolutely destroying the economy prior to that of Blue Raiders, forcing the force buy in that situation, still able to get the rifles, Lotus taking control of that situation, taking back the round, like you said, 1 round away from match point.
I will find you.
And really off the back of this Phoenix, just finding a lot of success for Hyperspace. And you look at the way that they're playing this keg. 4 players to B, looking for B long control.
Yeah, we've only seen this happen once before, and I believe it was the very first round of this entire game on the pistols. Of course, sides were swapped, but it's still the same exact push, except in reverse. The defenders pushed through long that last time. It was able to get all those shots. Tryhard's able to find Schmack, but the rest of the team is using that as bait to explode onto the site. A lot of smoke shrouds going down, a lot of cyber cage deniability as well. Mask is the last line of defense, really, for this site. But guess what? Seymour, it was all a ruse. They're on A site with no defenders.
Well, that kill on the Schmack was everything there. I mean, taking out that Phoenix, you know he's playing on the A side, so that's a free pick and advantage over on the opposite side of the map. Now look, it's Gun-Ho running out here for the sites of Blue Raider to try to take this retake. Spike is down already. A 5-on-4 prominent position into U-Haul for Tryhard, and everything is favoring right now Hyperspace for this 12th round. And with this off-site positioning, you're really going to have to force a lot of uncomfortable gunfights if you are Blue Raiders, especially if Mask can't get too much information here.
Yeah, there's really not a whole lot of info for the defenders in this position. A lot of smoke being denied, especially in Heaven's side. Microwolf looking for some pre-fire shots, not finding anything either. It's going to be Exotarius, though. Might be pushing towards Lamp, but instead the bait for the sounds comes through, and it's just an absolute pandemonium. It's going to be mostly in the favor of Tamaqua's, but even then, only 1 left alive, 2 left alive in Hyperspace's favor. That is going to be decimation by the bomb, and it's going to be match point for Hyperspace Dark. Both teams, I would say, played to the best of their ability in that positioning. You got to give it to Hyperspace Dark for hiding away once the spike plant went down and waited for all of the rest of the defenders to push up and just wait for them to enter their lines of sight.
It was Christmas in the kill feed, Keg. You know, especially even though we're back at the start of the year, we got to experience it a little bit longer with what we were just given. Now to look at the buy from Blue Raiders here to keep themselves alive. I mean, yeah, the Stinger is the highest damage output gun, but it's also the lowest magazine in the game. You have to be looking at some pretty aggressive angles if you want to find if you want to find some value with this SMG. But the fact that they're giving up this B site, playing for the 5-on-5 retake, might be smart for Blue Raiders, especially if that guy can maybe find a kill in the midst of it.
Oh no, and a complete explosion onto the side once again. Hyperspace Dark able to get on to B without really much of a contest. Only one body's gone down now. It's gonna be the Hunter's Fury taking down batteries, but even then, so much Shrouds are going through for these attempted flanks, it seems not gonna work out as well, and the rest of the defenders are relegated to CT side. With all that being said and done though, blinds are going to be going through, paint grenades abound, but even then, everyone's holding down to their angles yet again. This is exactly like last round, played out yet again, only with one disadvantage. Two disadvantages now in Hyperspace's disadvantage. Of course, the Hunter's Fury could be the last round save here for Hyper Fury, or Hyper Dark, but with all that being said and done, it's going to be a 3v3, 3v2, almost turning down to a 3v1. A complete reversal comes through. Hyperspace Dark able to bring this back, and they showed some real fury towards the very end.
As soon as I saw them give up sight, I knew they had an idea. They set up for the paranoia from the Omen. You land some shots into there. You have an idea of where you planted that bomb. The Sova going to put it right where he wanted it. The Hunter's Fury locked down that diffuser, shut down any opportunity for Blue Raiders to take this one back. And looking at that whole game, it was what I was saying. Once I started to notice how much experience that Blue Raiders lacked as that high school team, it's fantastic to get the young guns out there, to see that they have the potential to take some rounds off of these higher experienced teams that are coming into these tournaments. And I mean, I liked what I was seeing a lot of the time from Blue Raiders, but it was really showing that they were lacking that core experience, that veteran play, you know, like the angle clears that you would want when you're defending, when you're attacking, whatever you were seeing. Just came down to it at the end. Hyperspace was an all-around just better team.
Yeah, Hyperspace really impressed me. I loved how they were able to adapt on the fly for these major macro plays, such as going aggressive on the defense in the beginning. Worked out really well for them on the defense. But then once they started getting clapped back a little bit, they dialed it back and played very slowly. They kept that slowness all throughout to when they attacked at the very end, and they would rush in, get the plant, dial it back, and just hide away until someone made a huge move.
One thing that I was really looking at too from Hyperspace Dark was the amount of damage that they were done even when they were backed into a corner. You know, all the time their eyes were on the economy, and really highlight a couple rounds back into that. They were in about a 2v4, but it was brought back to a 1-on-1. And the fact that you were able to do that provided a broken buy for Blue Raiders in the next round when you were rich enough to just get all rifles back in your hands. So they pulled the next round. Pretty sure that was giving them round 11. And from then on, it was history. I mean, Hyperspace Dark were playing for the long run. A lot of the time that Blue Raiders were really playing for the here and now. So they were really lacking that foresight, that vision for the future of this match. And they come down 13-5 in round 1 here. The Pit of Valor is good to head to a little bit of a break as we get round number 2 set up for this mainstream. Everybody, go get some water, go get a snack. Hydrate yourself. We'll be right back with some more GLG.
Teleports as well. It's going to be Zine with a triple kill. It's an even 2v2. Now, where are the last two alive? Well, they're going to be peeking out slowly but surely. They might be too late to defuse now. You have to go halfway. Kaplan's able to find one. That could be the final shot, but no, it's too late. PGT stay in the game. And Kaplan sacrifices themselves.
Unfortunate that Kaplan right there at the end. Honestly, if I was Kaplan, I'm thinking I have to protect this man with my life and with my body. Is
Oh, see, no! He pushed up too much. That's gonna tell you exactly where the bomb's gonna go. And that's gonna be the plan. Sure, but you're in a 1v3 and you're already lit up. It seems like though most of the shots had missed. The paranoia goes down. You miss the op shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get 1 through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill. Now, if he can find this last one, he's gonna switch to the Phantom. No ops.
2 cops for that. Thank you. I absolutely love that, man. But yeah, that's the absolute massive success rate for them, because with the C side opening up, which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but a fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there. Which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but a fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there.
Yeah, like a ghost just flittering away, never to be seen again. The Jet wants to contest this too. Fluffy gets 2. Hasino, what are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. You've just wasted your life for no reason. The only opposite, Fluffy cleaning house with a double kill.
As of right now here, Max, it is still only the Killjoy left on the side of the PGT. Now, I prophesy they should be able to get this. As you went ahead and broke it down, it is these facts executing Million onto C to catch an AV off guard, and then Marshall can only do so much.
That hit.
And
the alarm bot and the Maelstrom are going to give it away, and suddenly they have no visibility. Any rotates are possible right now, and there's no chance that C site's going to work out, so they're going to opt the next best option, which would be B site. This, of course, already has Darking on their double kill in their favor, but will that be another triple no less? Can the Classic find one? No, Striker gets one instead, and now it's a 1v3. Even 2v2, and every single time so far, Ravish.
Well, to force him off the side out into garage. And straight come out back and forth. Zine gets Felipe. Both GPs used to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. Swat puts the C4, unfortunately, and not the Ghana trim is clutching as PGT go to match point.
Beautiful work overall for PGT, finally able to bring it back.
They're just okay. All right. I mean, I guess. All right, So here's what I believe they're doing. I believe they're waiting for all the utils to be up and ready. Yeah. I believe they were waiting for the fault line because be off of cooldown, but they all spot them.
It's like Braveheart.
Down in hell, but they put respawn in. Actually, all the fighters are going down the way. The Judge Gaming is absolutely doing so. He's Judge Julian execute.
The op is in play though. Pasito's able to find Fluffy op versus op. But even then, he has to relinquish his position without the knives.
Now the op being down along with 2, it is just a cleanup duty here. Wow. Now, flawless from PGT. They invest all that they can, and they had a lot to invest. It was the 401k, cashing in with no tax bracket either here, Max. It is all profits.
The closest round we've seen so far between these two teams, without one really just winning yet. And speaking of Messiah, it's just a back and forth. With only 2 left alive now, they have no choice but to push on to C. Kaplan's gonna rotate around, wait for that final push, take down 17 into a double kill, no less. That's a double kill from Kaplan, right off of an ace from the last game. Kaplan is on an absolute heater this tournament.
Man, I mean,
the spike is down, and now you have to get it back. This is a horrible position for PGT. They've lost full control of the spike. Their win conditions gone other than Murder, and Murder is going the other way. Darky's able to find Kaplan, and now it's gonna be a defender win. Wow, how can you be so silly with the spike? They just gave it up like it was nothing, and they pull, well, they lied, but
going by, Doobie finds 1 times ultimate, not gonna find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get 1 through the smoke. Last gonna trade it back. Kaplan with the 3rd through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can. He's for Kaplan.
He gets the ace and wins the round, brings him to 11.
Grab exactly where he is. Messiah drops directly into the face of Sage and ignores Sage completely. Sage, oh, she's dead. But anyways, that's gonna be really bad for PGT going for the same place 5 times in a row.
Mel?
Watch it out.
Mel?
A 4K? Mel, can you do it? 76 health and a dream. 3 bullets in hand. It's gonna be a back and forth cowboy bebop style. Only one can come out alive here. A single breath will take down Zeems if he makes the wrong move. But that's not gonna stop Mel looking around, having that bomb down already. Someone's gonna go for that defuse, or you're gonna get a 4K, and there you go, an ace coming out from Mel. That's what you want to see in the Grand Championships.
You could not have written it any better.
Hold on, A. Sort of, kind of, because there's still 2 members at C who are simply not in a position to help out here.
Yeah, that's a very interesting play. I guess they're going to try and come for the flank, but it's going to be up to Itachi to hold this one down, and that's not going to last very long as Felipe drops both of them real quick. Now they're going to
We get the next drop. We set in defensive favor, but let's see how the defense fares. With Messiah already down, it's looking more and more grim.
This has historically been a worser site for PGT because they don't go here. But no, it looks like no matter what on the attack, you don't mess with PGT. Creepy's on a triple heater right now. Not able to find the last 2 hiding in screens. We've seen Fluffy and Kaplan in the same spot, but never mind a quad. Can this be ace number 2? For the series. Come on.
They know he's there. Give him the ace. No. And to support the Jet rushing on in, but the spike is not down as of yet. But sword comes on the back side. Nice immediate headshot on Poppy. See, but there is a lockdown used well to force him off the side out into garage. As trades come out back and forth, Zine gets Felipe. Both GPs used to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. Swat puts the C4, unfortunately, and not the Ghana trim is clutching as PGT go to match point.
Beautiful work overall for PG.
This is really tough, and he's been in a bit of a precarious position because if he were to get spotted out by the opposing opponent picking out from garage, he could be in a tough position. But the site opens up, and immediately 2 down here as AV strikes first and then strike quickly. Almost all of Kane falling apart. Strike coming here for the upper short. Strike to J gets a triple, but to get a quadra, and there it is. What a way to start a round.
Good lord. Yes.
No, so as you mentioned here, Max, within the question of their economy, try to go ahead and push down in onto C, but it will be we could stave off. The spike is dropped at the back. They're pushing through window, get one, but Striker is just destroying.
Wow. I mean, overall, we talked about Striker before, not really showing.
Which AV was as well. And you see the immediate rotations from all of AV as well as they completely sniffed and read through this, which will cause the immediate rotation. Look at this fake. This is beautiful for PGT.
Yeah, this is really effective right now. 5M though looking to get the flank, and there you go, headshot, wham bam, thank you ma'am. It's gonna be Fluffy gone again. He has just not been having a good few rounds themselves. With Neil falling, that's gonna be another strong frag coming out from the KJ side. That's going to be really good. The man disadvantage down by 2 now for Lunar. And in a pistol round, you don't want to lose many numbers right off the rip. But with that plant still ticking away, Ravish, we see the recon bolt going down. The info's been found, and it's just Rag City, both sides. Sure, you lost 2 members, but Scrim is able to string together a double kill at the very end. That's a strong round.
Comes in, gets 2 needle, gets immediate refrags as well. And 1v1 position yet again. We've seen this before. Extreme is committing to the plant. He wants to at least get it halfway. He does so. This is absolute fusion. But they don't know he's down in the smoke. He's committed back to it. He's making it. He gets a shot stun. Wow! But does he have the time? A couple more seconds. And he gets the defuse as well. PGT on match point.
Call them Danny Phantom because.
Hey everybody, we're not going to waste your time too much. That lobby's already ready, but my name is Keg and we're joined by Gutsy once again. What's up, Gutsy? How you doing?
I'm doing great, Keg, man. How about you? It was fun casting with you 2 weeks ago, so it's an honor to be able to cast with you again, man.
Oh, some honor not. It's an honor to cast with you, but we're not going to waste your time too much. These guys are ready. They're ready to rumble. Let's see exactly what's going to happen between them. We're going to be playing on Split, which is You know, probably not a map we see terribly often ever in competitive Valorant now that Icebox is out. But Gutsy, I'd love to hear your thoughts on it.
You know, Split's one of those maps where team play is, I feel like, is very, very important. You know, it's a side, or CT is extremely, you know, favored. So as attack, you really have to work each side and make sure that you're not, you know, heavily pushing each side, running around like, you know, chickens cut off your head, or chicken with your head cut off.
I'd hate to be cut off by a chicken.
So, but yeah, I am actually a huge fan of Split. I know a lot of my friends would like to disagree, but regardless, I am very looking forward to see how these two teams are going to battle it out there on one of my favorite maps.
Yeah, I'd love to see it as well. Hopefully, with it being split, we can see a Viper pick. We've seen it a few times before in the past in more higher level competitive play, but Lethal Chaos has been in those sectors before. They've also been in the Grand Championship circuit for GLG as well. So we may very well see some of those factors come out, but instead looks like maybe for LC, we might very well see a Brimstone pick come out. Not something we see terribly often either, but Gutsy, after the recent changes that happened only yesterday, we could see a double Brim, no Omen game.
And that's what we're currently seeing here on Lethal Chaos. They've already locked in a Brimstone. We see Maple here kind of idling on him.
Come on, Maple.
He's deciding, he's trying to see who's more viable in this situation, you know, and I feel like out of all the maps, with the recent changes, I feel like Brim is honestly the most ideal, just because it's a smaller map. And there we go. We have the lock in there as we have Brims on both sides.
Legitimately, the only difference between these two comps is the Cypher Killjoy on each side. That's it. Everything else is insane. Oh, well, and the Raze and Phoenix. So there is that small difference there as well. I really want to see if there's a big difference between both of those vectors. Because you gotta keep in mind, the Phoenix and the Killjoy, I would say, is a little bit less aggressive of a comp than, say, Raze and Cypher. There's a little bit more aggression there, and they happen to be starting on the attack.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. You know, obviously, Breach is going to be a lot more aggressive there on offense, but on defense, I'm honestly curious to see what he is going to hold here, as it looks like he is traversing up on the A side. I'm not sure what he's going to do here for pistol round, but regardless, we see the attacking side stacked up already. It looks like they're about to go headstrong on the side.
Yeah, and I mean, going headstrong, we've seen it time and time. Oh my god, I cannot talk. Time and time again, kind of work, kind of not, depending on the team comps. What's interesting is that Lethal Chaos does not have any defenders inside of ramps or the top of A, and that makes me a little worried. There's not a lot of aggressive play there, but it is also the pistol round. Oh, but look at everything going down. Axe is able to find Dash, and that's going to be the beginning of a very strong one at that, but the attackers able to clap back not only a 1-for-1, but a 2-for-1, though, taking down Axe and another body. The spike plant's going to go down. Gutsy. Do they have the guts to do it?
Well, you know, I'm not sure here. Again, it's pistol rounds. They are playing man down, but we do have two pushing out of screens, one Heaven. We have Jet there sitting Hell. Now she's to be able to get the pick off. She is able to pick up one from Heaven, and the last two, again, are screens as they're kind of stuck in awkward position. Donkey getting a nice headshot with the Frenzy. Able to get two, able to get three, and was almost able to get four, but unfortunately had to reload because of that small clip. But regardless, a great effort by them. Maple able to shut her down.
I'm really wondering if we're going to see a huge adaptation right away coming up from Lethal Chaos's side, because there was no one holding the top of A whatsoever, or at least no vertical angles watching for the rough aggression coming through from Acer's side. But instead, we're going to be seeing that again. No holds onto Heaven. It looks like no, in fact, the Jet will be holding in Heaven instead. So I'm wondering if they're going to try to go for the same aggressive play twice in a row and maybe just hope for faster rotates. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, Breach able to get that tremor right off the rip, so it's able to delay their push, but not by much, as they are once again going to storm onto site.
Wow. Holy moly.
Able to pick up a kill, but again, not really able to work with much. He is able to pick up that Spectre, however. And kind of in a tight situation here, not really able to work with anything. All four attacking members all on site here.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a great position for Lethal Chaos. It's gonna be Abused Noodle that falls. Donkey falls next. That's gonna be... I mean, if you encroach from anywhere, Heaven was blinded off. Screens was pretty blinded. Ramp and A main wasn't blinded, but so many guns were watching that instead as well. There's nothing you can realistically do in that position if you're Acer's side, but overall, I'm sorry, if you're on Lethal Chaos' side, but overall, a really, really strong aggressive showing from Acer. I think that's how you say their name. Airstream? Airstream? I think it's Airstream.
I think it is Airstream.
Airstream. I think that's how you say it phonetically. It's okay. We'll have a phonetics expert in Twitch chat. Be like, well, actually, let's go. No.
Please
In all seriousness, though, Airstream has done a great job so far, and they're gonna go for A yet again. But this time, there's an operator in the side of Axe watching to see this aggressive play. They're going, albeit a lot slower, able to find DKO in the beginning, though. That's gonna be a strong opening pick, along with dash to follow.
Eyes down.
Axe able to get a second kill. Oh my lord! Axe putting him in a coffin there. With a 3K looking for that 4K, she is bloodthirsty. She's looking for it, and she's able to almost connect on that shot, but is unable to secure it. However, Phoenix is going to go ahead and help her out and get that nice trade.
The sole difference there was expecting the aggressive play to come on through. Hey, that's the wrong map. But all things considered, Axe with a triple kill on the op. That third one was insane to see. I'm not even joking, Guts. I blinked and I missed it. Like, my body did not register the shot going through. I only saw it on the kill feed. There we go. We're gonna see it again. Ready? Here comes the already 2 kills. No, that's
Don't blink.
Double. There we go. My eyes were peeled straight away. Blink of an eye and you miss a triple kill there. And that might be the stranglehold that LC needs to bring this to a 2-2.
As they've opted out of pushing A for a 4th time in a row. As you see now, again, I thought I was going to eat my words here for a second, but now they are starting to do what generally most teams do, is a split push, you know, kind of prod each side. Cypher able to get that kill and is going to see every defensive member ends up seeing 3 actually all in one side, and he's going to get taken out there. Kukli, 8 shots left in the Vandal. He's going to reload. As, I mean, just looking at the minimap, just everyone's just kind of everywhere. There's just a lot of confusion going on, but they're able to get the bomb down nonetheless on the B side.
Ooh, oh wow, I really thought that was gonna be Moop's kill, but Abused Noodle getting the straightaway headshot onto Moop. That's gonna be helping things out even a little bit more, but not quite, as Abused Noodle's actually gonna fall next. Last alive is gonna be Donkey yet again. We've seen him in this position before, and it's never really gone that well in his favor. But with a 1v3 though, it is possible on B site, but all the angles are being watched on Alley right now as the spike keeps going down. It's gonna be Maple and everybody else running away, as it's almost, if not too late, to get the spike away. That's gonna be another round in the favor of Airstream, and they've again just been able to really get these aggressive beginnings there. DKO finding Donkey at the very end. They've been able to get these aggressive beginnings to each round, getting the spike down, and from there the retakes from LC have just not been that great.
Yeah, you know, they've been having obviously quite a bit of trouble there. You know, pistol rounds, obviously, or pistol rounds, you lose that first round, and generally the other team is going to buy up going into that second round. But, you know, there's a lot of chaos going on that map. And again, hey, you know, Airstream? I'm going to say Airstream. I'm going to say Airstream until somebody chews me out in chat. But until then, Airstream, you know, doing the split push, able to get picks kind of here and there, and I think that kind of threw off LC to where they were, you know, not sure of where to go. As you saw, 3 were backside onto B, or A, but the bomb was planted B, so.
Ooh, Kookie's playing dangerous now, but he's able to make it work. He finds Dash. It's going to be a buggy taking down Beast in the beginning as well. What's going on here? This is supposed to be an eco round. All things considered, though, almost an even 3v2, but the Sheriff might be able to find yet another one. That's going to be so much damage on the DKO, as the rest of the attackers are forced to push on up. It's going to be burning to death for DKO there, as things turn into an even 2v2. Moop and Maple were able to find the spike to go down against all odds, and this is an interesting eco round, or maybe even an eco retake for Noodle and the rest of Chaos, as they have to push on forward.
2v2, bomb is down. Again, Lethal Chaos having a bit of the difficulty on the retake. Let's see if they're able to secure it here. Donkey going down to Moop. as it is all up to the Phoenix. He has no flashes, no other utility, and the bomb is close to exploding. He is working with little time here.
One enemy remaining.
He's able to get 1 kill. Jet only has to play time. She is unable to, but she does delay just enough to secure that round for their team.
That whole round was so interesting from beginning to end. First of all, we see the Brim. I believe that's what Kukli, able to find that opening kill there with a frenzy up against an entire stack of all of Airstream, yet somehow Airstream isn't able to get the refrag. But beyond that, the rest of the round was all in the favor of Abused Noodle. He was able to get another kill with the Sheriff, I believe, then able to get a Molly kill on top of that, picking up the dead Molly person's Vandal, able to almost find another. Actually, no, he was able to find the final kills onto Maple and Loop, but it was just too late. Airstream stalled out just enough to make sure that spike went down and the round was in their favor.
A very smart play by Airstream's Jet too, to not, want to challenge and get KD thirsty.
True.
Even with her going down, regardless, they were able to secure that round.
We're going to a new round, though. Spike not going to be in the possession of anybody. In fact, it's going to be in the dirty waters of the sewers. A lot of smokes going down on mid-site. That could be good or bad for both teams, depending on how the push goes. Keep an eye on Abused Noodle, though. He's going to be waiting in the smokes, listening for any audio cues, and I believe he did hear the jumps of the Rays. Moopy, though, and DKO waiting around side, watching their angles, but everything is smoked out. They might not think anybody's in the Brim smoke.
Abused Noodle playing inside vents here, as everyone has snuck into mail, and he just leaves, unfortunately.
And he rotates back, so Moop might have this angle there. Abused Noodle's able to find DKO. Moop finds Abused Noodle, 1-for-1 goes down. But all things considered, the Mollies are stalling everyone out. The spike almost trying to go down onto the site. 2 held in a dream. Cobb is able to get that spike into the ground almost, but he stalls it out yet again. There we go, spike did go down. We just didn't have the UI on the stream. 3v4 now, Gutsy. What's gonna happen next?
Hey, we got the retake breach ult here, as Axe is gonna pick up a kill.
Oh,
Able to pick up 2.
One enemy remaining. Last player
Breach
standing.
able to help her out.
oh.
And is able to get that trade. A very nice retake by LC. That is what we've been wanting to see from them. And again, I love saving breach ults, especially for those retakes. As you could see right there, they were both able to secure 2 kills each and get that round win for LC.
And that was a really important round for Lethal Chaos too, because their economy up until then was kind of in shambles. They've been able to win a lot of these gunfights, but they haven't been able to defuse the spike. And while the economy was not looking great, they're still having to recover a little bit here after a recent full buy not too long ago. And still we're seeing Bucky's and Spectres in the midst of some Vandals and Phantoms. So all things considered, Gutsy, this is going to be a make or break round, both teams for economic severity.
I definitely agree here, and I'm sure both teams know it. And, if it ends up going in favor of LC, it could potentially be a tie game. Which is definitely what you want to see there, as Abused Noodle gonna get flashed and taken out their backside. A beautiful flash by their breach.
Oh, but all things considered, even through the smoke, some pop shots taking down only a little bit of health for the breach. I had to look at his name again. What is that? 2L, whatever. But all things considered, that's gonna be 1 member down for Lethal Chaos. Moop hiding in the shadows with the knives out. It's gonna be a back and forth. All things considered, looking around to see what's gonna happen next.
Turret out.
There comes the Killjoy ult, and they have got to exit the site here. Ray's trying to hug the wall as best as she can. Jet not caring if she's gonna get detained or not. She is gonna get taken out. I'm not sure if that was the best play. We'll see here in the next few seconds as kills are coming in left and right. Kukli able to get a kill. And it looks like they're actually gonna get that bomb defuse.
Huh. So the rest of Airstream just kind of back off and run away. They want to save their economy, because you gotta keep in mind too, Guts, both teams going into this round, their economy was not good. So things are looking better now for both teams, it happens, to see. But Axe and Abused Noodle, they went for the full buys. They fell down. Everybody else on their team on Lethal, they saved, and it shows economically. So you're not out of the woods just yet from either side. We're seeing another double, half force buy from both teams. If we see Lethal Chaos win yet another round on this, they're going to be set for the next few rounds to follow. As
they are doing, once again, another very aggressive A push there. We got a mini flights raised already on site with a shotgun, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, which is going to be deadly there on elbow.
But look at Donkey right now. He's gonna be hiding in the shadows. Cybercage just narrowly above him, but Moop has the chance to assassinate quite a few people, but he only has a frenzy in his possession. He could have the headshot potential. He could be the greatest player of all time. But when you're behind yourself, you're able to get the op. You can take down Axe. Donkey falls as well. It's a Fused Noodle, though. You gotta find him. You gotta take him down with that op. But instead, the op shot misses on elbow. And it's a 2v3. Make that a 3v1. 2H5 is able to find Maple. One left alive now. It's going to be Axe having the op. Still going to have the defuse, but at least you save the op quite literally. And that's going to be such a huge motion for Moop at the very least, having to hold on to that economic advantage. And the rest of their team, besides Combis, I would say economically they're okay now. This is a huge game of economics.
Yeah, I agree. You know, you lose the round, unfortunately. I mean, a great flank by Jet regardless, but, you know, able to come out with an op at least. Again, round loss, but, you know, at least you're still rocking with the full, you know, kit with utility as well as an op there on your side. So we do see an op bot over on LC side as well. So I'm very, very interested to see how this is going to play out there. Op versus op. Both Jets actually having them.
But we do see the run it back having potential for Abuse Noodle's side. He's going to go for the molly first and stall out some of the peaks or some of the aggression coming out on mid. Dash waiting around a little bit to see what's going to happen next. Spike not in anybody's possession, but instead the connector of being made in Marketplace. All that being said and done, Abuse Noodle doesn't care. He's able to find one, but DKO finds the 1-for-1 trade. It's going to be 2H now holding up the mantle of the formerly fallen Phoenix to see if he can be able to stall out the B-side push.
Taken down.
DKO going down to Kukli, who is still holding vents. He is going to hold ropes now, as Axe is going to get taken out by Moop and is going to secure that orb as well. Kukli able to take out Cypher as well, though. So Moop going to go ahead and hunt for that kill. Maple rotating through sewers on over to his Jet there, as it is a 3v2 in favor of LC, though. Jet holding a good angle here,
30
making
seconds
sure
left.
she does not lose that op, as Prim holding that angle, and he's gonna get picked up as it is now 2v2 bomb about to go down, but the Killjoy for LC is sitting in that smoke and is going to push up elbow. I wonder if Maple's gonna pull out his gun, and he's able to get that kill. Donkey going down. And once again, it is a retake. 2H5 almost able to get that kill, but Moop's gonna take him out. Woo!
Yeah, pretty crazy round. Pretty crazy round, man. I mean, all things considered, every single round, minus I think maybe the first pistol round, has been really close, all things considered. There hasn't really been a time where we haven't seen a 3v3, a 2v2, maybe sometimes a 2v1, but for the most part, it really does go down to that 2v2 or maybe a 2v1, 1v1 scenario. And that's why we're seeing both of these teams, even on the scoreboard, be pretty dang close all in both sides. But here's the thing, though. Ping Pong Economy comes back in full force. We see a full save round coming out from Lethal Chaos' side after coming off from a 2-round loss. But the Sheriff is able to find a kill. Dash is able to go down. Abuse Noodle still holding the top of B Heaven. Is that going to be enough to make sure things go their way? That's the million-dollar question, as we do see a Cypher lonesome on the other side of the map. But it's kind of a spread out attack from Airstream's side. Maple able to find Donkey as well. It's going to be just mostly hunting for picks at this point, as the spike is only now being obtained.
Jackass.
And regardless of them being on an eco round, they were able still to secure 2 kills. My bad, I was about to cough. Gotta get a drink of water real fast.
Ooh, what kind of water?
Just regular Ice Mountain bottle
Oh.
water. I'm not bougie. Very frugal with the money.
Doesn't come from the mountains of wherever. That's okay. I don't like that kind of water. But with that being said, though, I do like Axe's kills and being able to get the knives to take down Maple, and thrifty indeed. Economically, I keep saying economically, save round-wise, it's a 5v5, sure, but look at how much money now all of Lethal Chaos has to play with. That is such a huge round for them because they don't have to worry for a while. And again, it's another save round on the other team.
And, you know, looking at the KD here, again, I'm not huge on KD. I try not to worry about it too much. You know, a win's a win. It's a team game. But Dash struggle busting at 1 and 8, and specifically missing his ult there on the Phoenix and paid for it dearly on that eco round Axe. Oh my gosh. Oh, once again with another op kill.
You have to remove Axe off the arm. That's the only way you can win these rounds because he gets a double kill, a triple kill. That was with the classic, though. I mean, I thought they nerfed it, but apparently not. He picks up the Phantom Metal Gear style. He's
he wants it. He wants that ace.
Can he find the 4? He finds 4. Can he find the 5?
Jet versus Jet.
No, from behind. Moop takes down Axe. That could have been an amazing ace. That could have been 2 maps in a row where we've seen aces, but instead, we've seen Moop get that final kill instead. Only one left alive, though, on Airstream's side. It's a 1v4. Knives still in the possession of Moop, having all of them in full force. If they rotate up, they can find the full force of the entire defensive line. However, they have plenty of other options. Never mind, they don't. They push up ramps without any smokes, and they get headshot by 2H5. Holy moly. Again, Axe is just unstoppable with the op.
Yeah, I mean, once again, able to get that opening pick, dash out of harm's way, and again, they want to chase after him, and he is going to make, you know, A-Stream pay for that, or Airstream pay for that. I'm sorry, I'm going to get that right. Airstream
A-Stream is the A team.
I mean, hey, they're doing very, very well, in my opinion, on attack. Generally, you know, shoot, at least in my ranked games, it's an absolute stonk on attack, and it's me having to crawl back from the depths of hell to get back on round wins. But you know, hey, they're doing pretty well so far on attack. You got to give it to them. It's a 6-5 last round on the first half. Breach gonna open up site with his ult, and Dash is gonna C4 jump onto site, and it looks like they've secured a donkey sitting in smoke. One of my favorite things to do, and may or may not secure a kill. Moop wary of the possibility of that happening.
Battling out the nano swarms. It's gonna be the Rolling Thunder. Comes on through, makes waves across the entire side. Abuse Noodle comes in clutch, tries to find not 1 but 2, but Donkey comes in with 3, and it's only gonna be 1 left alive now. Dash kind of hiding in the corner, letting all the chaos go around them, and doesn't even make a move. It's gonna be Abuse Noodle finding Dash, and a defuse goes down. Lethal Chaos coming out of the first half, Guts, with a 7-5 lead. It's been a very close call. We've seen that #1 spot kind of trading back and forth between both of these teams, just like how much money has been traded back and forth with all these 4 spies.
And that round actually would have gone very bad if you had seen Donkey getting hit last second by his own Breach's ultimate, and you know, if the other 2 players pushing onto site had actually secured that, that would have been, again, very bad. But you know, 7-5 going on to second half. You know, that's not a terrible round disparity. That's generally how splits should go. So, whoops. Everything good on your end?
Yeah, everything's great on my end. All A-okay. But what isn't A-okay is sometimes split. I think this is a good time to mention how I think the patch notes for the recent act mentioned that there will be some changes to split. We haven't seen what changes specifically, but because of how close back and forth this is and how at times attacker-centric this map can be as well, I'm really wondering what kind of changes we can see in the future, especially with the aggressiveness we've seen on A and B main in this last match.
Launching smoke.
Yep, and you know, differently from what Airstream did on their attacking side, it looks like LC is actually going to take it a lot more slow. Very much slowly. Man, I'm in college, but you would think I'm 2nd grade.
You should see my handwriting.
Mine too. Good lord, I got the good old.
Yeah, but you're
scratch.
going to med school. You have that doctor's script.
There you go.
You have an excuse.
I guess that's what I got going for me.
You got an excuse.
Differently from Airstream, they're playing very passive, which is generally what I prefer, or you know, what you see in most pro play. But as, again, they're prodding sites. We have Killjoy and Jet both pushing into heaven. Donkey able to get the first kill of the round in the second half.
Oh boy, look at this. It's just complete melting, you know, in the words of Colin or Seymour, it's Christmas across the kill feed right now. A 3v2 now. It's going to be only 2 left alive for Airstream's defense. Not anywhere close to the spike. Instead, going to be relegating themselves towards the top of heaven and on screens. They're pinching themselves a little too much there, but this is the best situation they can be in. No smokes, not really any utility to work with, but instead having visibility onto elbow. It's going to be Maple that finds Abused Noodle. There's still going to be 2 more to deal with. And they're able to find the shots! They're able to make it work! 2H5 is able to find Maple, though it's a 1v1, blinded out completely. Time is still ticking down from the spike. Cobbeast might be able to find this shot if he's able to land a single click. No! He misses the click. 74 health in a dream, though, and single bullets. No! He can't find a single one. 2H5 saves the day, brings things from a 7-5 to an 8-5 now as the first pistol round now going in the favor of LC.
And
Second pistol.
That retake looked like it was going to go in favor of Airstream, but, you know, 2H5 was just able to play that very, very well, just long enough to be able to kind of throw Cypher, you know, into a bit of a panic, and unfortunately was unable to win that gunfight against the Classic.
Keep it cool.
I mean, all things considered too, right? Like, you're in a 1v1 or I guess a 2v1 or 2v2. It's not about getting the kills. It's about stalling out that spike. And we have seen DKO do such a great job at that. I'm sorry, not DKO. The other Breach do such a great job with that throughout the majority of these games. Both teams' Breaches have been able to do it very well, but we saw a prime example why it's important to stall out the spike. Stalling out, too, is not the best suit for Abused Noodle, though. He likes to rush out and just take down anybody he can at first sight.
As we see one defender going down early here, 5v4 in favor of LC. Not the best situation for Airstream, seeing as that they, I believe, did not buy for the most part. I believe they're going to go ahead and save for the 3rd round for the second half. But regardless, LC is still going to play this very slow, going to try their hardest to not make any mistakes, give Airstream any reason to try to, you know, gain the upper hand on them.
As no one's on B.
And you're right, no one is on B. Every single member for Airstream is in backside, going upstairs onto B heaven here. This is going to be interesting. You got 4 players for Airstream, and you have 4 players for LC all on site.
This is Pandemonium. The Axe and Donkey are able to just make it go 1 by 1 by 1 by 1, 4 in a row. A flawless win by Lethal Chaos. I really want to know, you know, I'll be honest with you, Guts, I wasn't necessarily paying attention to how Airstream was maneuvering themselves across the map in those rotates early on, but they just left B-side completely open, banking on a complete A-rush.
You know, and I'm not exactly sure why they left B completely vacant either. I know there was a little bit of action, I believe, on A main, but
and they have a Cypher
really committed.
Too.
Yeah. Actually, I just noticed that. I'm not sure if Cypher Cam got destroyed and you know, early on in the game, and he just never set it back up. But you're absolutely right. Unless maybe he was the one that got picked off very early. But he is going to set his stuff up on the B regardless. Nonetheless, everyone's going to push on over the A, so he's got to pack up and move on over as Airstream is just shutting everything down.
Oh boy. Only one left alive now. It's going to be a 1v4. Has the Hellfire in his possession, but it won't make too much of a difference. Cobbeast with a double kill. They're able to find Kukli, and this is what Airstream was expecting to see last round. So they had a really good foresight this time, just a round ahead from what they needed from before. But, you know, even putting the Cypher traps down on B side this round was a really smart play. It shows a lot of adaptability that they want to bring out. And even if it had not been an A-rush like that, the Cypher gadgetry would have detected that LC was pushing through B main. So a lot of adaptability, a lot of improvement, and I really liked how Airstream played that round.
Yeah, a very good play by Airstream as they were able to just absolutely shut down that A push, regardless, you know, of having the Cypher there or not. But once again, we're seeing, you know, passive pushes. LC wants to kind of prod each site, see if anyone's going to make a mistake, try to get some info as best they can, and then from there, they go ahead and push site. You know, I personally think, you know, that's one of the best ways to do it, but Airstream obviously was able to secure 5 rounds going headstrong on the sides, but again, Moop is going to get that first blood onto the opposing Jet there. Now LC kind of has to reevaluate what they want to do here. Bomb's still lingering around sewers. Killjoy is actually going to be the person to push up. It looks like in the mail, maybe.
You know, I'm really curious to see what LC wants to do here, because they do have control of mid. They do have control of heaven now. Abused Noodle gonna be laying way, taking down Cobb. That should be full permission for both teams to rotate over to A site, but look at the Killjoy now looking for rotates to see on heaven, and DKO's not too far behind either. Rotates are going to be going through ropes instead, and everybody, and I mean everybody on Airstream on the defense, has to rotate one of two ways. Excuse me, either go through heaven or go into screens.
Hey man,
got a cookie.
I got an extra water bottle if you need one.
But it's not mountain water. It's not mountain water. 2H5 though takes down Dash. Maple's able to find not one but two across the board for Airstream's side. Only 2 left alive now. It's gonna be Donkey from the very back missing the pop shots. Of course, his friend joining on the other side from ramps. They're gonna know exactly where these last two are. The defense gonna go in the full force, and the Hellfire may just be the magic trick to make things work out. Donkey also finding Maple as well, gonna to boot help things out quite a bit. Now you just gotta find DKO. They do exactly that. That's gonna be a beautiful, strong win, all thanks to a single Hellfire.
Man, and some nice team play between the Killjoy and Brim there. That orbital strike was able to open side up and kind of add a little bit of disarray, and that's what was able to get Kukli that kill there on the elbow, because that person had nowhere else to push.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the one way that Maple could have made it out of there was by going down into hell. But all things considered, you want to go for that frag in a 3v2, you might as well, right? But unfortunately, that was kind of the misplay there, and Donkey and Maple Donkey were able to make this go really well together.
And look at here on Airstream, they send 3 people into garage just to grab orb. I'm not sure who grabbed that exactly, but whoever it was, I would assume was for their ultimate. Moop shutting down Abused Noodle, who was, dry peeking and unfortunately paid the price for it with his life.
And Abused Noodle always going for these dry peaks in the very beginning, whether it be dry or wide. He usually gets the success there, but unfortunately here it was just not in his favor. But that's good. Rest of LC though to push up at the very least, try to find the refrag possibly, but going through the smoke. What are you doing, DKO? I'm not sure what was going on there, but unfortunately now the Molly is going to try to stall things out a little bit more effectively than a smoke, and this could very give tell that it's going to be yet another A push.
And I'd agree with you. It looks like they are converting onto A site here. Breach lagging a little bit behind, but the bomb is in sewers pushing out. And you only see, you actually see 2 people. You got Cypher kind of leaning back to possibly rotate, and Jet holding screens as the ult is coming out. I'm sure now, they're all definitely rotating. Smokes are coming out. Killjoy throwing the nanoswarm and move. Oh my lord! Just shooting blindly and was able to connect with the kill.
10 seconds left.
As that is going to help their team. Another orbital strike able to come out. 2H5 going down. Donkey as well. And LC's going to get cleaned up regardless of the Killjoy ult coming out. Lockdown was, did open up sight, but Moop, man, was able to get that blind shot through smoke. I'm sure he feels great about that, and that was, enough to be able to get the rest of Airstream on the site and clear the rest of the players out.
Something to keep note too is that this second half has been a lot more even in terms of wins and losses for both teams going forwards, though we do see Lethal Chaos having one extra win than Airstream so far. That could very well change this round depending on how the rotates go for Airstream's attacks. But defense. But all things considered, Moop gonna be missing that initial op shot. I'm wondering now if Axe still has the op. I didn't get the chance to look beforehand, but that could be a huge factor of who wins this round.
Abused Noodle, actually now going down, almost went down.
Oh my. Wow.
But Maple able to destroy 2 players there with the Vandal and backside. 3v4, 1-man deficit. LC still on site for the most part, but bomb is down, and so they are very hesitant. Oh my!
Wow.
Ass had the chance to get a little cheeky double kill, and unfortunately, I believe that was DKO, said no sir, and just, I don't know, 6 cents. Let me check behind me, and at the best timing possible was able to get that kill.
Yeah, DKO was like a T1000 right there, just took down Axe. That could have been huge for Axe too. Getting a double kill with a stinger at the top of Heaven, full control of Heaven, would have been huge alone, but getting a double kill to boot off of that could have been game-changing right there. But now it's a 3-3 even half in the second half here. And here's the big kicker though, is that Axe isn't playing the op anymore. It's Vandals across the board.
Very interesting move. However, Duff has an op and a nice jiggle by the brim. Unfortunately, he's going to go down. I guess he was, well, I mean, I wouldn't have been expecting a second player to be there to dry peek him.
Oh, Rolling Thunder versus Rolling Thunder, though. The worlds collide, it seems. It's going to be an aggressive A push going through on both avenues of the site. Dash is able to find Axe, but a 1-for-1 comes on through. Donkey and the Noodle able to find yet more people to go down. Moop, of course, with the op now finally finds an op shot, taking down Donkey. It's a 2v3 now. The last two alive, though, have shown in the past they've been able to stall out bomb plans very well, been able to hold sites, but they haven't been able to get their footing onto the actual site, up until 2H5, however, that is. But he's in a 1v3. He has to look around at every single angle. He's not even able to find a single one. He almost gets the shot on the Cobb Beast, but 2H5 goes down instead. That is going to be yet another round and one away from match point for LC.
And another great retake by Airstream there. Now, hey, there's a 1-round difference between LC and Airstream there. LC, I believe their passive plays have been great for the most part, but unfortunately, once they get that bomb down, it's just absolute chaos. And Airstream is able to come out on top, seems like most of the time.
I mean, it's just worked out really well. Wait. Oh, were we incorrect with the scores? I guess we were. That's okay. It happens. But Airstream now 1 round away from matching up with Lethal Chaos. Now keep in mind, Lethal Chaos, well, Abuse Noodle's able to find a great opening kill, has been able to match up and go into the Grand Championship games against the various amounts of teams in the Pit of Valor's history. Airstream has been proven right now to show what kind of veracity they have, and this A main, B main complete rush could stop things in their tracks. Move's able to find 2H5, Axel with the knives out, is able to find Maple, but only 2 left alive on the defense. They're both hiding in Heaven. Axe is coming in for the lurk once again. This could be a redemption round from the last time with a stinger, but now this time with the knives. Both have knives out, actually. It's gonna be a knife fight like the end of Kill Bill, but instead, no. Not able to find anything through the smokes, but instead a single cipher. That's gonna be a 3K with the knives from Axe. That's Cobb Beast going down. Now it's 11-9. Now 1 point away from match point.
And finally, we see LC securing that, post bomb plant win. Or, yeah, my bad. Axe.
I'm telling you, man. The day we get sidebars with the names like in First Strike will be the greatest day in Valorant history.
It will make things so much better, and I won't have to constantly refer to the scoreboard, unfortunately. But until then, we're gonna be rocking with what we got here. Smoke's coming out, 2H5, vision is obscured. As we see Bomb chilling in market with the Brimmy boy right there, as we have 3 players pushing up mid. Axe taking the charge here with an op. He must be feeling it to be leading in. Here. As he is pinging something in the Heaven. Not sure what he is pinging exactly, because there is nobody there. Dash playing very passive here.
Yeah, not a lot really going on, all things considered, this round. It's a much slower round than we're used to for either team. Full mid control is going to be important in the favor of Lethal Chaos. They have been able to obtain that, but there's not any conflict or any kind of pushback from Airstream at all, from either side. In fact, the closest person is going to be the Rays, and they're hiding in the very small corner of the map, or of Heaven, waiting for someone to peek up. But keep in mind, Lear's flashes, a whole kaboom could have all happened at once, and they're smoked off anyways. The Molly's going to make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find Abused Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The Airburst, the Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but the defense is coming in clutch, especially Dash! But 3K comes through, and there's only one left. It's Axe, and he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course, you're not gonna find that one. Axe, you've done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's gonna be 11-10 now. Things are getting closer and closer.
Man, and Dash came up huge. I know he had a slow start at the beginning of the game, but that 3K was massive. He was able to connect with his rocket and get 2 kills immediately after that, just before going down to Axe, but was able to get cleaned up by Kobe's. I mean, that was a great round by Airstream. And again, now we're stuck to a 1 round differential. And Keg, I may speak too soon, but if you remember from 2 weeks ago where we had the game of all games, could this be possibly coming up?
You would just be cursed. It only happens with you and me casting together. I will file a GLG certified restraining order on you to make sure that never happens again. No, I'm just kidding, man. But I love you, man. But all things considered, Lethal Chaos again takes over mid. We've seen this before, and they just rotated around to B main last time. This time, they might not want to make the same mistake twice. Might go around to A site instead. Or not. Look at how much dancing around they're doing inside mid-site. Last time it was smoked out completely. The mollies came through. They were able to find the opening pick. This time, different people on each side playing around in the same exact spots, but it could be the same result as well. We want to keep an eye on the Maple, though. He's able to make his way onto the site, and there's a 2v2 conflict going on B Heaven.
No.
Oh, there we go. Abuse Noodle now on B main. It's just an absolute wipe once again from Airstream. They could very well turn this at 11-11.
And Donkey, if he had just waited just a couple more seconds, he would have been able to see Jet there sitting on ramps and, you know, could have potentially changed the tide slightly, or would have been at least able to take out the Opper. But unfortunately, you know, timing once again is able to take out another individual as Dash able to secure a kill on the 2H5. It is a 1v5, and I'm sure Abuse is not going to be able to clutch with anything, but is able to save that Vandal and able to at least get one.
11-11, Gutsy. The scoreline is really similar on both sides. Now, DKO had a slow game to begin with, but since then, he's been able to turn that dial up all the way to 11 at times. Now, while he may not be showing up very much on the scoreboard, he's getting a lot of these important round-deciding kills and stalling out the spike as long as he can. He's doing his job perfectly on the defense.
Absolutely. You know, and again, you don't want to focus on KD too much because Breach's utility is just so vital, especially on a map small like Split. You know, even if he's not securing kills in Heaven, at least his teammates are able to get trades, you know, or at least he's able to flash the opposing team, which sets his teammates up in a good position. But last round, he's able to get a nice double kill there in Heaven and stop the push from LC.
This is something we haven't seen yet, a full map-wide rotate. Instead of going sewers, which we haven't really seen from either team's attack, everyone from Lethal Chaos is opting to go all the way around near their initial spawn and back into A site. Normally what we've seen from them attacking A is either starting the round off, just aggressing on the A immediately, or going through ropes. This is a much different scenario though. They have to make sure that everything will be okay. The turret's gonna get recalled, and if there's any audio cues from that, it would have been Airstream to notice. But nobody's moved. And they're going back. Oh, nope, here it comes, the full cavalry!
LC finally going from super passive to 5-man push onto site. Airstream trying to push in. Phoenix running back, unable to get anything. Dash able to get 2 kills, 2H5, able to take him out before he was able to secure 3 kills there. That was huge.
The Hellfire's going down, though. That could stall out the plan just enough to make sure it doesn't go down. If they're able to find DKO right off the rip, if they're able to find him in the next few seconds, they aren't able to find him. But that's going to be the spike in the ground. Suddenly, the tides are turning a little bit more. Donkey's able to find copies. Abuse Noodle collapse up as well. It's a 2v2. This could go literally either way. Blind fests everywhere. It's the battle of the elbow, the best part of the body. But Donkey now holding on tight, waiting to see what's going to happen. The lockdown's in effect. They might be able to get in just in time. 2H5 DKO. Is that going to be enough? No, Donkey finds Moop, and that is going to be lethal chaos, barely skirting away a win to match point. 12-11. Now, we could very well see overtime yet again, Gutsy against Airstream. But it really comes down to how Lethal Chaos wants to play this attack. What they did last round was crafty, but it was slow, and then suddenly things dialed up completely. They were in the driver's seat the whole time, and they careened off a cliff to victory.
You know, and for a second there, I thought 2H5 was going to get caught mid-flash. DKO had the full advantage, and right as he started to shoot, he got flashed. I don't know why he stopped shooting. Maybe the kick to the Phantom had just gone right above his head, but 2H5 was able to get that round win, or that kill, which ended up in the round win. And now, LC, match point, Airstream has to get this round win, and Moop is going to get that first blood. That is not a good look for LC there, as they are now going to have to work with one less player.
Against Axe, no less. And taking down Axe, one of the main duelists, I believe the top fragger for Lethal Chaos' side right now. Op versus Op, the painful irony in that statement there, especially what we saw in the first half with Axe getting triple kills across the board with it. Gonna fall potentially in the most important round in the entire game. Mid control is available for Donkey. Once again, we do see a very sparse attack coming out from LC's side. Airstream, though, its defense is looking really solid. We've seen them in these same positions before, and we've seen the quick rotates and the quick collapsing that they've been able to do from these positions. It's going to be an interesting stim beacon going down from the double brim side, but not going to quite happen with anything. Instead, the full entire push is going to go through B main through Heaven, forcing the rotate off of top of Heaven with the Hellfire. Going to be forcing the play all entirely in alleyway. They're giving control of the site, Gutsy.
And a little bit of deja vu here. Again, all players in Heaven, -1 Cypher pushing in, and it is just going to be absolute chaos here. Ults coming in left and right. Everyone is trying to get this round win. It is a 1v4 though. 2H5 with a little bit of health left. In a 1v3 with 8 health, and is not able to clutch that out. Moop with a nice 3K, able to help out his team, get that round win. And Keg, we are going to overtime.
Man, I'm never casting with you again. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's cool. It's cool. I love overtime. Because then overtime,
We love it.
Because now we get to see both teams trade back and forth on the attack and defense. There's not enough time now for adaptability. They have to rely on what they've learned from the last 24 rounds. This is really important for both teams because economically, you don't have a lot of money. You have $5 grand all across the board, and you gotta do what you can with it. That means getting an op has no shields. That means it's not a viable option for someone like Axe. But for Abused Noodle, that's a great opportunity as well, and it's also great for Moop, who's been shown to be strong on both the Phantom and the Op itself. So this positioning, the aggressiveness we could see from Airstream's side is going to be so important this round.
Smoke's down.
And now is here where we see the resiliency from both teams here. Airstream, once again, going with something that they were relatively successful with, was being extremely aggressive on this A site here. We have Raze with a judge, actually, instead of mine. And I mean, that is actually going to help him out there, get at least a 1-for-1 on the site.
Player standing.
And Moop, my lord, is going big.
This could be
he's going to get a Blade Storm. And now it is all up to LC's Jet here, who has an a Phantom, my bad. And it's going to get tagged up and stunned. Not in the best of predicaments here.
Blocking sight.
This is a tough position to be in right now. If you're a Move, if you're actually have to figure out something. He brings out his own namesake, the Axe, and unfortunately isn't able to pierce the chest of Cobb Beast. He's able to get the shot just in time to make sure he goes out nice and healthy and no shattered clothing. Now suddenly Airstream has the lead. This is, no, correct me if I'm wrong, Gutsy. I believe this is the first time Airstream has had the lead over Lethal Chaos, excuse me, this entire time.
You know, I believe so, actually. It was 7-5 going into second half there, and yeah, I believe you're right. Airstream able to secure that round win on the offense, and you know, subjectively, that's the harder side to get a round win off of. So now LC has their backs against the wall here, and again, let me remind chat here, it is a best of one. So one team is moving on, one team is not. They're going to a different game or plugging with the squad. I don't know, but they are not moving on in this tournament if they lose here. So this is a crucial round for LC to try to move on in this tournament here. Kukli able to get the first blood here, and that's big.
This is huge. Already having the spike down. This is a great start. Already losing on move. He was able to make so many plays last round. DKO is going to follow as well next. And so far, Lethal Chaos hasn't lost a single attacker. Everybody's hiding as much as they can. Axe and Noodle, especially our boy Noodle with a 3K, is able to clean up the site, but this also means
Switching sides.
double overtime.
Overtime.
Only with you, Keg.
Only with you, Gutsy. Oh man, but I mean, you know, all things considered too, it's Moop with 29 kills, Buse Noodle with 26, and Axe with 20. There's a lot of kill potential for both sides here, and really with the spike plan going down, it's coming down to those top 2 people really to make or break how the plants go down or how the post plant activates as well. We're gonna be seeing Axe play a very aggressive screen peek here. It's gonna be, I believe, his cyber cage going down, not prepped up right away, but there's a lot of more confrontation happening in mid side as well. It looks like a bit of a bait on A, and I'm really wondering how this is gonna go down in mid.
As we see DKO holding a tight corner here along with Dash, they are waiting for someone to peek out of that smoke. DKO has his flash ready. He is going to try to get that trade there as he is. That was a very nice play. Dash unfortunately going down, but DKO able to pick that up there and still 4v4.
That's right, it is a 4v4, Gutsy. We do see some bodies across the board already going down, but the spike has gone down too, just not on the bomb site. It's gonna be picked up though by the Cypher. He could be rotating the A site. Full control, it seems, of A heaven, and no one is even considering watching screens from Lethal Chaos's side. Axe is gonna relegate himself onto A, watching from elbow, and gonna leave it the donkey, it seems, to rotate across. This is a really weird defensive setup, if I do say so myself, and even with a 4v4, there's not a lot of pressure being put on these attackers at the top of heaven.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and Killjoy is actually going to get smoked off and almost Axe was able to get one person. Axe able to get a kill, but unfortunately goes down. Donkey taking out the bike carrier as LC still has a man up, but they are on site and we'll be able to get that bomb down. DKO getting tagged up and is at 1 health. Phoenix, however, is tagged up just as much. Donkey, oh man, able to get the last 2 kills and a nice little juicy 3K.
And we are going to go back yet again to Lethal Chaos having the advantage against Airstream. They had the Airstream had the advantage once. Lethal Chaos has had the advantage the rest of the game. There's a lot of potential that we could see double overtime yet again if Airstream just knows if they can recreate what they did in their first defense in the overtime area. And they very well might, but a lot of that again comes down to Moop. He's been able to clutch up these amazing kill feeds, especially from A heaven, but it looks like Lethal Chaos is opting to go for B, which is something they've neglected for, I would say, most of the second half.
And, you know, as we see Moop with a 30 bomb now, he's got ice in his veins, able to play the duelist role so well. And, I mean, this round is I feel like he's going to have to make a pretty significant play here. But unfortunately, he is on the opposite side of the map of where LC is pushing. As we have 4 members of LC already on site, bombs going down, Killjoy lagging a little bit behind, probably setting up. As now, it is a 4v5 retake, not in favor of Airstream.
Oh, but look at that amazing flash DKO brought out. That could have been huge, but unfortunately, he only gets 1 before being traded out. Moop takes down Axe. It's going to be a 2v3. Donkey's able to find another one, but he gets 1 out as well. It's trade after trade after trade. Abuse Noodle's the last one alive, and there we go. Double overtime.
And the retake... I'm sorry, the retake power from Airstream, I mean, you just can't doubt them. I spoke way too soon. I mean, that was not a favorable retake for Airstream, but they were somehow able to get the kills. They were able to connect and get that round one. Now, hey, we're looking at triple overtime. I love close games. I'm sure both teams want to get out of here. They want to move on, but man, again, the resiliency, both teams do not want to go home. They want to stay in this tournament. And as you can definitely tell there, both teams have come to play. This is a very evenly matched game here.
It is evenly matched. It's the battle of the defense right now. Let's take a look at the defense here of Abused Noodle. He's hiding in a very interesting spot that can be easily rotated out, not rotated out, be easily fragged out with any kind of blinds or smokes. But no, instead the Ray is going to pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's going to go on by. He's going to get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one though. He's going to collapse out, find the Cypher as well, but only gets a triple kill before being traded out. And that is going to be a very quick defender win from Lethal Chaos. And, you know, at first I was kind of doubting what Abused Noodle was doing, but he made that so patiently work, and it was such a high-risk, high-reward maneuver that having a quick triple kill like that into a round win that was, what, 10 seconds long? That's pretty impressive.
Definitely. And as you could see, Airstream was like, man, why did we play passive last overtime? Let's be aggressive. And again, Ray's going in, but the rest of his team kind of stalled behind. And I would just want to point out real fast, Abused Noodle had the trigger discipline of a god and was able to get that 3K. But unfortunately, speaking of, the devil is going to go down. And now, once again, we have Airstream, you know, in a one-man favor. And I don't want to speak too soon. I don't want to say anything that's going to put me in jeopardy of possibly jinxing this, and let's go into a quadruple overtime. At least, well, I do hope at least we see a quadruple overtime. You know me, I love close games.
I mean, this is as close can get, it seems, right now. We do see mid control coming out from Lethal Chaos. It's going to be, again, a commonality we've been seeing with them, especially on the attack. They are going to be poking through ropes a little bit, though, but Dash is waiting around the corner, and Kabi's not too far behind. DK is going to find Donkey on the ropes. And that is going to allow a whole bunch of other action coming on through from the defenders. These last three alive need to make something work out of nothing, but they don't have any information at all. Copies with a double kill, maybe even a triple. And there's only going to be one left alive. It's Maple. No, Kuklia, my mistake. He's able to find one, but not able to find two. A triple from Cobbys is able to bring it back yet again. 15.
Switching sides.
15.
Overtime.
Now, I don't remember what the score was for, what was it, Zero Marksman and Thrifty, I think?
I think it was 16-18. Do not quote me on that. I could be wrong.
Ooh, you're right. It was 16-18. Okay. So that would mean both of these teams need to win one more time each on the defense. But one team needs to win an attack. Just one.
And I'm actually very curious to see what Airstream does here. Again, they favor the aggressive pushes. They favor the 5-mans with Raze leading in with the double, you know, C4 pack jump. But now we're going to see something different. It hasn't been very favorable, you know, round win-wise for them. But they are going to take a more passive approach here. Able to get a little bit of map control, at least all of mid now. They did clear Vince, which is good, because now they don't have to necessarily worry about anyone flanking, but again, they are still going to be wary about it. And we do see their Brimstone chilling in garage, I believe getting set up for the smokes to come in. And this is interesting. We have to...
Oh, talk about interesting. Wow, just an absolute lineup on the kill feed there. It's going to be a 2v2 all of a sudden. This, I mean, obviously this won't end the game here, but at least having Moop get the spike down, it's going to be a battle between Moop and Spike. In fact, it's a mirror match. Brim and Jet versus Brim and Jet. Only one's going to come out on top, though. We do see both attackers down below onto the battleground itself. Both defenders up on top, trying to use that Steam Beacon as much as they can to their advantage, but they're going to have some audio cues of the pre-fires going out. Whoop is in prime position to find at least the Brimstone. The Molly's going to go down as well, stalling out the push, but no, not able to find even one. Axe takes down Moop. Is Axe going to find another one? He does! A double kill takes down Maple, and to a very, very quick and flashy defuse. That's going to be allowing to have Axe with the ult going into what could potentially be the very final round.
A very good round.
Switching sides.
Once again, that round, you know, could have gone in favor for either team. We had Maple tagged up for a little bit, only had 30 health, but again, hey, you know, it could have gone for either team. And now we do see LC at I guess what you would say match point for quad OT. And so now Airstream has to pull off another hold on defense if they want to keep this match going. The question is, do they?
Alarm bot out.
Oh, here we go. An aggressive A push coming out once again. Spike gonna be in the possession of everybody, but suddenly things stop. They're holding back a little bit more. There were some paint grenades that came down in the midst of their feet, but no one got any injuries out of it. They're gonna be pushing on forwards to A again. No control over heaven this time. Smokes everywhere. Going forwards, some pop shots going through, some trades, of course, everywhere. But that spike still needs to go into the ground. It succeeds in doing so, but will that be the case for much longer? That's yet to be seen. As everyone's trying to push up as much as they can, it's still a 4v4. 2h5 is able to find Maple. Axe is going to clap up as well, and Dash, out of nowhere, is able to make this a triple kill. And the the attackers win this one. It's the same scenario we saw, Thrifty and Zero Marksman, but I would say this has been one of the better matches we have ever seen in the Pit of Valor. It was so close on both sides, man, and that is exactly what you want to see in the Pit of Valor, not even with it being a best of 3. Both these teams seemingly even matched to the bone, really bringing things forward, and I can't wait to see what Airstream can bring into the future as well.
Absolutely. They packed on a show for us tonight. They played their absolute hearts out. A lot of good plays there. Both teams, again, like what I said, were evenly matched. And LC, I believe, made it to the grand finals against Elysium, I believe, 2 weeks ago. And again, hey, I believe they're hungry. They're hungry for some vengeance. They want to get back into that position to potentially win a Pit of Valor. So great win by them. Again, a valiant effort by Airstream. Man, that was entertaining. I love overtime matches. I really do.
You could really feel the passion coming out from both sides. And it really showed pretty much to the extent, I think, of what both teams can do competitively. And that's not a bad thing at all. That means that's just how great they are at playing. They were able to adapt around each other. They had to bring out new moves, new stops every single round. And even before overtime, they had to do that. It was the micro and the macro adjustments we saw from both teams allowed the double, almost quadruple overtime that we did see. And with these two teams, I guarantee if they do meet up again, we're going to go all the way into the 20 versus 20 mark.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I love seeing games like this. I love seeing, the variety of teams coming in, both experience and inexperience, because again, it gives us matches like this, and we love to see it. And I'm sure the people at home right now that are watching love to see it as well.
Absolutely. But I think we are going to go to a quick little break while we get things set up for the next matchup, and we'll see you guys in a little bit, and don't go anywhere outside of the Pit of Valor.
Teleports as well. It's gonna be Zine with a triple kill. It's an even 2v2. Now, where are the last two alive? Well, they're gonna be peeking out slowly but surely. It might be too late for the defuse now. You have to go halfway. Kaplan's able to find one. That could be the final shot, but no, it's too late. PGT stay in the game. And Kaplan sacrifices themselves.
Unfortunately, that the Kaplan right there at the end. Honestly, if I was Kaplan, I'm thinking I have to protect this man with my life and with my body.
Oh, Zine, no! He pushed up too much. That's gonna tell you exactly where the bomb's gonna go. And that's gonna be the plan. Sure, but you're in a 1v3 and you're already lit up. It seems like though most of the shots had missed. The paranoia goes down. You miss the op shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill. Now, if he can find this last one, he's gonna switch to the Phantom. No ops.
2 cops for that. Thank you. I absolutely love that, man. But yeah, that's definitely absolutely massive success rate for them, because with the C side opening up, which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but a fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there. Which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but a fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there.
Yeah, like a ghost just flittering away, never to be seen again. The Jet wants to contest this too. Fluffy gets 2. Hasito, what are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. You've just wasted your life for no reason. The only opposite, Fluffy cleaning house with a double kill.
As of right now here, Max, it is still only the Killjoy left inside the PGT. Now, I prophesied they should be able to get this. As you went ahead and broke it down, it is these facts executing Million onto C to catch an AV off guard, and then Marshall can only do so much.
that hit.
And
The alarm bot and the male swarm are going to give it away, and suddenly they have no visibility. Any rotates are possible right now, and there's no chance that C site's going to work out, so they're going to opt the next best option, which would be B site. This, of course, already has Darking on their double kill in their favor, but will that be another triple no less? Can the Classic find one? No, Striker gets one instead, and now it's a 1v3. Even 2v2, and every single time so far, Ravish.
Well, to force him off the side out into garage. And straights come out back and forth. Zine gets Felipe. Both GPs usage to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. Swat puts the C4, unfortunately, and not the gunner. Trim is clutching as PGT go to match point.
Beautiful work overall for PGT, finally able to bring it back.
They're just okay. All right. I mean, I guess. All right, So here's what I believe they're doing. I believe they're waiting for all these tools to be up and ready. Yeah. I believe they were waiting for the fault line because be off of cooldown, but they all spot them.
It's like Braveheart.
Down in hell, but they put respawn in. Actually, all the fighters are going down the way. The Judge Gaming is out of there doing so. He's Judge Julian execute.
The op is in play though. Pasito's able to find Fluffy op versus op. But even then, he has to relinquish his position without the knives.
Now the op being down along with 2, it is just a cleanup duty here. Wow. Now, flawless from PGT. They invest all that they can, and they had a lot to invest. It was the 401k, cashing it with no tax bracket either here, Max. It is all profits.
Closest round we've seen so far between these two teams, without one really just winning yet. And speaking of Messiah, it's just a back and forth. With only 2 left alive now, they have no choice but to push on to C. Kaplan's gonna rotate around, wait for that final push, take down 17 into a double kill, no less. That's a double kill from Kaplan, right off of an ace from the last game. Kaplan is on an absolute heater this tournament.
Man, I mean,
the spike is down, and now you have to get it back. This is a horrible position for PGT. They've lost full control of the spike. Their win conditions gone other than murder, and murder is going the other way. Darky's able to find Kaplan, and now it's gonna be a defender win. Wow, how can you be so silly with the spike? They just gave it up like it was nothing, and they they lied, but
going by Doobie. Finds one. Dimes ultimate. Not going to find any kills. Gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Last going to trade it back. Kaplan with the 3rd through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can. He's for Kaplan.
He gets the ace and wins the round, brings him to 11.
Grab exactly where he is. Messiah drops directly into the face of Sage and ignores Sage completely. Sage, she's dead. But anyways, that's gonna be really bad for PGT, going for the same place 5 times in a row.
Mel?
Watch it out. A 4K? Mel, can you do it? 76 health and a dream. 3 bullets in hand. It's gonna be a back and forth cowboy bebop style. Only one can come out alive here. A single breath will take down Zeems if he makes the wrong move. But that's not gonna stop Mel looking around, having that bomb down already. Someone's gonna go for that defuse, or you're gonna get a 4K, and there you go, an ace! Coming out from Mel, that's what you want to see in the Grand Championships!
You could not have written it any better.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pit of Valor. It's myself, Seymour, stepping in for Kag, and with me, Gutsy. We just saw a heavy overtime. Now we're hopping into round 3. Hopefully a little bit more lenient, but with your history, Gutsy, we might be expecting a long one.
Hey, I'll give it to you, man. We'll get some OTs in. I've seen the games that you've been casting. Unfortunately, they've been, not very close. So, hey, I'm generous. I'm gonna give you an OT, or at least I hope to give you an OT.
Okay, yeah, because we're coming into those steady waters, where it's like I always get those blowouts, you always get those grueling overtime. So we're gonna see how we mix as casters here. Who's got the I don't know whether to say better or worse karma.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess we'll see. We'll see whose luck ends up topping or besting the each. But we're going in. I'm not sure who either team is. We got 7 Sin, and I apologize. The other team's name, we just have an acronym here.
Mandem United.
Mandem United. So I'm not familiar. Again, I'm new to GLG. I apologize in advance. But Mandem United and Seven Sins, I don't know much about them. I believe they're relatively new to GLG, maybe. But hey, regardless, I hope it's a close game. They have moved up in the brackets here. They've each won a few games. And we are going to go here into agent selection.
Now, we saw earlier on Bind, speaking about this map, we saw Raze and Phoenix providing so much aggression, not just on attack, but on defense as well earlier in round 1. That was when Kag and myself were casting. But now we're hopping into round 3, the later ends of the round, where things might be slowing down and these teams might be putting a little bit more respect on each other. So I'm liking the Killjoy pick. I'm liking the Cypher pick on either side. I think those are going to provide a lot of pacing to these games and slow down the tempo to respect at least one of these bomb sites to the utility provided. Same with the Sova on Infiltrator and Gabsu. I feel like both of these teams are really pulling out great picks for Bind.
Absolutely. And last game, we saw, I'm going to correct myself. I thought we almost saw an Omen pick there for 7 Sin, but they ended up going with the Brimstone. However, Mandem United is going to go with Omen, who, again, hot take, don't kill me, but I still think he is the more viable smoker. But again, I could eat my words here. We could have a cracked Brimstone main here who is going to show me some disgusting Molly lineups and use his stim pack to set up his team for some successful round wins.
I'm going to say the same thing that I said with the Phoenix Raze setup that we saw earlier. I think the Brimstone's going to provide a lot faster of a setup for 7 Sins rather than having the Omen smoke, where you're going to have to wait, project your smokes, project your paranoias just to push into the point. I think the immediate smokes from Brimstone is going to allow a really quick take for these sites, and I expect them to really pace themselves behind that utility, behind that smoker, at a correct speed. I think the Brimstone is going to prove to be a little bit more effective, in my opinion, just because in these rounds where you might have lower economy, his utility is going to come a lot more forward than an Omen will.
Yeah, I could definitely agree with you on there. And we're going to see Sova throw out that dart there onto A short here. And it is going to pick up a few people's feels for 7 Sins, able to get that first blood.
And 7 Sins immediately, so they find a pick back onto Mar. So even though Mandem found that opening, 2 back in favor of 7 Sins, they hit that instant rotate through teleporter, heading for the B site. Redo, you're watching him, seeing if he can slow this down. Doesn't find anything at the moment, as it is Mandem United being backed into a corner. 7 Sins taking over the site, but with heavy casualties. 2 players left for 7 Sins, 1 player left for Mandem. They spot him out. Infiltrator has that ghost. The ghost proves effective. And Infiltrator bringing himself back into the site, taking over round number 1. The pistol going to the defenders.
Clutch.
Man, and a nice 1v2 from Infiltrator there for Mandem United. A great play by him, but man, feels from 7 Sins, able to open up that round with a 3K, almost a 4, was able to kill that, almost able to kill that person in 2, but goes down. But man, a valiant effort from both sides there. But Mandem United going up 1-0 there.
Definitely.
And as we see here, we're seeing some buys. It's very smart for the team that does obviously win the pistol round to buy up. And we're seeing a couple, frenzies. We actually see 2 sheriffs here for defense, but other than that, nothing crazy.
There's actually a really heavy buy too from Mandem. So if 7 Sins come out with quite a bit of picks here, might be a little bit scary for round 3 when you do hop into those rifles. The Nano Swarm gonna have to force Mar even farther back, even though you use that in Chaotic. He does get a pick with that Guardian over for Mandem, and following up with quite a bit from Infiltrator a bit. Mandem United starting to stabilize here on the defense after that pick that 7 Sins did find on that Phoenix. Chaotic finds another one for Mandem. And the 3 alive now are looking to shut down this play from the attackers with this forced up pistol buy from 7 Sins. But the rotation is going to provide a plant for that Brimstone onto B. and a little bit extra money for your next round. But I do like that you still have the 3 players left for Mandem.
As we see Brimstone Bapple able to kind of weasel his way on the B side and at least get a bit of money for his team with that bomb plan. Let's see how he plays this out, because again, it's not, well, unfortunately, right when I was about to say it might be clutchable, Fujin was able to get that last kill with the Guardian, and again, Mandem United getting another round win. But going into round 3, we are going to see both teams with their full buy, but I'm actually curious to see if Mandem goes with a potential bonus, seeing as that they only lost 2 players.
The economy doesn't look too bad going into round 3. They're gonna stick with those Spectres and probably hold on to the Guardian that Chaotic did have, which is smart. But seeing that Fujin can only grab probably heavy armor with that Sheriff, he might not even want to. He might be looking for the later and the later rounds with this buy setup that he has. They're at a disadvantage to what Seven Sins is running here. All rifles, Vandals, a Phantom, and full armor across that. So it's going to force Mandem United to have to play really aggressive on this defense to get the most out of what they have. You can already see them setting up through showers and see if it pays off to this A main take.
We see all 5 players of Seven Sin coming in, but Infiltrator with the Hunter's Fury is able to tag up at least one person, as they do know, and I'm sure they hear the footsteps coming in the A side as they are all pushing in. And now we see rotates from Mandem United coming in. Bomb is going down, but I'm not sure if they know where all the players is at, as they look pretty crazy. Hand is able to get a kill through smoke as he was spraying with the Vandal there.
Absolutely gifted with that Vandal shot. Now Ryu in heaven. The rest of Mandem gonna peek on through. Still getting shut down from these Sins. Now Chaotic's turn as he is alone. Looking for some heads. Panda's gonna shut him down. Get that spike planted. First round for Seven Sins, and off that pick from Panda's taken out. Infiltrator in that smoke. A lucky shot, I'd have to say. The planets lined up. It is going to provide some good economy now for Seven Sins. Not a lot of damage was done. They're going to continue with those 3 rifles and probably a force buy on these Sheriffs. Let's see what Mandem has to take out. It's going to be Vandals and Chaotic. You know, after taking what you did in the last round, you're going to have to stick with the Classic and your Blade Storm to go with it.
Yeah, and again, that was a bit of a bonus from Mandem. I think one player had about $600, but other than that, again, you know, that would have been awesome for their economy if they'd won it, but unfortunately didn't. But how, you know, regardless, they're still able to buy it for the most part. And I'm curious to see what this Reyna here in Showers is doing, as he is able to clear out all of Showers, try to get as much information as he can, but the rest of Seven Sin is on B.
Pretty sure the Reyna has made it known she is there, but as you said, the fight happening all the way at B. Fujin and Chaotic find 2. Make it a 3rd. As Mandem shutting down this attack from Seven Sins, looking for their 3rd round as well. 2 players left for the Seven Sins, as we are going to swap to their point of view. The Killjoy's going to detain one of the players, rotating back to the A site. A quick TP. And the race is on for the defenders to hop back to the opposite side of the map. Chaotic still reigning true.
30 seconds left.
Not going to find any more than that 1 kill. So it's a 1v4 now forced, favoring Mandem United. Definitely going to find the 3rd round here, but what will happen for Seven Sins in the meantime? Will Gabsu be able to take some more guns out of these hands? What damage can he provide for the later rounds? And they know where he's standing.
10 seconds
Some
left.
good information for Mandem.
A fine day.
Only able to take 1 gun out of their hands, though, before Mar finds the kill.
Yep, he was able to get that kill, but young Gabesu was not expecting that second person to come through TP to say hello right before shooting him in the face. And, you know, interesting to see for Seven Sin to kind of all push on to B minus the Reyna. I believe the Reyna was trying to get one of those rotating picks, which, you know, I'm a huge fan of, but unfortunately was a little too aggressive, and Infiltrator, just with insane game sense, was able to pick that up and take him out. which unfortunately did not help out Seven Sins at all.
Bladestorm really came in handy for Chaotic as well. Not going down with the Classic, able to recover a gun. Getting aggressive too out of U-Haul. Pancan's gonna force you back into that situation. Spike not in the hands of the attackers yet, so they're just looking for some opening kills. Chaotic gonna not give them anything. As we're looking at Mandem's hold here. They're gonna look to lock down B, avoid this Hunter's Fury, and make sure you stuff them back in the choke. Possibly even force them over onto the B site where you're gonna have your Omen lurking. I like the way that Mandem is playing this, and the fact that they're not really giving anything is going to provide for a possible gold hold, but Infiltrator going down makes it a little bit shaky. Luckily, you have Chaotic still there to keep your advantage. Wide peaks from 2, Heaven and triple Mar and Fujin. Leave Sin down to 1, Pandas alone.
Man, that was some really great movement from Fusion to try to juke out the Reyna right there, and it is a 1v4, not looking too good for the Killjoy, as he is the last player alive for Seven Sin, and I believe he is going to save that Vandal there, but trying to look for some, you know, overly aggressive players here for Mandem United to see if he can pick a head or two.
Exactly what Gabsu was in last time, Gutsy. See what damage you can get done. Turns out to be nothing. As it's okay. You know, Mandem finding their 4th round here. Only losing 1. It's a defender-sided map after all. It should be difficult for the attackers to break in, and you're starting to see your prediction come true here, that the Brimstone might not be as good as the Omen after all, even after the buff and nerf came through. Redo proving that this Omen smoke and Paranoia a lot more handy than the Brimstone, Molotov, and Sky Smokes.
Placing alarm bot.
I mean, with the regenerating smokes throughout the game, the Paranoia, and you have the teleporter, or the 2 TPs, I mean, that's just an insane kit compared to Brimstone, who's a lot more, I guess, a static player, but again, it's all up to the person controlling him. As we see Mar with a nice opening, gonna get picked up at Pandas, but Infiltrator is, I mean, trades are going left and right here, and Hookah and Belong. Wow. And that round was absurdly fast there, as I was not able to really call out and comment on what anything had gone, but regardless, Mandem United just kind of cleared up that push, and I'm wanting to start seeing, or at least trying to understand, what is going wrong with these pushes for Seven Sin. Is it, you know, are they doing something wrong, or is Mandem United's defensive holds just insane?
Well, rightly last round, you knew that Seven Sins were on a force buy, buying up for pistols, so Infiltrator playing aggressive, had the backup of Mar. You're just seeing the aggression right now pay off. Even Chaotic here on that operator. He's gonna get up on that jet, take him out, and get out with your life, leaving you at the advantage. So just think Mandem really finding a lot out of this aggression. Now onto it, Chaotic finding a second one before you step into the site. Showstopper only good for 1. As the second pick comes from the Vandal, make it 3 as they take control of this site. Seven Sins gonna get the spike down. Look for your post plants. Pay attention to the flank here, Gutsy, because on the minimap, the Omen, Redo, he's looking to do damage.
And he still has all of his utility. I'm actually curious to see where he's going to try to place these smokes, if any at all. But he does have a Paranoia as well, as 2 players are stacked in the U-Haul, as he's able to tag up Sova just a little bit. As Fields is going to get picked up, and it's going to get taken down by Infiltrator. And it is now a 1v1, and Bapple, regardless of getting that kill, is unfortunately able to take out R3, and R3's gonna get that last kill and the defuse. Man, that was probably the closest round there for Seven Sin in terms of planting the bomb, you know, and getting another round win. But man, that retake from Mandem was astonishing, honestly. That was a really good retake.
Come down from it. You put that Omen smoke right down.
I will be their nightmare.
On the spike, hit that defuse. Infiltrator gets those 2 kills, has your back, even though it's traded out. Just not enough time for Bapple So it is going to be the 6th round for Mandem off that beautiful retake, as you said. But now take a look at this setup here for the defenders. Once again, Mar getting aggressive long, trying to find an early pick, possibly onto the spike too. That is the initial one, but Mar not going to be spotted by the drone instead. Possible wide peek. You know the Singer's going to be there. Nice paranoia. Going to find 2. Good for 2 kills as well. Chaotic on the opposite side of the map did find 1 pick. And just pushing them through. Understanding the ideals of the economy, Gutsy. 7 Sins just not able to stand up to the buys of Mandem.
And Mandem just putting on a clinic right now. Again, that was a save round. So again, it was already in favor of Mandem, but man, I especially love the chemistry between Redo and Mar there on B long, as that Paranoid came out and was able to set up Mar with a 2K, almost a 3K. As young Gapesy was able to back up just in time, but a great, team chemistry right there between those 2 players.
Especially having that player watching over you, taking out that drone, leaving them unaware. That Mar was there to begin with. So the paranoia was just the cherry on top to allow Mar to just go to town. Now setting up for this attack, my eyes are on 7 Sins to find their second here, as it is a rifle round between the 2. Hunter's Fury from Illustrator once again from Showers. Mexi should know this player's on his right, but unaware of the positioning of that Hunter's Fury. Chaotic with that operator once again finding a second, still doing the damage. Infiltrator has found a triple kill now on the site. Bapple alone and no health as well. An easy pickup for Mandem United as they're up 8-1.
And Infiltrator again ulting in a very awkward position there. Really didn't have much of a trade other than 1 person in heaven, but I believe Mar wasn't even in heaven yet. And Mexi should have been able to get such an easy kill, but I guess just wasn't aware of where the Hunter's Fury was coming from. And again, Mandem United picking up another kill, and their defense is just absolutely on lock here. As we see here, Chaotic and Infiltrator are just going off right now.
I like the reads that Mandem are doing. They're starting to pick up on the little ticks that you see for 7 Sins, considering that when you lose at A, they're just going to B. When you lose at B, they're just going to A. So Fujin now trying to bring it back to even after Bapple has found 2, and he does find 2 for himself. Fujin on an even 3-on-3 now. You do see the neural theft going to counter out this Empress, trying to slow down even more, and Fujin doing as much as he can here to find a triple kill. Leaving alone only the Empress. Now that Mar has found Bapple and Mexi with this Empress on the full flank. They know it as well, considering Mexi has found the kill there. Infiltrator going to be waiting for the swap, and he does lock down that headshot. Infiltrator finishing off this round and giving 9 to Mandem United, once again destroying the economy of this team. And it is going to be rifles, but a low armor in a lot of the hands of these players.
And, I'm sure 7 Sin right now at this, point is getting really frustrated. What can they do here to try to get the openings and picks? And even if they do, once the bomb goes down for them, how do they hold it? Because again, it seems like they're not having any success at all, for post plant. I'm not sure if it's just, trying to get team chemistry, or maybe this is a pickup team, or Mandem United is just leagues of experience above them. As Kata, good lord,
nice.
What a headshot
from Chaotic here. Countless times finding these openings now, and a big flash allows for the swing for Fujin to find 2 along with Mar on 1, but it was rebutted by a couple kills on 7 Sins, leaving 2 left for Mandem against the 1 of Gapsu, who's very low. Rito picks that one up, brings them to double digits, and you're talking about these setups from 7 Sins, but like I was saying before, I mean, when they lose on B, they just go to A, and they lose on A, they just go to B. Very, very easy red strats from this team 7 Sins, and Mandem. I mean, you can see that now they're stacking 3 on B after the potential A that did happen. So I mean, I think they're really playing into the hands of Mandem United right now, and Mandem's just reading them like a book at the same time. And another aggressive play from this operator, but nobody home to answer the call. Instead, it will be an A take for this team off the back of these brim smokes.
And as we saw, Infiltrator and Phoenix both push up in the showers to try to gather ult, and now Infiltrator with the third Hunter's Fury of the game. My man pop off. Again, not able to get any kills, but I believe he did tag up. Nope, did not tag up anyone. And kills are just coming in. Fuji and Chaotic both securing a kill. Good lord, Chaotic is just quickscoping now like we're playing a different game. Man, 11-1.
Switching sides.
Mandem United pop off.
Definitely popping off here, and they're being allowed to do so, Gutsy. I mean, I don't want to keep kicking down 7 sins here, but their flank unwatched, and just the 3 players that were coming from B just uncontested in the sense, and all you had to do was line up your shots once you got in there and put them down. You're back into a pistol round here, but you're also backed into a corner as Mandem United are 1 round away from hitting match points. It's all set around them. They're on attack here, trying to do what 7 sins couldn't successfully do in that other half. And they are as well looking for an A take. Let's see if the Omen smokes. They have Paranoia going to allow them onto the site a little bit easier.
Seven feels hearing footsteps on A short, trying to get out of harm's way, and a nice headshot by him. Oh, feels able to secure 2 kills before going down. That may help out 7 sins here, as it is a 3v3. All players are deleted from both teams are on site. Fujin able to get the kill on Bapple. Panda's answering that though, but Mars is gonna swing around the corner and get the kill with the ghost, as it is all up to young Gabesu.
Last player standing.
He is spotted. Only good for 1. Reader gonna put them on match point, as Gabsu has been doing his best for this team on that silver roll, but it's a lot more favoring Mandem right now, and their plays, their follow-ups, just so clean. Communication, well thought out, as they have just their foot on the gas pedal and their knees on the necks of 7 sins right now. Only good for 1 round right here. I mean, blowouts are what I'm good for, apparently, Gutsy. Not so much overtime, so we might be seeing a 13-1 from Mandem United here. It's totally doable with the buy that we're seeing. We do have a Bucky on Chaotic and Bulldogs for the rest of the team. They are going to put a Boombot through Teleporter, taking care of them. They know they're outside of Hookah. Let's see what Gapsu can do.
As we see 7 sins, their backs against the wall here. They have got to come up with something here. But Redo is just going to get that opening kill there with the Bulldog. Feels with another... Man, Feels is getting some nice kills, but Fujin is going to answer back with a 2K. And it is looking dire. Fujin with that 3K. He's looking for that 4. Oh, Fujin answering back with a 4K, shutting out the round. 13-1. Mandem United is going to absolutely dominate 7 Sin, and they are going to move on in the tournament. Whoo! Seymour. Man, that was a game. I mean, unfortunately, you know, I have the possibility of bringing us the OTs. You have more of the blowout games, and unfortunately, I think the luck was more in your favor because, you know, man, that was a 13-1 absolute stomp. 7 Sins, you know, doing their best. Feels, you know, I don't want to like single anyone out, but man, he was getting some really good kills. But I'm not sure if it was the team chemistry. I don't know if it was the, you know, the crosshair placement or the mechanical skills, but Mandem United, again, was just leagues beyond 7 Sin, and they showed it here on Bind.
I think you really saw that Mandem United had a deeper understanding of the game, and it really came out to it in the later ends of the rounds. I mean, you would see when it was on site and the battle was back and forth that, I mean, 7 Sins, they can aim, they can lock on those heads and get the kills, but when the flank came through for Mandem, it was just a full sweep once they got there. When there was just those routes unchecked from 7 Sins and left wide open for players like Chaotic or Infiltrator to run rampant in. I think that 7 Sins has lacked the understanding of the map and the strats to keep up with Mandem United, and definitely a deserving 13-1 in doing so of what Mandem was being allowed to do So if you're 7 sins, I mean, I'd look back at that and definitely not mechanical skill holding you back right now. I definitely think it's communication and lack of understanding of the map.
Yeah, I would say that too. You know, if this is a new team that has just gotten together, do not get discouraged. Again, things like this happens. You lose, and you got to learn from VOD review, practice with your team and stuff, and, you know, come back stronger. Again, hey, GLG, we got Pit of Valor every Wednesday. Come back. Keep practicing, man. Y'all are going to come back, and, hey, eventually maybe get in the grand finals, secure a bag or two. But, again, regardless of a great effort by them and an outstanding performance from Manam United. Big props for all of those players there.
Props all around, but right now, after a swift 13-1 from Mandem United, we're going to be getting ready for round 4 of the Pit of Valor. It is going to be right here shortly after a quick break, so get ready for some more Valorant action, because we'll be right back.
Teleports as well. It's going to be Zine with a triple kill. It's an even 2v2. Now, where are the last two alive? Well, they're going to be peeking out slowly but surely. It might be too late for the defuse.
Now.
You have to go halfway. Kaplan's able to find one. That could be the final shot, but no, it's too late. PGT stay in the game. And Kaplan sacrifices themselves.
Unfortunately, the Kaplan right there at the end. Honestly, if I was Kaplan, I'm thinking I have to protect this man with my life and with my body.
Oh, Zine, no! He pushed up too much. That's gonna tell you exactly where the bomb's gonna go. And that's gonna be the plan. Sure, but you're in a 1v3 and you're already lit up. It seems like though most of the shots had missed. The paranoia goes down. You missed the op shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill. Now, if he can find this last one, he's gonna switch to the Phantom. No ops.
2 cops for that. Thank you. I absolutely love that, man. But yeah, that's the absolute massive success rate for them, because with this seaside opening up, which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but Fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there. Which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but Fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there.
Yeah, like a ghost just flittering away, never to be seen again. The Jet wants to contest this too. Fluffy gets 2. Hasito, what are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. You've just wasted your life for no reason. The only opposite, Fluffy cleaning house with a double kill.
As of right now here, Max, it is still only the Killjoy left on the side of the PGT. Now, prophesy they should be able to get this. As you went ahead and broke it down, it is these facts executing Million onto C to catch an AV off guard, and then Marshall can only do so much.
That hit.
And
the alarm bot and the Nails form are going to give it away, and suddenly they have no visibility. Any rotates are possible right now, and there's no chance that C site's going to work out, so they're going to opt the next best option, which would be B site. This, of course, already has Darking on their double kill in their favor, but will that be another triple no less? Can the Classic find one? No, Striker gets one instead, and now it's a 1v3. Even 2v2, and every single time so far, Ravish.
Well, to force him off the side out into garage. As trades come out back and forth, Zine gets Felipe. Both GPUs used to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. Swat puts the C4, unfortunately, and not the Ghana trim is clutching as PGT go to match point.
Beautiful work overall for PGT, finally able to bring it back.
They're just okay. All right. I mean, I guess. So here's what I believe they're doing. I believe they're waiting for all these tools to be up and ready. Yeah. I believe they were waiting for the fault line because we off of cooldown, but they all spot them.
It's like Braveheart.
Down in hell, but they put speed spawn in. Actually, all the players are going down the way. The Judge Gaming is absolutely doing so. This Judge Julian execute.
The op is in play though. Pasito's able to find Fluffy op versus op. But even then, he has to relinquish his position and whip out the knives.
Now the op being down along with 2, it is just a cleanup duty here. Wow. Now, flawless from PGT. They invest all that they can, and they had a lot to advance. It was the 401k, cashing it with no tax bracket. Either here, Max. It is all profits.
Closest round we've seen so far between these two teams, without one really just winning yet. And speaking of Messiah, it's just a back and forth. With only 2 left alive now, they have no choice but to push on to C. Kaplan's gonna rotate around, wait for that final push, take down 17 into a double kill, no less. That's a double kill from Kaplan, right off of an ace from the last game. Kaplan is on an absolute heater this tournament.
Man, I mean,
And the spike is down, and now you have to get it back. This is a horrible position for PGT. They've lost full control of the spike. Their win conditions gone other than murder, and murder is going the other way. Darky's able to find Kaplan, and now it's gonna be a defender win. Wow, how can you be so silly with the spike? They just gave it up like it was nothing, and they well, they lied, but
Going by, Doobie finds one. Dimes ultimate, not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Last going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can. He's for Kaplan.
He gets the ace and wins the round, brings him to 11.
Grab exactly where he is. Messiah drops directly into the face of Sage and ignores Sage completely. Sage, she's dead. But anyways, that's gonna be really bad for PGT, going for the same place 5 times in a row.
Mel?
Mel? Watch it out.
Mel?
A 4K? Mel, can you do it? 76 health in a dream, 3 bullets in hand. It's gonna be a back and forth cowboy bebop style. Only one can come out alive here. And a single breath will take down Zeems if he makes the wrong move. But that's not gonna stop Mel looking around, having that bomb down already. Someone's gonna go for that diffuser, or you're gonna get a 4K, and there you go, an ace! Coming out from Mel, that's what you want to see in the Grand Championships!
You could not have written it any better.
Hold on, A. Sort of, kind of, because there's still 2 members at C who are simply not in a position to help out here.
Yeah, that's a very interesting play. I guess they're going to try and come for the flank, but it's going to be up to Itachi to hold this one down, and that's not going to last very long as Felipe drops both of them real quick. Now they're going to...
We get the next drop. We set him defensive favor, but let's see how the defense fares with Messiah all the way down, who's looking more and more grim.
This has historically been a worser site for PGT, because they don't go here. But no, it looks like no matter what on the attack, you don't mess with PGT. Felipe's on a triple heater right now. Not able to find the last 2 hiding in screens. We've seen Fluffy and Kaplan in the same spot, but never mind a quad.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are yet again going farther and farther into the pit of Valor. We're going deeper and deeper into its crevices to find that gooey nougat at the very end called the championship team. With all...
I just swam into the deep depths of the pit of Valor.
Okay. And I'm going into this very scared because I know Seymour's got something up his beautiful dress shirt sleeves. And I don't know what it is, guys. Can we see the inside of those sleeves?
I don't know if you can. It's no, you can't. Well, actually, when I was on break, I was having a conversation with our producer, and he was telling me that he actually got his drink control. So he was telling me that he has considerably grown in height since drink control as well. You can see here an image that he sent me. This is actual visual. Ever since he drank drink control, he's grown 6 feet there. Like wow. isn't that absolutely crazy? So if you go to drink control and you use code GLG10 at checkout, you can possibly be 6 foot tall, maybe even taller if you're already 6 foot tall. Like, it's actually blows my mind here.
Wow, Vermilion Rose, that's our producer, by the way. You are so much prettier than I thought you were in person.
Yeah, right? That was a nice selfie that he sent me while I was on break. So I'm glad that he could provide his story there. It's always inspiring to see the story that comes out of drink control. And if you use code GLG10 at checkout for drink control, you yourself can be just like our producer, our beautiful Vermilion Rose in the back end.
Can we see that picture again? I just want everyone to know what exactly happens, the before and after. I wish we had a before picture.
Yeah.
Oh, there. Yes. Hold on. So I'm not as much of a Scientologist, so let me just dissect this. Producer. Okay. 6 feet. Yes. The math checks out, Seymour. You got a good GLG10.
if I read the fine print, it does say that drink control is not responsible if you don't grow in height.
Oh.
So you know, it might just be single for Vermilion. It might be single to Vermilion, but like you know, it's like you can give it a try. You know, GLG 10 at checkout.
Yeah, no, just DM me on Twitter. I'll stretch him out like Laffy Taffy if it doesn't happen.
He's one of those like old medieval, like, you know what I mean? Anyways, though, back to the Pit of Valor, back to the Valorant action that we've been seeing all night, Max. We do have ZMM Zero Marksman bringing themselves to the table. And why don't you fill us in with who they're matching up against, WR?
Of course, WR has been an interesting team in the past. Wave Runners, not quite wave dashing like I thought it was going to be before this game. We haven't really seen too much of them on the Pit of Valor compared to ZMM. ZMM is a much newer name, yes, but they've been appearing on the stream just about every single time since their team is formed. I'll be completely honest with you, Seymour. When it comes down to it, Wave Runners I don't know as much about, but I'd love to hear your take on it because I'm more of a ZMM kind of infographic guy.
Well, I mean, definitely Wave Runner is probably a lot different from Wave Riding that we've seen, you know, before in other iterations of video games. But bringing themselves into Valorant, you know, I haven't actually seen Wave Runners run yet. I've heard of them. I've known that they've been in these tournaments, but I haven't had the opportunity to see this roster unfold. And since they're bringing us to Split, you know, a map that's it's not the most liked in Valorant, but you know, they might have their own strats here. They might be just bringing them all to the table to see what they can bring. They're going to be running a Cypher, Raze, Jet, you know, along with a Breach and an Omen. So they're still sticking with the Omen over the Brimstone. As we saw in that past game, the Omen did top the Brimstone. So I do expect these teams to stick with it. How are you feeling about the agent picks?
The agent picks are a lot different from what we saw in the previous matchup not too long ago. Things are getting a little bit scarier now, Seymour. We're in the quarterfinals of the entire Pit of Valor now, and so teams' compositions need to get a little bit more serious with things again. But with all that being said and done, the team comps are wildly different compared to what Gutsy and I casted before, and with Lethal Chaos and Airstream, they went neck and neck with very similar comps. This time around, it's almost a completely different pool of agents on both sides. The Reyna, for example, up against the Raze, their triple duelist comp coming out from ZMM2 is interesting to see. You know, going into this, I don't know, man.
I want to see the Cypher and Raze kind of team up and then duo a little bit. See if you can get that Cypher cam locating some information on some players for an easy chokehold for those paint cans of the Raze to kind of topple over. And you might be seeing that come into fruition over the Killjoy, who might not be finding as much information right off the bat as the Cypher could gather. I think the Cypher is a really good pick and can solo hold B very well in case you want to kind of force stack A on the side of Wave Runners, but totally not bad of a pick for the Killjoy on B. I mean, no. I do think that the Killjoy can provide a lot of retake potential more than Cypher. So I think that we're going to be seeing a lot different defenses on either of these teams. I think that Wave Runner is going to have a little bit more of an aggressive attack, and ZMM are going to be playing or aggressive defense, and then ZMM are going to be looking for more of a retake defense.
Those rabbits are adorable. I just want to say that.
Yeah, no, I got distracted. That's why I flipped my words.
But you can't flip those rabbits. Can't sell them. But what you can sell is an opportunity to go the B main aggressively, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Zero Marksman. Cloud Smoke's already going down from the Jet. It's going to be smoking off of Heaven as well, but Okin has found himself in a really dire position. Paint Grenade's going to force him to rotate into Heaven, it seems, but not the Heaven you would want on this match, but more being out for the round. Paint Grenade's going back and forth as well. Rika Bonker's able to find Zero, he's able to die. But with that being said and done, it's going to be Zero Marksman with a very quick plant going onto the site. This is a huge back and forth.
It's an interesting jet smoke, but even still, Vaspro going to be able to just walk right on past it. Cruz sitting top Heaven, 2 players in front of him. Going to try to find the first, both out of ammo. A little bit awkward, but he's going to get the defense no matter what. Cruz, it's still going to get that 3rd kill after the defuse comes out, but that was very awkward.
The whole round was pretty awkward. I mean, even going back to Oaken holding that defensive part in hell, you know, he was pushed up as much as he could to the left side of the wall. He gets forced down from not only bullets and visible deniability from all the smokes, but also the paint grenade is what did him in. He had to rotate out and he just could not. And a lot of the defenders, besides, you know, the final two who made their way onto the site and got the defuse, they were all put in awkward positions. And I'm honestly surprised, like, to say that the attackers did not win that round, because the aggressiveness that they brought in should have been their round entirely. But here they are this time, instead opting not to go fully into B, but instead having different quadrants across the entire map. It's going to be a huge mainstay inside of mid, which I'm assuming they'll try to take over, but you got to keep an eye on the Cypher Trap, the tripwire at the very tippity top of heaven as well.
You know, Split being once again another defensive heavy map. You know, that's not a horrible first round from Zero Marksman. I mean, considering you take every single gun out of the hands of Wave Runners, you're looking at this one, and if you take a 1-1 split here, it will be a completely even third round for a
I see
rifle.
what you did there.
Yeah, but now Protest, he's going to use his smokes, his paranoia to try to defend this. Well, the rotation is coming through to A now. 1-for-1 trade, says Vaspro, staying alive. Very big play for that Jet. It's going to give up control. Oh, Rick Bunkers.
No.
Oh, that is so unlucky. Lou with the backup of Vaspro. And Protest trying to hit this retake. It's 2-on-3. Hydra going to be sitting inside Springs. Going to find the worst one onto Oaken. As Protest brings back for rebuttal onto 1v2. You're going to get back into heaven if you are this Jet. The Omen going to smoke it off to try to retake. Lou going to be spotted out, so they know that in screens it's going to be occupied by a Protester. And he's inside this site. Hydra's going to take him down with that Stinger. And Zero Marksman bringing it back one apiece. You're going to look at this economy, and it will be even probably for this third round.
You know, it's times like this I really wish we had an analyst desk at GLG, because there's so much we could break down from ZMM's attack that round that was just so fascinating to watch. They began the round by having 3 different quadrants, like we mentioned, right? But then they converged and had it as 2, where I believe one person, I believe that was Reyna Caruso, was holding on to A and going ramps. Meanwhile, the other 2 quadrants formed together and went B, heaven, and ropes. But they gave a distraction to B, while everyone went the ropes at once in the sudden dive and took over the site without any troubles. But now we're seeing a very similar setup again. Rika Bonkers and Hydra finding the 2 opening picks as well. The spike is going to be down, not in anybody's position, but it will be relatively safe. And, you know, what's not relatively safe are going to be the rest of the Wave Runners. They're all heavily damaged. Oaken's able to find Hydra, though. It's going to be at least one ZMM going down, but otherwise, this is a tough position for the remaining defenders to be in.
Oh, Oaken getting fed a kill right there. Rika Bunker's going to finally find their end. 3v2. Heavily favoring Zero Marksman, but let's see what Wave Runners can do in this situation. Harmony still has a Nanoswarm and the turret to put down. You are going to touch this, be forced off by the paranoia, but you're actually going to be sticking it here. Harmony, okay, you're going to get that. No, they're in the smoke. You're going to take that. They didn't even have to use a Nanoswarm. I got a little bit afraid, Kay, because that was close, but I expected Harmony to have a Nanoswarm there or something to force them off that.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised we didn't too. I think Harmony was playing the Nanoswarms a little bit more aggressively, or maybe even towards more power positions for the defensive side to make sure no one could push them. But each time we've seen B, it has been a super close round one way or another. Sure, you might think a 1v3 isn't too close, but when the spike's going down and a potential Nanoswarm could be on it, that's a tough position to be in, even if you are 3-1.
And now the aggression down A. Showstopper Crew's gonna find their end. A brilliant headshot from Vaspro. It is actually gonna be the knives doing the damage back. Vaspro gonna have to be forced off of that position, forced onto the site, and it's really gonna give up heaven. So this gives CMM the opportunity to take themselves to B through ropes if they feel like it. The Showstopper not gonna find anything from Reka Bunkers, gonna slow down this attack from Zero Marksman, and there they have it. They are going to walk through ropes, take themselves to vents, and up through heaven, where they are going to have Process right around this corner. Now Omen on Omen. Protest going to do it. What I expected with this Phantom. The Wave Runners are very close to make this an even 2-on-2. Phantom of Oaken hoping to shut this down now. Nothing from Harmony either. 2-2 Keg. A flawless round from Wave Runners. And an excellent job, especially from both Protests holding down that elbow, and Vaspro getting out alive from heaven.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give that entire round to Vaspro and Oaken. They've been able to hold down both sides respectively for the majority of these rounds, or at least the ones they've won. But when it comes, when we see B site being played quite a bit, there is a lot of aggression that comes up from ZMM's side. And otherwise, besides Oaken, Wave Runners are having a hard time adapting to it and going for these rotates. It's good that he was able to use his utility to their advantage and take down all the attackers. But with that being said, though, they had to rely on a split push onto A as well to help disperse the members of the attack. But we are returning again to what seems like a centralized B main push. We saw this on the pistol round. It didn't quite go the way ZMN had hoped, but it was still a really close round. Vaspro still holding the top of A, looking around potentially with what was supposed to be a one-way. Not going to quite go the way he had hoped. Otherwise, though, Colin, look at this B main push. There's only a cyber cage, a camera, and a tripwire in the way. And one's going to get shot out. Cyber cage one way is going to go down. Pain grenades happening as well. Colin, this is going to be a massacre.
As well as the lockdown. They can't even get onto site with this lockdown, and they have no space off that. I mean, they're just touching down on the site now, and
they
you really have to go right through a cyber cage to do so. Now, Vaspro, a double kill, making it a triple. Oaken, like you said, the two fraggers on their team going to be doing their damage. Wave Runners stabilizing only with one casualty. And I have to say that cyber cage one way, along with the paint cans, slowing down that lockdown like it did, really gave Vaspro everything to hit, just walk in there and take that like it was nothing. There was no space gained from ZMM's ultimate there. Nothing from that Killjoy lockdown. And it was very well played from Wave Runners.
I'm just surprised that ZMN decided to push after the cyber cage one-way came down, and especially after the paint grenades went down too. You know, you don't have to have a magic 8-ball to shake and say all signs point towards the negative if pushing towards that. But Wave Runners, they play that so well. Oaken with that cyber cage? You don't see one-way cyber cages very often at all, and that was masterfully done.
The hunt begins.
Empress from Cruz, crawling up through the mid. They're gonna have to walk through the smoke. The smoke actually not gonna stop it because they've already taken the space needed. Now look at Cruz here. Very crucial what this Reyna can grab. It's gonna provide a lot now if they can take control of Heaven, especially taking Vaspro out of this game. Now, Cruz not up the ropes just yet, so they don't have the pinch. Instead, they are gonna be split all the way across the map, with the bomb rotating through mid. So even though Cruz has taken all this space into ropes, they're not going to take control of Heaven just yet. They're going to move the spike into a position where it has the ability to rotate from one side to the other. Vaspro still finding the kill too from Wave Runners. And ZMM really struggling to find anything, Keg.
Yeah, Cruz puts himself in a really weird position. He gets a 1-for-1 on Vaspro, but Tenzin gets the refrag instead. Harmony, though, in an interesting position, picks up the Spectre, no longer using the Sheriff primarily, but could be in a power position to at least stall out some of the defenders. The issue, though, is that 20 seconds left. Harmony at the top of A Heaven has the spike in their possession. Will be some smokes to go down, but slow motion, able to act as fast as he can. Rotates down to A, takes down Harmony, makes the spike go in a very awkward spot. Lou has an interesting choice. Can he get to A, B in 2 seconds, 1 second, 0 seconds, -1 seconds, or is he going to relinquish the round? Obviously, the answer and choice is clear. He leaves the spike behind, and that's going to be a 4-2 in the favor of Wave Runners. Now, ZMM, they have these really aggressive strats that work out really well for a lot of maps, but on split, you have to be very careful about positioning more than anything else. I would argue probably more than even a map like Ascent or Icebox, because if you get control of Heaven, if you get control of mid, you have full access to B Heaven for the most part, and for the most part, full access to ropes. We're not seeing ZMM really play around with either of those.
Well, if you're gained rope control like Cruz's, you have to expect that there's either 2 set up in Heaven, or B Heaven, or A Heaven. Like, it's one or the other. So I think you have to be really decisive on which one you need to do and a little bit quicker, because they're playing just like the Breach of Wave Runners, slow motion right now, Keg. And Zero Marksman really giving up a lot of time for Wave Runners to just effectively set up their positions and really lock down a lot of power angles here. Now, you see Vaspro just around the corner from this attack on where they're leading the bomb to the B site. And if they walk right into this play, the Jet might be favored for another couple kills.
Yeah, this is a good position from ZMM right now. They have a 2-to-1 ratio. They're able to find Karus, though. That's Vasper taking him down. He could just relinquish his spot and move down if he really wants to. But instead, it looks like he's opting to hold his position instead. Slow motion coming in for the pinch, takes down Lou. That's going to effectively trap that final Jet. However, it looks like they're going to get away. They have the spike in hand, and they're just going to fly across the entire map. Look how fast Jet is going. And that's going to allow at least full access on the A site as Slow Motion's preoccupied on Mailroom, watching for a rotate going from B Heaven. Of course, there's a reason for that, and it's going to be Rika Bonkers holding the other side with 5 health. If he makes a sudden move, he's going to be going down, and this post plan is going to be a 2v4.
Definitely, and Vaspro still being alive has to be dangerous. 4-0 marksman. You're aware of this control right now. But the slow take right now from Raze to Heaven. Gonna get in behind both of them. Good for 1, not 2 though. Protest with that 1-for-1. Harmony stunned up on site. Hydra and Harmony both keep this set. 4-0 marksman with a split on the site. Tezen gonna find 1 in the showstopper. Gonna give them the site. Now he's gonna find the kill. No, Hydra's gonna jump in the air, lock down the kill with the knife, and bring him 1 round away from taking this. And that was beautifully played from Rika Bonkers on that flank through Heaven. I mean, you'd be absolutely just overjoyed if you got those 2 kills, but just that you got your 1,
Thank you.
you have to be questioning where the rest of the team is. And great split from the 0 marksman on that to set up their post plants, and taking advantage of that flank was the right thing to do.
Yeah, and Colin, don't forget where Rika Bonkers was towards the end of that round too. Being stalled out completely by Slow Motion, being forced down essentially. That was not a good position, and able to make it back from that was really powerful. Speaking of powerful, it's going to be a Jet and an Op going together like peanut butter and jelly. It's going to be Slow Motion though, peeking on forwards near the smoke, able to find the Jet. Hydra falls, and so does the other duelist. It's going to be Karus that falls as well. A 4v2 now.
Enemy remaining.
It's looking really good for Wave Runners again, taking down this aggressive play. It's going to be the last one alive. Harmony finds Oaken, and the spike is nowhere to be seen for anyone but the defenders.
It's gonna be another round for Wave Runners unless you see some heroics from Harmony. Really not counted out considering you have 2 almost fully health players and a Breach who can flash you. And they're all standing shoulder to shoulder here with the spike down in the back corner of B. So Harmony not having anything go for them, only looking for some casualties to take the guns. The rifles out of Wave Runners. You're looking already at the next one. 0 marksman K. What do you want to see them do to change up their attack? Maybe find a little bit more before moving over to the defense.
Well, hold on. This round's not over just yet, Colin. Let's see what's going to happen with Harmony, though. Still having the droid out, firing the turret, but unfortunately not going to last much longer after that. That was a good attempted comeback from Harmony. You know, considering it was a 1v3, and still trying to get that spike, go for the plant, and maybe win the round. It takes a lot of audacity, and I gotta really respect Harmony for that. But to answer your question, Colin, I think the best thing we could really see is what we saw ZMM do early on to win a lot of their rounds that we've seen. They were able to split up their forces, they were able to find these takes or aggressive plays while still playing slow, but able to move forwards and forwards every second. They did get stalled out eventually, but once they found enough intel to make a giant maneuver, that's where they collapsed on the site and were able to catch out the rotates from Wave Runners. We haven't been seeing that these last few rounds.
Vaspro doing what Vaspro does best. First blood again to Wave Runners. Oh, Rika Bonker taking a big chunk off that headshot. They do have a showstopper, Keg, and that showstopper probably going to be used in a later round, not this one. Vaspro gonna miss the second snipe with good bait right now from Hydra. Gonna walk right up close. The Paranoia gonna have to back you up from that. So Wave Runners gonna continue to hold control of this round, now taking back Heaven out of the hands of Hydra, with Spike gaining into Garage. Does look like they're committing to B, but they have to get through 2 rifles first.
Definitely a lot of chaos coming out, potentially on B site. The Spike's going to be in the possession of Harmony now, looking to poke forwards, but going B main may not be the best idea considering that Cypher, Oaken, is still there from the last few rounds, but one-way Cyber Cage. Hydra, though, is still poking fun around at the top of B Heaven, allowing the rest of the team potentially to go for a rotate. Tenzin finds Lou, and it looks like B main might be the way to go. Protest, unfortunately, though, able to find Hydra. That's going to be all the gains they had won on Heaven, now lost, but that's not going to stop Oaken from poking up on the ropes, trying to find some pop shots as well, as the last and only Raze is still alive, attempting to get out of there, not able to happen. That's going to be slow motion finding Rika Bonkers, and a flawless win, now doubling the points over the Zero Marksman Wave Runners. 3 ults in their possession, a lot of them intel and, a lot of them intel focused, and one's going to be killing focused. But you got to look at Zero Marksman 2, Colin, look at all the aggressive utility or ults they have at their side.
I have to say, Oaken playing this Cypher has allowed for some off angles to be taken from these teams, especially this Heaven take that keeps trying to be coming out of Zero Marksman. The camera just keeps on spotting it, allows Protest to hit that quick swing to find it. But Vaspro looking for another first blood through ramps. Wave Runners does it again, and as well as locating this, Reyna gonna take that quick corner, avoid the leer, but bait out the shot. Great from Cruz, and still finding this kill. What a play.
Yeah, that was a fantastic play to see from Karuz, and he's been known to really make these aggressive Reyna plays too. We've been seeing that a lot lately, but him now stalling out completely to the top of A Heaven. He is so close from taking over the majority of the site, but look at all the defenders breaking on through on Heaven themselves. It's a 3-man crew looking for destruction. Slow motion has the angle for a potential rotate going in, but one of the others, I believe the Rays, will have the rotate going out if Karuz moves their position. It's like a... What? Ooh. They're leaving, and one's teleporting. That leaves... Oh? Look run. Exactly what that Omen did. That was an interesting TP. Didn't quite do what they wanted it to, but now there's full permission on the A site, and Karuz is following them, and it takes down Protest. What is going on?
Well, now that Karuz has found that kill, the lockdown's going to be done, so it's going to force Wave Runners to have to quickly either clean up Karuz or take the 3v3 on the site, because you still have that lurking Reyna in the back, and you're now in vents. If you are going to be looking for them, Oaken doing the good job at watching this flank, but the timing going to provide a little bit better of a peak for Karuz on 3K. Now it's slow motion on the site for Wave Runners. He's going to bring it back a little bit. They still have to split their attention both ways, Keg. And now Tenzin having to force this fight. It's going to be pushed off from both sides. Karuz is going to find the 4K Hydra with the 5th. And Zero Marksman doing an excellent job at leaving Karuz to just clean up those stragglers. I mean, that lockdown alone from Harmony, it forces Wave Runner to kind of stick around the edge of that ultimate. And it gives the amount of time for Karuz to slow walk and catch up to them, so you don't have to run to catch up to those defenders. So really well played from Zero Marksman there and executed perfectly for the flank.
Yeah, I was really shaky at first about the execute on the B when A site was perfectly clear, but Karuz just cleaned up the entire house with that 4K, and that was really impressive to see with their flank. But Vasper, though, has been really nice on this op, too. Unfortunately, though, the only one contesting them is going to be Karuz, who was able to take down the op last round. With that being said, though, the angle advantage is in the favor of this opper, the Jet. So I'm wondering if Karuz is going to push forward. She does have options. The Leer or slow motion could pop a few heads. Instead, Hydra and Rika Bonkers go down. And it's still going to be Karuz meeting eye to eye with this Jet. It's going to be Vasper looking to see if it's going to happen. And it does! Not checking your corners fast enough, Vasper finds Karuz, and suddenly, we've been praising ZMM so much in that last round, but here they are completely melted away.
Cage triggered.
I have to say now, Oaken getting aggressive really shows the ideals of Wave Runner right now. No respect to Zero Marksman right now because they are given just so much space to deal with. I mean, slow motion there. I think it was the wrong play to slow peek him because you cleared it with your boom bot. There's no reason to slow peek around that corner. You get that fast peek. You make sure that your check is going to double confirm that it is open. And the fact that you slow peek just gives him such an easy headshot transfer from player to player. Now Harmony left alone, most likely going to give up the 7th round to Wave Runners, but trying to take some out of the hands. Going to take 2 from Tenzin and
10 seconds
Protest.
left.
You only have 8 seconds, so definitely going to be the 7th round now for Wave Runners. Not going to do it, but hoping to keep a hold of this gun. Oaken looking to take it out of the hands, and so he does. Defenders going to go up 7-4. I'm curious what the eco looks for both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, the eco is not as bad as we had seen previously on Split in the Pit of Valor. Now, keep in mind, too, in that same matchup, we saw an 8-4 split, I believe. With that being said, though, that game also went 15-17, 17-15. So maybe this could just be a really defender-sided game and not necessarily the fault of one team really adapting around another, or not just yet. So I think looking at the second half after this next round will be really important to see how Wave Runner's attack can react around the defensive Zero Marksman.
Oaken here. Spots out that Killjoy, gets aggressive too. Hydra wasn't even watching over that teammate. It's going to provide for a 4-on-4 now, taking out that Killjoy is a huge pick, but even bigger for Hydra to take out that Cypher, because the Cypher had neural theft, and if you allow that ultimate to go off on that Killjoy, everybody's positioning would have been known for Wave Runners. Now, you take a look at the minimap, Keg, you see that the spike is still favoring the B side in Garage, and the backup is coming, but Lurkers along the half as well. 4-0 Marksman, both in Sewer and towards the A site for the Reyna and Omen. It might provide for a little bit of a lackluster attack onto this B site.
Things are looking up, though. If they want to go for a full rotate around, they know the sites are clear, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Rika Bonkers is staying around a little bit longer to see if a flank is potential, but no, Carouse and Hydra are meeting up together. It looks like they're trading off weapons a little bit more, but now they have a full-on push going into A. Vasper re-rotated around to the top of A, looking to see if anyone's going to go ramps, and that's very well a possibility. But keep in mind how many ults the Zero Marksmen have right now in these final 20 seconds. Things are looking up right now. It's going to be the leaders going down. Smokes everywhere. Going to miss the knob shot. It's Showstopper looking around to see what they can find. May go for heaven. Not going to be like a New Hope. No Death Star blowing up here. It's going to be full control at A-site. However, as we see a slower rotate from Wave Runners coming forwards to the post plant. They're going to be dividing up a little bit, focusing on screens mostly. Vasper's able to find Carouse now on the Vandal instead of the Op. But with that being said and done, though, the Knives are able to find not 1, not 2, but 4! Hydra with a 4K decimating Wave Runners in this retake. Protest, the last one alive now, only needs to turn around to find the bodies of 2 more, or 1 more, and it's Rika Bonkers going in for a mini flank, completely shrouded out, having the spike in his vision. It's gonna be the Omen audio cues from footsteps, able to find the headshot on the Protest. And that's going to be another round on the board, slowly bringing things 7-5 into the second half.
That was scary. I mean, you had the Blade Storm, the Showstopper, and the Empress all popped 4-0 Marksman. And just to counter that, I mean, all Wave Runners had was that Rolling Thunder, so I was really expecting them to play off of it, which they did. But as soon as the Rolling Thunder comes on board, that swing from Hydra was everything with that Blade Storm. I mean, hitting all 4 shots. Getting all 4 kills in screens, dismantles Wave Runner, leaves Protest all alone in that, and that rotation from Rika Bonkers to just top it off, take down that kill, just perfect plays from the individuals on Zero Marksman. Very big hero play from Hydra.
What are you ordering?
I'm ordering, I'm gonna get a chamomile tea and maybe a ham sandwich. Maybe a soup, actually.
Sandwich. Ooh, like the bread bowls? Yum.
Yeah.
Oh, but what isn't yum is tasting a whole bunch of lead if you're a Hydra. Oh my lord, 60 has an health in a dream. It's gonna be a back and forth. Look at the kill feed. It is just pandemonium. Absolute blood running in the veins of both enemies there. Vasper's able to find Rika Bonkers, but there's only 2 left alive for the defense. Luz completely stalled out from the smokes. Needing to push up now. Last one alive, flashed out now. It just doesn't end with this visible deniability. Of course, the flank coming in from behind as well is gonna be the seal in the coffin, as everyone knows exactly where he is at the corner or the avenue of alley, and they're all just firing at him. Pre-firing, blank firing, Tenzin firing, gonna come in from the back, able to find Lou, and that is gonna be yet another round in the favor of Wave Runners, trying to divide this scoreline as much as they can, making it further and further away.
Bunch of stormtroopers on the other side of that smoke.
Oh,
you do
what you did there.
You do the damage, but you're just not finding the kill. Luckily, Tezin's there. There must be the shock trooper.
It's that new update.
Yeah.
And everyone's just stormtroopers.
Exactly. I mean, that classic, surprisingly, the classic is still just as good as before. Just don't jump with it.
Yeah.
It's basically all they're saying. Just don't jump with this gun because that is totally unethical. And another thing that's unethical is what we've been seeing from Vaspal right now. Does he know that there's a player right to the left? The paranoia is going to provide him open for Cruz to take that kill. And Lou now on site very sneakily playing his life. Looking at the mini-map here, he's going to be suffocated from each side. Slow motion checks the corner. Make sure that Lou cannot get anything out of it. The spike's going to go down a 4-on-2, make it a 4-on-1. As Wave Runners looking for another one. Now we talk about that second round. Not the most important round to look at when it does come down to like the nitty gritty of it, but it is giving Wave Runners the 9th round. So we're 1 round away from double digits, 3 rounds away from finding match point. And Zero Marksman on the sense are 1 round loss away from being absolutely broke. So if Wave Runners can take this round, Keg, Zero Marksman might be looking at match point very soon.
That's very true. In terms of strategy, it was just aggression. They went in, they got kills. But economically, Colin, I would say that's one of the most important rounds of the half. Look at where ZMM are right now. $200 to their name as a team. 4 spying in the second round now. Or 4 spying on the third round now. Things are not looking good for them. They have to win this round, or like you said, this could be match point very soon, very quickly. A Blash is going to be traded for a smoke instead. Not going to have a lot of impact overall. It's gonna be a lot of damage being brought out from everywhere. And look at Wave Runners. They're making the entire kill feed their own. Tenzin's able to find yet another one. 2 left alive. Harmony and Karus. The last one's alive. The top of the Sentinels and the top of the Duelists having to fight forces against the 5 other members of Wave Runners. Seemingly no info, no intel on both sides. Having to look around, Karus is able to find Oaken. But with that, he only has control of B Heaven. They already had most of the control of that already. And with that being said, that's not a lot gained or really a lot lost. Harmony, though, trying to make it through the Rolling Thunder, not able to find any kind of info. It's going to be up to the Lear now being brought out, not 1, but 2, to try to find where these last 2 attackers are as they both fall simultaneously. That's going to be double digits now for Wave Runners, Colin, and wow. How did they get control of B so quickly?
I mean, it seems like Wave Runners just so efficient at taking these sites that they have so much utility left over just to keep Zero Marksman away from it. So I think that's really kind of forced into the sense that I don't think that Harmony on this Killjoy is doing enough at slowing down the tempo of Wave Runners right here. And they're really neglecting this agent altogether and getting past it without really anything against them. And it's providing a really easy takes from Wave Runner. Once they get onto the site, I mean, they just lock it down with excellent post-plant positioning. And when you're Zero Marksman, pushing into what you have to is almost suicide.
Ooh, but let's look at the positioning now on B side. We see Rika Bonkers going for a pink grenade. I'm assuming going up into heaven. Yes, it is a ricochet or a Rika Bonkershay. Able to almost find some damage. Not going to be quite enough, though. Tenzin's able to push up, however, find Rika Bonkers. Nobody's watching on the other side of B. Lou is going to fall as well, and it's just looking like another mountain of red going into the green zone yet again as that spike goes down. Oaken finds Harmony. Karus, the last one alive, relegated to the same place. Harmony fell not even a round to go. That's going to be 1 from Karus, but Protest is going to fall. Tenzin with a triple. And we're coming very close yet again to match point. 1 round off, or ZMM needs to force overtime.
I don't know if you saw what I saw there, but the communication on Wave Runners is out of this world right now. I mean, Tenzin peaked that player bottom cubby at the same exact time that they took Heaven control. So they had an easy double crossfire on that player. No challenge for that defender to take that win. And on top of it, that split push that they had on either side of the main pillar of the B site just provided a great attention split for these defenders to stay confused. Now Tenzin, that opening on a Cruise, the main fragger for Zero Marksman, a huge pick. But Hydra with that trade is going to rebuttal at an even 4-on-4.
And that's a really good trade too, all things considered. You take down a duelist for a duelist. It's you know, not the best thing in the world for either team or the worst, but it allows a lot more stalling time for the rest of Wave Runners. I'm sorry, yeah, Wave Runners to make their way onto the site. Master's able to find Harmony after 5,000 bullets, able to take them down. But with everything being said and done, it's going to be Rika Bunkers need to push through the smoke and may potentially find another Omen. Cyber Cage is going to go up just in time. The communication, like you mentioned, on point. It's going to be up to Hydra now and Rika Bunkers to see what they can do on top of a very small A site, as it looks like it's clobbering time for Oaken. Almost able to find a kill on Rika Bunkers, but a 1-for-1 comes out instead. This being the post plant now, Lou not able to find another kill. It's going to be match point in the favor of Wave Runners, which again, you're completely right, Colin. The communication is what is driving Wave Runners to victory now. They're able to rotate as a group, play off of each other unbelievably well, and look at Tenzin. He has max credits up until now.
Not to mention the trust that goes on top of that communication to be able to execute what you have. You see that every single player in Wave Runner on that post plant, they had individual positionings, taking one-on-one gunfights, even one-on-two gunfights sometimes, but their positioning was just so comfortable that they felt that they had the advantage, which they did every single time. Now Hydra uses the Blade Storm down mid, looking to take some aggressive control for Zero Marksman, taking it out the jet of the opposing team as well. So big play from Zero Marksman to take a little bit of space on this map, but you are spreading thing on the A side, which is where the attack is going to come. Luckily, Cruz is there for some more heroics to find a 1-for-1 trade, but keeping the advantage to Zero Marksman nonetheless. Now you're in a 4-on-2, and you're really suffocating these players into the ramp, so let's see if they can clean this one up.
Yeah, want to see if Wave Runners can bring this back. Right now, they're kind of relegated to the very bottom of the ramp, Seymour, and it's just not a great position to be in for anybody. Tenzin's always able to find Harmony, and they're still deciding to push for A site, despite maybe having the rotate potential. Instead, the spike's going to go down. Lou's able to find a kill onto slow motion, but look at Hydra going across the entire world trying to find this final kill, but it's going to be Lou to steal it away. And if you look at the scoreboard, Lou kind of needs it.
Definitely kind of needs it down here. He's not been having the nicest game, so a little bit of love to Lou would be pretty nice, guys. Show this guy some love, because he's a little down in the dumps right now. Luckily, like for him, he's playing Omen.
Oma.
So
cool name.
Yeah, so he's been providing good support with his smokes and his paranoia. It's just the fragging potential hasn't been there like it has for Protest. So Protest the best of both worlds right now, and Lou rocking only 1/2 of that side of him. So now, do you see that aggressive mid-control coming out once again? The swing from slow motion through the smoke. Cruz, basically a free kill on that end, and the Empress on top of it. You're going to need to burn these ults to try to stay onto this round. Another opening for Zero Marksman as they try to hold onto this advantage.
Well, where's the spike? Hydra's able to find Tenzin, sure, but now they have to go back and get the spike. That's going to allow Karuz to push up into B main. Let's take a look at Karuz right now, because he just made a very interesting and impactful move. Able to hide away just in time, able to find Vasperal. That's going to be a huge pick, because now Lou alone with the spike. I'm sorry, not Lou. It's going to be Protest now alone with the spike, having to potentially rotate all the way into sewers or ropes to face certain death, but most likely sewers in order to get an A plan. The Killjoy has all the utility down on the A site, and it's going to be instead pushing back through market, finding the scope of Karuz. That's going to be Oaken gone, and Lou essentially trapped. It's make or break, and Protest is able to find Karuz instead. He was able to out-up the Opper, and with that being said, though, it's going to be a 1v4.
Difficult for Protest to get anything off of that, and Zero Marksman late to the party, but starting to find their tempo here. I have to say it's really based off of that they're really taking aggression to Wave Runners, where you know that Wave Runners are a little bit kind of ego-y right now, I guess I could call them, because they're taking some challenges that they really don't deserve to win, and they've been losing now to the likes of Cruz and Hydra, so I want to say that Zero Marksman can make this comeback right now, but Wave Runners, they just need to check their attitudes and notice the fact that they have 5 ultimates, and I think they can take this pretty easily.
Yeah, that 5 ults are could make or break this round right now for either team. Protest already going in for 1 ult, it seems, not able to find a lot. The showstopper is going to come down from Tenzin, however. They're already on B site. Now, like you said, maybe a little too fast for some plays. The showstop didn't really do a whole lot. A lot of pre-fires not really connecting either. With all that being said and done, full permission on the B site. It's going to be a post plant now for Zero Marksman and nobody dead yet.
I don't know if you noticed this, but 3 ultimates were burned, so they didn't really have to use a lot of utility to make it onto the site. Karoo's hitting that flank, trying to stuff them back in like he has been doing. Beautiful. Lear gonna find a kill. It's the second. Vaspril looking for this kill now. Everything's falling apart for Rave Runners, and it's off the back of that setup from Cruz. Now you're forced off site from the lockdown. You're gonna stick this defuse, and the defenders are gonna win another easy retake, which I'm surprised on because Wave Runners, they used 3 ultimates there just to get onto the site. So those 3 ultimates provided the ability to hold on to your utility so that when you lock down that site, you use your utility to kind of set up for a better post-plant position. But instead, Harmony, that lockdown, perfectly placed to force them back into garage. You take site, hit that defuse. Karoo's on that flank, knowing that lockdown once again is forcing those attackers into your line of sight. Very good communication from Zero Marksman.
They're both nasty in their own respective ways, but I really feel like maybe when it comes to the gunfights, that could be the differing factor here for the attack. Wave Runners playing a little too aggressive at times, could be missing out on some shots. Vasparil is missing out completely on sight up until now. The smokes are going to be going down as well, and we do see those 2 quadrants again, a lot of them going through mid and some going through A. And with the Cypher tripwire down, I'm wondering if, well, not only Lou getting a kill, but if they're watching out for a flank. This could be a really impactful kill. It's going to be Harmony finding Vaspro in the top of ropes, and that's going to leave Protest kind of stranded completely. Hydra's able to find Tenzin as well. These are not looking like good rounds for Wave Runners. Only 2 left alive. Make that 1. Oaken, the last alive. Might be able to Solid Snake sneak his way around everybody and get that spike into the ground. But he just let himself be known. He's going to cyber cage his way to victory. It seems Spike Plant's going to go down, but it's a 1v5. Classic's already getting some shots into him. Everyone just needs to go 1 by 1, but that's exactly what they're failing at. 2 kills down. Oaken brought things from a 5v1 to a 1v3. Might be able to bring this back a little bit more. He's looking at all the right angles and all the wrong ones at the same time. This could be lose round. Smokes are going to go down. He knows they're coming in closer. He's able to find not 1, not 2, but 0 kills. Karuz takes down Oaken, and that is going to be a 12-9. Zero Marksman now with 9 rounds. That's going to be kind of rough. We were, what, 12-5 to begin with?
Something like that. Very, very hefty advantage for Wave Runners starting to kind of disappear. And that the fact that this is going to be forced by, no, a full buy from Wave Runners back into this round. You have the Blade Storm and the Neural Theft, so you don't necessarily have to dedicate a rifle to your jet, because Vaspril has been just providing enough with that Blade Storm already in past rounds that you might exactly put a stinger on them and hope for the best on that ultimate. So the Blade Storm's gonna come through. You're gonna get aggressive through mid to try to match them. Nobody really forcing a fight against Vaspril now, knowing what they're against. Instead of Hydra, really aggressive with this operator on the opposite side. The Paincan gonna force them forward, finds the kill, and the Paincans do minimum damage. Well, you do get away from that Blade Storm, not taking any casualties. Instead, Protest is the only one for Wave Runners to find a kill on this attack, and being so, now the advantage to Wave Runners, they're on site. This is very doable. The Neural Theft's gonna force these defenders play passively, allow for the plant to come through, and they have to take this very methodically.
Yeah, methodically is going to be the name of the game, but that's definitely not Wave Runner's forte. They love brute forcing their way onto sites, and now that they have the man advantage, this could be their way to brute forcing the victory. Harmony now playing in Hell is going to be blinded out completely, trying to rely on whatever angles no one else is watching to survive. Mega Bonkers though able to find Oaken, Harmony able to find yet another one. Slow motion, the last one alive for the team. This could make or break everything here, and it's going to be slow motion finding Ricka Bonkers. 13-9, almost a comeback there, but Wave Runners just have the small edge on top of the Zero Marksman. It's a quarterfinal, sure, but still a best of 1, and we're gonna have to say goodbye to Zero Marksman for this week as Wave Runners make their way into the semis.
And it definitely showed that Zero Marksman was a hell of a lot more comfortable on defense than they were on attack, and that just happens to be the way Split is. But You look at a player like Hydra in that last round with that operator getting so aggressive through Garage. You find that pick onto that raise, but I mean, Zero Marksman really spread themselves thin, leaving Heaven as open as it did. It gave Vesperal that opening to hop in there with that Stinger, do a little bit of damage for the rest of them to pour through Garage. Just come for those easy trades, 1-for-1, favoring Wave Runners in the end of it. And you still had the utility from that breach to back that raise up into Garage. The Killjoy Harmony had to drop the site to try to find some opening kills. Provided that one-on-one, but still slow motion, backed up for that breach, played it properly, waited for the peak to favor him. An easy headshot leads for that 13-9 victory. Zero Marksman, their tempo came a little bit late, but Wave Runners, they rode the wave the whole time.
Motion of the ocean, Seymour.
Motion of the ocean, Keg. That's all you can ask for from a team called Wave Runner, and they're really showing a lot too. I mean, player like Vesperal, he had 7 first bloods in that. I mean, giving up 7 rounds to Vesperal, already playing a 5-on-4, that's already just going to favor Wave Runner.
Absolutely insane. But of course, we do have to go to a small break after this. We're going to get everything set up for you guys and see more crazy action that makes Wave Runners versus ZMM look like nothing. It's going to be even crazier the next time around once we get into, I believe, the semifinals next here at the Pit of Valor at GLG. Don't go anywhere.
Teleports as well. It's gonna be Zine with a triple kill. It's an even 2v2 now. Where are the last 2 alive? Well, they're gonna be peeking out slowly but surely. It might be too late for the defuse now. You have to go halfway. Kaplan's able to find one. That could be the final shot, but no, it's too late. PGT stay in the game, and Kaplan sacrifices themselves.
Unfortunately, that the Kaplan right there at the end. Honestly, if I was Kaplan, I'm thinking I have to protect this man with my life and with my body.
Oh, Zim, no! He pushed up too much. That's gonna tell you exactly where the bomb's gonna go. And that's gonna be the plan. Sure, but you're in a 1v3 and you're already lit up. It seems like though most of the shots had missed. The paranoia goes down. You miss the op shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get 1 through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill. Now, if he can find this last one, he's gonna switch to the Phantom. No ops.
2 cops for that. Thank you. I absolutely love that, man. But yeah, that's what the absolute massive success rate for them, because with the seaside opening up, which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but Fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there. Which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but Fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there.
Yeah, like a ghost just flittering away, never to be seen again. The Jet wants to contest this too. Fluffy gets 2. Hasito, what are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. You've just wasted your life for no reason. The only opposite, Fluffy cleaning house with a double kill.
As of right now here, Max, it is still only the Killjoy left inside the PGT. Now, prophesy they should be able to get this. As you went ahead and broke it down, it is these facts executing Millie and on to see to catch an AV off guard, and then Marshall can only do so much.
That hit.
It's, yeah, and
the alarm bot and the male swarm are going to give it away, and suddenly they have no visibility. Any rotates are possible right now, and there's no chance that C site's going to work out, so they're going to opt the next best option, which would be B site. This, of course, already has Darking on their double kill in their favor, but will that be another triple no less? Can the Classic find one? No, Striker gets one instead, and now it's a 1v3. Even 2v2, and every single time so far, Ravish.
Well, to force him off the side out into Garage. Oh, no. As trades come out back and forth, Zine gets Felipe. Both GPs used to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. Swat puts the C4, unfortunately. And not that Ghana Trim is clutching as PGT go to match point.
Beautiful work overall for PGT, finally able to bring it back.
They're just okay. All right. I mean, I guess. All right, here. So here's what I believe they're doing. Is I believe they're waiting for all these tools to be up and ready. Yeah, I believe they were waiting for the fault line to be off of cooldown, but they all spot them.
It's like Braveheart.
Down in hell, but they play speed spawn, and actually all the players are going down the way. The judge gaming is absolutely doing so. He's judge, jury, and execute.
The op is in play though. Pasito's able to find Fluffy op versus op. But even then, he has to relinquish his position and whip out the knives.
Now the op being down along with 2, it is just a cleanup duty here.
Wow.
Now, flawless from PGT. They invest all that they can, and they had a lot to invest. It was the 401k cashing in with no tax bracket either here, Max. It is all profits.
Closest round we've seen so far between these two teams, without one really just winning yet. And speaking out Messiah, it's just a back and forth. With only 2 left alive now, they have no choice but to push on to C. Kaplan's gonna rotate around, wait for that final push, take down 17 into a double kill, no less. That's a double kill from Kaplan right off of an ace from the last game. Kaplan is on an absolute heater this tournament.
Man, I mean,
The spike is down, and now you have to get it back. This is a horrible position for PGT. They've lost full control of the spike. Their win conditions gone other than murder, and murder's going the other way. Darky's able to find Kaplan, and now it's gonna be a defender win. Wow, how can you be so silly with the spike? They just gave it up like it was nothing, and they they lied, but
Going by, Doobie finds 1, Dimes ultimate, not gonna find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get 1 through the smoke. Last gonna trade it back. Kaplan with the 3rd through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can. He's for Kaplan.
He gets the ace and wins the round, brings him to 11.
grab exactly where he is. Messiah drops directly into the face of Sage and ignores Sage completely. Sage, she's dead. But anyways, that's gonna be really bad for PGT, going for the same place 5 times in a row.
Mel?
Mel? Watch it out.
Mel?
A 4K? Mel, can you do it? 76 health in a dream, 3 bullets in hand. It's gonna be a back and forth cowboy bebop style. Only one can come out alive here. That single breath will take down Zeems if he makes the wrong move. But that's not gonna stop Mel looking around, having that bomb down already. Someone's gonna go for that defuse, or you're gonna get a 4K, and there you go, an ace! Coming out from Mel, that's what you want to see in the Grand Championships!
You could not have written it any better.
Hold on, A. Sort of, kind of, because there's still 2 members at C who are simply not in a position to help out here.
Yeah, that's a very interesting play. I guess they're going to try and come for the flank, but it's going to be up to Itachi to hold this one down, and that's not going to last very long as Felipe drops both of them real quick. Now they're going to...
We get the next drop. We set in defensive favor, but let's see how the defense fares. With Messiah already down, it's looking more and more grim.
This has historically been a worser sight for PGT because they don't go here. But no, it looks like no matter what on the attack, you don't mess with PGT. Felipe's on a triple heater right now. Not able to find the last 2 hiding in screens. We've seen Fluffy and Kaplan in the same spot, but never mind a quad. Can this be ace number 2? No, for the series. Come on.
They know he's there. Give him the ace. No. At the support. The Jet rushing on in, but the spike is not down as of yet, but Sword comes out the backside. Lands the immediate headshot on Poppy. See? But there is a lockdown used well to force him off the side out into garage. As trades come out back and forth, Zine gets Felipe. Both GPs used to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. Swat puts the C4, unfortunately. And not the Ghana trim is clutching as PGT go to match point.
Beautiful work overall for PG.
This is really tough, and he's been in a bit of a precarious position because if he were to get spotted out by the opposing opponent picking out from garage, it could be a really tough position. But the site opens up, and immediately 2 down here as AV strikes first and then strike quickly. Almost all of K is falling apart. Strike coming here for the upper short. Strike to J gets a triple, but to get a quadra, and there it is. What a way to start a round.
Good lord. Yes.
Yeah, so as you mentioned here, Max, within the question of their economy, try to go ahead and push down in onto C. But it will be But Miku stay off this. Spike is dropped at the back and pushing through window, get one. But Striker is just destroying.
Wow. I mean, overall, you know, we talked about Striker before, not really showing.
Which AV was as well. And you see the immediate rotations from all of AV as well as they completely snipped and read through this, which will cause the immediate rotation. Look at this fake. This is beautiful for PGT.
This is really effective right now. 5M though looking to get the flank, and there you go, headshot. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. It's gonna be Fluffy gone again. He has just not been having a good few rounds themselves. With Neil falling, that's gonna be another strong frag coming out from the KJ side. That's going to be really good. The man disadvantage down by 2 now for Lunar. And in a pistol round, you don't want to lose many numbers right off the rip. But with that plant still ticking away, Ravish, we see the recon bow going down. The info's been found, and it's just Frag City, both sides. Sure, you lost 2 members, but Strim is able to string together a double kill at the very end. That's a strong round.
Comes in, gets 2, Needle gets immediate refrags as well. The 1v1 position yet again. We've seen this before. Extra is committing to the plant. He wants to at least get it halfway. He does so. This is absolute fusion. But they don't know he's out of the smoke. He's committed back to it. He's faking it. He gets a shot stun. He gets it. But does he have the time? A couple more seconds. And he gets the defuse as well. PGT on match point.
Call them Danny Phantom because
we're trying to commit to the site here. But it's just been Pig City.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, there hasn't been a lot of macro strategy coming out from either of these teams. It's really come down to winning these gunfights. Now, there's a lot of gunfight potential in this garage area, but there you go. Kaplan's going to get the top and find Pacito.
That's so much
Zim now
information.
fighting another one, and one more goes down. Zim is able to clap a double kill, and they're able to keep themselves ahead of the thing. They go on the B site. They see that there's no evidence of attackers being there because they've rotated back to A. We've seen this happen so many times before. If that first sight doesn't succeed, don't try to contest it. Run for A. And there you go. The Omen with the spike goes for the teleport and plant, but gets shot down by Mel. That's going to be a strong pick coming out. And that spike still hasn't reached the floor. 30 seconds left. The 3 going to a 4K as Kaplan falls.
It's going to be tough to try to go for the retake. If he comes in for the side, Judge goes in for the smoke. We smoked out, trying to wait in, gets the Sova with Judge Gaming, and it's just green and red across the board, but more so green, and AV have done it. From what look like a detrimental positioning, they come in fast, they come in hot, and they are your pit of valor. But Zytron noticed it, but Experience gets shot out though. That's, I mean, good stuff for AV. Strong opening as they all rotate down in onto A here. And they keep doing this here, Max. They keep splitting up between A and C.
Yeah, that was a really strong opening double kill, but now Striker's gonna help clean up the mess a little bit more, but maybe not. Urban's able to find Striker instead. Fluffy's able to take down, what is that, 18? Doesn't matter now. Turn that to 0, and defenders again.
On that heaven side.
Yeah, Spike's still not going down just yet, but they have plenty of time. It is going to be planted now. Owl Drone going in, checking some corners. They see at least 1, possibly 2 in that held position. As you see the fissure coming through as well, but Blast is just killing them. You don't need fissures, you don't need flashes or anything like this. Bit of an oopsie there with the dash, but they're able to pick up the kills anyway, and that is finally a defender round on the board.
Nothing bad that happened on both sides. Maybe you could have been a little bit faster if you were on Lunar, but the way they almost got it was played perfectly. We're gonna watch that again right now. Look at this. The smoke goes down, Lou goes in for the defuse, Ecstasy takes down the Omen, who's teleporting, but Pacito goes in and swerves just in time. Overall, Ecstasy realizes what the priorities are. He could have taken out Pacito, sure. Silly angles this round, and with 1 coming on Heaven, that's gonna be the showstopper, never going to fruition. Felipe's gonna take down Zim, and these gunfights are being lost very sillily as we see that diffuser still in play. It's gonna be a quick double kill, but Zim and Striker bring it back a little bit. But Striker gets double teamed by 2 different angles. That's gonna be the diffuse I'm supposing is gonna go down.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be 1 point away from match point.
A lot into this round just to make sure that that kid can't even touch this yet.
I really like the Killjoy ult from here. It's going to be the lockdown coming in full effect. Striker's taking down Priyan. This round may very well be over if Boom falls next. He's been able to make these clutches before, but no, he's going to fall immediately. Urban's able to take down Striker. There may be yet a chance. However, with everything said, Messiah comes in and gets a double kill. Same coin, and they can both be very tough to get frags back when you're in a 1v3 in the post plant. But if you have to do it with one weapon, one person, it's gotta be swarming the Vandal.
So on the top side, flashes in, drops down 24 health. That's a lot of chip damage. He can't go for the defuse. He has to run. That means he will only get 1,000 credits to his name, but it might just be worth it. Catches one of the backside and barely misses the spike explosion.
Expected, but they do end up pushing as a double unit to take him down. And now it's a 3v2, 3v1 as Blast takes down Badger. Doobie will find Sylph, and once again, Thrifty put themselves onto map point.
Yeah, really solid retake there. If RKS had been able to buy a little bit more time, maybe that round goes a little bit differently, but still 6 seconds basically on that defuse still, so plenty of time. Would have needed to probably...
Mexico finds that kill on the Blast.
What a swing from Mako. Shots has his back too. You hear the TP, so those players on B, they got off the site to help them out, but now they have to play for the retake. Clamran not ready for this player swinging through elbow. Doobie trying to knock them off. He's gonna get out with the satchels. What a flick from Doobie. The bridge gonna break open with one. Defcon helps with the second. Mako gonna go down. Doobie with 2 attackers. Win another one. That's gonna be the 5th round. Play it for the time. 6 seconds. He's gonna be edging himself closer. Just dancing around each other. Shots gonna be favoring Thrifty. They're on map point, Joker.
Beckham didn't have to take that chance. He had about a second left. He could have continued that dance around the block and won the round anyway, but took it into his own hands, took down the shot. Beckham stepping up huge. Like you said, we're not seeing what we typically assume a Killjoy should be, as the rest of AU clean up that C site, leaving only Blast alive with that Marshall just backing away there. Could try to see if they could find a kill out of this. They do find Killa, which helps out a little bit, but still getting taken down. That's round number 8 for AU. Full control of this match right now, but we'll see. Blast get himself healed up, is invisible, try to find some more of those picks, but just going back and forth. Kill will find 2. Badger has that SMG, just can't take down Doobie.
Yeah, can't get the shots on target, and just RKS with effectively a collateral. Like, he sees one in the smoke, just happens to get the second member through it as well, and that's heartbreak. That's full.
That means Thrifty are gonna get control over mid and now try to see if they can go onto this B site. Full execute, full send on to B. This is for this map.
But Killa picking up Blast there in a good position. Sylph sprang through the smoke, gets 2. Can't even talk because we're so late into the night. Doobie trades back, gets 2. Back to a 3v2. Spike's going down. Defcon and Doobie. These are the big names for Thrifty. They've done so much for the squad. Can they do it again? It's looking double Nano Swarm to try and, run all the way through. And I mean, that's almost impossible. You can't survive that. Smoke's now coming out. Beckham's gonna be ahead of it though. Will they expect this? They do see get shots on target, but everybody's still alive. Teleports over the Nano, but they can't get through. 2 dead, 3 dead, only 1 left. Thrifty pick up the first round.
Oh, that is not how AU had planned that round, especially after how they played the first half and how they played trying to get the ult orbs. It's been costing them. It's not been working for them, and so now trying to get themselves into a better position. Blast is just going to teabag, seeing that owl come out. But here we go. Now it's the slow push onto A, as one is holding up mid. Deluxe's going to find the first kill onto Deluxe, and that opens things up for AU. They decide, they get the pick onto A. They make Thrifty think they're going towards A, but now they
just 2 on target, 10 HP. He's going to get peeked. He's going to get not found out just yet. Footsteps are stomping. There is enough. Deluxe picks up 4 and even gets the dink, but Killa securing it. 2 HP. What? 2 HP?
Not even close.
Not even close, baby.
But that's actually pretty massive there from Sylph to be able to take so many, from Deluxe to take so.
Middle there, White will find a trade, but Akami Finds another one back, trying to back up. Is able to escape for now. Kame and friends gonna push up onto this catwalk, but awaits them around the corner. Could be death. Light does find one. Akami trades it out though.
Yeah, he's going to be able to heal up as well. Tries to keep the operator in hand. Hits the final shot. 4K for the assassin, Akame. And things are looking pretty good now. They've picked up a couple in a row. They've, you know, made...
We thought we were going to have ourselves a long series, a very battled back and forth series. As you can see below, 14-12 in overtime on Bide, 17-15 in quadruple overtime on Ascent. Asia United say, nah, you know, let's just end this. We want to take our money and go home. And they end Haven 13-2. Congratulations to Asia United for winning this week's pit. He doesn't have position on the spike. He can't get himself in onto the site quick enough. It's going to defuse. And not only will it get the defuse, but Thrifty will get the kill, or the kill will go over as well to Badger to finish it out. AU take map number 1, 14-12. We have ourselves a series. This is going to be amazing. Asia United coming out strong. But hey, Thrifty looked good too. It's not just a...
It hurts. And it's so hard to come back from that, especially with the economy they're facing. They need a miracle play to happen.
Yeah, they do need a lot to come through. This is a great start, though.
Well, that could be it right there.
Yeah, and look at that. Sylph able to take out Spook, but look at the damage. Oh, no. Oh, no.
That's the reverse of what it could have been. Clay, the last one alive. They're onto the...
Just when we thought that they were gonna be struggling this round, finds a kill through the smoke. Badger finds 2 through the smoke. Sylph will finish out the round. That smoke comes down and Badger just starts free firing.
Yeah, flawless on top of it. Just everything breaking their way. Now have to force buy on second round of a half that they lost. Look at that. They have no money. Economy shambles. They're looking like Bitcoin after Christmas. It is just in tatters. I don't see a good way for them to pull this back if, you know, they can get an off-site. Back out for this one-shot. Vandal does get the reload off. It's a 2v3 situation, 3v1 situation. Looking like AU's gonna be able to clutch up. The defuse still has to come through. They don't know exactly where Blast is gonna fire shots. Gets 2, gets 3, gets the clutch, bringing it to overtime.
Blast with the spray and pray across all 3 members of AU, and you know Asia United is shaking in their boots. It's gonna be a nice boom bot as well to try to find out anybody who's gonna rotate in through the D side spawn. So good job here, Thrifty. Again, aggressive. The Bucky is gonna find the first kill. Bucky gang on the board here for Beckham, as Doobie's gonna find another one. The long range Bucky finds the second, finds a third. Flawless goes Thrifty. Bucky gang in the house.
Bucky gang. Bucky gang, let's get in the chat, you know, you get hype.
He's gonna get the kill, but Killa and Deluxy finds some more. Killa finds a third one as well. It's a 2v1. It's a 1v1 as Blast will find Deluxy. And that's a very sketchy position.
Wait, no, he traded it. He doesn't have the judge anymore. He picked up a Phantom instead. There's no bullets left. What are you gonna do? He finally gets the shot. Blast clutching up and bringing it to a pretty close scoreline.
Another round in a sewer. So looks like it is going to be the C pushes. They've made their way onto the site. Deluxy gets taken down. Beckham trying to get those shots with the frenzy from long range, just can't land them, and Sylph will take him out. The stun coming out to try to knock everybody down as Badger here trying to find a decent angle. Sylph will get the plant. That's a good start here for Ace. You don't know. Spike. Defcon gets the kill onto Sylph before the spike goes down, and now Thrifty turning the match around.
Everything comes down to this pistol right here. DEFCON with a frenzy only has 30 bullets remaining. Spike finally gonna go down, but given time to come in, it's just not enough. The Lexi.
We see themselves in. The trade's coming out. The shorty will pick up that kill, but Quanta Virus finds Deluxe for the trade.
Yeah, and there's still some sneaky spots coming in here. They're not going to quite check this secret position. DEFCON's going to get the free kill onto the planter. Finds himself a second in showers as well. And things are looking really good for Thrifty this time. 2v3. Spike still in the hands of AU.
So looking really good here so far, but it's a 2v3 now.
5-on-3 with really not a lot of damage traded back. Badger picking up the third kill of the round. They do find Deluxe. He brings him down to 3 HP. Just going to be able to heal up here. They're still going to try and spray him through the wall. Does get a little bit of bait though and picks up the kill. Attacker win. AU first on the board.
First on the board here in the second, in the overtime. They desperately need this defensive round to go their way, and it's going to be very scary because they did struggle.
Either overcommit to get to the site or undercommit and have to start from scratch again, only this time now missing their jet. And they decide to go the overcommit route, continue getting caught in transition, and by the time they get to the site, it's 2v4 and health bars not in their favor, as we see Deluxey just ripping onto the site.
Yeah, that was a massive rush in coming in from AU. The run it back used well to find that information, get that kill. The smoke came out just in time so that they could. Yeah, and that's actually pretty big because AU, they really need to make sure, because of how their defense has been playing, if they can steal this offensive round now, they have a really good shot. But Deluxe with a beautiful angle, it's just gonna immediately shut me down. Deluxe hanging right there. RKS, at least we'll get the trade kill, but wow, that was absolutely disgusting. Just hanging out and see. We'll get another one. Sylph will find Doobie. Blast does find Sylph though in the trade, and now it's a 2-for-2.
Yeah, Doobie being able to pick up 2 kills there is absolutely huge, though. So much damage to the economy. If they can continue to get more here, as Deluxey gets 1, goes for 4, can't secure it. Badger needs to pick up the slack, but that is still a round win, but very costly for AU, losing 4 members to pistols.
Smart play from Thrifty. It's not the kind of play that we would think we'd see. Because they are taking their time. They are making sure that they don't get caught off guard by some of these piecemeals. As Quantavious, as soon as I say it, DEFCON gets caught off guard by the shorty and gets immediately taken down, and now the round starts. The massive rotations though coming in from Thrifty to go straight towards the A site, gonna be pretty big, as Doobie will find kill.
3 members here in garage looking to bust out, but here's Sylph just holding the angle. Kill is forced off down to 20 HP, but do they repeat or did they just let the site do? They just let the site do. Sylph picks up 1, picks up 3. Badger secures the round, and that's 2 in a row now, once again for AU.
Sylph just.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Pit of Valor again. We're getting closer and closer to the very end. The semi-finals now between 2 teams, one of which have already been to the grand finals many times before in the Pit of Valor, but Seymour, Wave Runners has really been making a name for themselves this week.
I mean, we literally said last game that they were riding a wave. And I think that wave is on its trek to the grand finals. I really have high hopes for this team. I know Lethal Chaos, like you said, has made it to the grand finals already once for the Pit of Valor, but they got stomped. And that's the hard truth of it. So I'm looking at Lethal Chaos as a little bit of kind of like a bump in the road for Wave Runners. I think that there's so much potential for this team, and if they can take out Lethal Chaos, I think they are a heavy favorite to winning the Pit of Valor tonight. And we're headed back to Bind of all maps. We've seen it a ton tonight on top of Split, so why don't we just go with what we've been seeing today? You know, it's a good trend to just stick with it. So what are you looking at in Bind today between these 2 teams?
I mean, especially in matchups against Zero Marksman, I'm always looking to see how the attacks play down. You remember a few weeks ago we saw Thrifty versus Zero Marksman on Bind as well. In the triple, quadruple, and I think almost quintuple, is that 5? Overtime matchup that we saw there. Neither team were able to win an attack. There was a lot of slow adaptation in those final few 20 plus rounds. But with all things being considered, though, I'm really looking forward to see how Zero Marksman can adapt since then. And we did get a taste of that earlier on the split, but I'm really curious to see what they can bring to Bind this time as a bit of a redemption arc.
We just saw Lethal Chaos a few games ago to a pretty hefty scoreline for overtimes. So I doubt they want to do the same thing here for Bind. And you're looking at the agent picks here. A Brimstone on one side, an Omen on the other. Now take a look back to a couple of games ago when it was Gutsy and I casting Bind, and it was literally the same setup. I mean, a Brimstone on one side and Omen on the other, and the Omen-sided team had a 13-1 win. So I'm still a little skeptical about the Brimstone, but I do know that Lethal Chaos has a punch pack in behind their hits. So I mean, Kukli might be what they need, and on top of that, Abused Noodle along with it, a heavy fragger. I mean, we saw him on Split a few games ago, really doing it all for his team, and the support behind him might be enough to take down the likes of Vesperal and Protest, along with Slow Motion and Tezon, who just were not giving up last game on Split.
Look, Colin, I think regardless of your Team Omen or Team Brim, I think this will be the match that decides whether or not these Brim changes made Omen a maybe subjectively better agent than Omen or than Brim at the moment, or vice versa. We're gonna have to wait and see how that goes down, though. We do see some early aggression coming out on B long. It's not gonna be a whole lot, but at least it's gonna have some shots fired from Wave Runner's side.
It is gonna provide a nice entry onto the site. Following this drone, gaining the information that Brimstone smokes are going to be down. It is going to be smoked off by the Omen, but the damage done for these attackers off of this Brimstone smoke, like I said before, I mean, instantly taking hold of this site and locking it down. It's going to be a plant for a 5-on-3 retake. And you're looking at Wave Runners to do this efficiently.
Yeah, and we're gonna see Lethal Chaos now being the attackers, having that spike down in their possession. Tezon only has 4 health and a dream. Unfortunately, dreams are shattered here at Pit of Valor. It's gonna be Tezon that falls, and only 2 left alive now in the Wave Runner's defense. With that being said, though, Abused Noodle might be able to hold on to this a little bit longer. As long as they can stall things out, that's all they need to do. Kukli, though, taking down Protest. It's a 1-for-1. Oaken, the last one alive, still needs to find his way onto the spike, but with 2 H5 still right on top of it. A blast of the skull is all it's gonna be to make round number 1 go into the favor of Lethal Chaos.
A great start for Lethal Chaos. I mean, effectively using that Brimstone smoke to keep the defenders off the site. So you're looking at Kukli to be that entry for the team along with Abused Noodle, and they're doing a great job at that. And then locking it down from there, setting up their post plants, knowing the Brimstone smokes won't last forever, and you won't be able to re-up them once you're out of those 3s. So they did a good job of backing up to long, waiting for that retake to come through. But take a look at this. This setup's a little bit interesting, and it's about to be a bloodbath.
I'm surprised Wave Runners realized that this is going to be a B push again. Double Shorty, the entirety of the team -1, all inside of Hookah. Donkeys can be rotating around, but here's the thing, right? They're all going to be on B long. Shorties don't really work in that position as well. So you're kind of in a bad spot now where you have to rely on those shorties to play these long-range engagements. Abused Noodle finding Tenzin right off the rip. Protest needs to jump on down and try his best with the Killjoy Shorty. 9 health and a dream, though. It's going to be another one to fall. Axe finds slow motion, but Vasperilla might be able to make this Shorty work. And Shorty does not right up close, as personal as you can get. Abused Noodle still finds Vespera. And that is going to be Wave Runners again, kind of falling to the wayside these early rounds, only having 1 left alive. Oaken's going to fall. Lethal Carnage have had a really strong start right now. And I don't know if the outcome of the round would have changed Seymour had Wave Runners or had non-shorties. I think it may have been a similar result, but having shorties, at least 2 of their agents did not help.
I do agree that I think if you get rid of those shorties, I think it would have been the same outcome. Maybe have done a little bit more damage than they got to do against Lethal Chaos, but nonetheless, Lethal Chaos go up 2-0. And they are moving into this rifle round with not too many rifles across the boards. I mean, you have the Vandals, you have the Bulldogs, but you also have a Ghost on one of your players. And not just any Ghost, but a Ghost with low armor, not full armor, Big Keg. So that's going to be hard to attack on now. And looking into this, looking into a full rifle setup, you have players like Vesperal on Wave Runners. We're going to take those first bloods and take them with ease if you're just going to give them it.
This is the first time we've seen Wave Runners get the opening pick now in this matchup. It's going to be Lethal Carnage losing down on their Jet immediately. With that being said, though, Oaken has a lot of control over B-side. He's able to use his camera, listen to the audio cues for someone in Octagon, and this is going to be a great opener. Everyone else now rotating over to B-side before even someone gets onto the site. It's only going to be the Phoenix and getting the piercing shots through the walls. Oaken finding a Buse Noodle. Beautiful game sense there. It's going to be Oaken able to find one, but what about another one? That could very well be the case. The Dart's still going to be tracking on the Sova, but now here's the thing, Seymour. We're going to be seeing a post plan.
One enemy remaining.
The retake, though, the rifles of Wave Runners is what I was expecting. Just heavy overtaking. This lackluster buy from Lethal Chaos. Now you're going to give the ultimate charge to Slow Motion here. He's charging for that Hunter's Fury in it. It's going to be a little bit closer, which I'm looking for them to give Slow Motion this Hunter's Fury early. Because if Lethal Chaos are going to keep pouring in 5-mans like they are, just dedicating themselves to a push, that Hunter's Fury can rip apart that push and definitely split it in half at the midst of it. So wherever they decide to take their attacks, in the meantime, you have to be aware that Slow Motion is setting up to kind of counter that at the end there. Now, if Wave Runners find the second rounds, they're going to dismantle the buy from Lethal Chaos, and the economy is going to be broken for this attacking team. The setup, it is going to be towards the A site, but they have the bomb sitting in market to allow them for a rotation.
Yeah, we've been seeing this a lot from a lot of teams, especially Wave Runners and Lethal Carnage in the past. But it's been Protest able to find one. Donkey's going to fall. But will another one go as well? Yes, it will. They just kind of crawl to the ground. Vesperal able to find a Buse Noodle. It's going to be another one gone. With that being said, though, it's looking really good. Maybe take over A site. Vesperal is able to find Axe instead. This is getting more and more interesting because now we have to see either a fragmented push coming out from Lethal Carnage's side, or they have to rotate all the way to B and risk fighting Oaken again, who just has an iron fist on B.
So the Cypher's so good at those solo holes on B as well with that camera. I mean, you're really just feeding information into this one player who then can just dance around you and turn you into his playground. Now, you still see the aggression for Lethal Chaos here. It is going to be 2H5 with the spike in hand towards A main, but at the midst of it, there's only 2 players left, and one of them is staying back towards their spawn, looking to hold down this rifle for the next
30
round.
seconds left.
I don't know where this attack's going to come from, but I don't really like that they are going to be pushing into it. Tezen spots the rifle. He's going to call it out to the team. Bait out the shot to confirm. And the wide peek is going to feed into Tezen for the kill. 2H5, though, still finding the kill. Not cleaned up at all. So possibility for the spike here, but your teammate far from helping. So he is going to be cleaned up from this Omen. The round is going to go to Lethal Chaos. And Kukli, I mean, luckily he's going to keep that rifle, but nothing else other than that.
Oh, Lord, a 2v2 now. That is nasty to see. I mean, that was, you know, all things considered for Lethal Chaos, that was kind of a close round. I mean, it wasn't. But you get what I'm trying to say is that, you know, in a 4v2 situation, they almost brought it back a little bit. They almost made their way onto A. They found some picks, but the spike just did not find its destination. But that brings up an interesting question that, you know, we mentioned that Omen versus Brim would be a huge deal this matchup, and it's an even 2-2.
I don't want to put the nail in the coffin just yet between that matchup because, like, we're just starting to see the rifle rounds, and now Vesperal, I mean, when he's allowed to do things like this with the operator, there's just really nothing you can do when it comes to smoking. I mean, you're not going to put those smokes down earlier if you are the Brimstone, and that's where the paranoia might be able to favor you.
Well, with that being said, though, look at that. 2 members already gone from Lethal Carnage. It's going to be, I'm sorry, Lethal Chaos. Carnage Chaos, they're kind of synonyms. But regardless of the fact, is that Donkey's right above one of his foes. Spy versus Spy. Oaken just barely above. He has the better weapon, but if he doesn't see Donkey in time, yes, he does. He's able to donkey him out, and that's going to be another one gone. And now we're in the same scenario again, but a different site. A full, possibly fragmented rotation going all the way to A instead, and you gotta ask yourself, Seymour, you've been in the same spot 2 rounds in a row now. Do you make the play to push again this time, or are you gonna opt for the save? And from what we see on the minimap, I think we know the answer.
Well, I mean, eventually, like, as the rounds go by, you're going to have to start being a little bit aggressive in these situations. Try to take the rifles and take the economy away from Wave Runners the best you can, but I mean, you just have a Bulldog to save. That's not really like the best thing. So he does go for the pick onto slow motion, but his slow motion just gets to jump on him first. So they're going to take that one out. Kukli, last alive once again, has a Vandal in his hand. 2 stim beacons and the ultimate. We only have 12 seconds, so this is going to be another round for Wave Runner's going to take the lead in this as well. And Vesperal, the cherry on top, the op kill for the third. A flawless round for Wave Runners going into this. I want to look and see if they've dismantled this economy for the side of Lethal Chaos. It looks like it's still alive for another round, but holding on by a thread here.
What's funny is that I think we saw the same exact thing happen with Zero Marksman against Wave Runners too. Zero Marksman were able to win the first 2 rounds handedly, and they seem to have figured out what to do on their own end. Wave Runners, they adapt early on. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
You heard that, right?
Yes.
I think my room's haunted.
Was that a ghost?
Speaking
of ghosts, though, can they speak of beyond the grave, Seymour? It's gonna be Kukli that takes down Vesperal. The 2 duelists are already gone. The duelists, we were about to say how well they've adapted in these last 3 rounds. This could be the end of their rope. Protest able to find almost maybe one. He gets surrounded instead. 2H5 is going to find him instead. Oaken, though, having a great positional advantage. The smoke are going to go away. But will that be enough positional advantage for him? Can he find those sight lines? That's the $1 million question right now. Make that $2 million now that Slow Motion takes down Donkey. But there's still so many in the bathrooms. I don't know what they're all doing in the bathrooms together, but it can't be good. Cherry bombs galore. It's going to be Oak in the fall. Last one alive is going to be Slow Motion. Waiting around now, trying to get to that spike. A simple bullet to the brain is going to do it, though. Axe finding him, and that's going to be another round for Lethal Carnage's favor. They managed to readapt.
Lethal Chaos bringing this back. Luckily,
Chaos
able to get that round win. So their economy is not going to be broken just yet. I say just yet because Wave Runners have definitely been putting a lot of fight against this team. Now you have 4 ultimates. That Hunter's Fury that I was talking about earlier. I want to see if they're going to abuse it early, or if they're going to look for the information from the Cypher to kind of back up on that one. They are working in tandem together, shoulder to shoulder, so that might be what they do. And you see Lethal Chaos setting for this B push. If they are going to push through Hookah, that Hunter's Fury might be this nail to stop you in your tracks.
Look, it's in their name. They gotta cause chaos now. Slow Motion, looking around, meets Owl Drone. Hello, buddy. How's your day doing? Typical Tuesday, or I'm sorry, Wednesday. Yeah, spot the maker. But with that being said, though, 2H5 doesn't get spotted out, and neither does the other Sova, I believe. Protest across the other screens, able to find Kukli. But with that being said, though, the rest of Lethal Chaos are going to be rotating to B side, surprising enough. Still having the fear of Oaken in their hearts. It's going to be the Sova as well, not too far behind, but he's going to opt for the rotate instead. Now, I'm wondering if they're going to re-rotate now that they know Cyber Cages are coming out, but there's still one deep inside the roots of A, and that's going to be Abused Noodle, waiting to see any kind of rotates that may happen.
Okay, keep your eyes on the Sova here.
Oh,
I mean, Protest wins the one-on-one on the opposite side of the map, but on the mini-map, look at this Hunter's Fury from Wave Runners. They're going to pull it. They're going to stop the plants as much as they can. 2H5 providing excellent backup for his planter. But suddenly he's smoked off. He's forced to be aggressive right into the hands of Vesperal. And the Donkey last alive, doing the best he can. But Wave Runners setting him up for failure. And Slow Motion at hand, doing everything right with this Hunter's Fury. Delaying the plant, allowing Protest to set up in a position where he can smoke off any reinforcement that Planter Oaken or that Planter Donkey did have. So excellent job by Wave Runner for that interruption for the plan and to retake that site as well as they did. Very efficient, very effective, and now they're back in the lead.
That's right. One thing to keep in mind too is that Tenzin not really showing up on the leaderboard as of yet this matchup anyway, so you got to give a lot of the, the 2 duelist comp is doing a little bit of a better job than the 3 duelist comp from Lethal Chaos. That's going to be most of the work put on Vasper's shoulders as of now, and it looks like them all rotating around onto B site could be the move to make. Look, Oaken rotate away from B site onto A. The tripwire's nowhere to be seen, and you have 2 different bodies, Vasper included, on B as well, and we have to see that top frag ability go into use.
Axe, early pick on this Bladestorm, gonna prop it up. But on the opposite side, I mean, they both want it, I guess. Hellfire gonna lock down the site a little bit. Allow him not to plant. Lethal Chaos gonna burn that one early just to try to skim out the tunnel and make sure that nobody can peek out for that wide swing. Now 5-on-5 for this retake, Keg. You look at where the defenders are coming through, all through defenders spawn. You're gonna have to hope that somebody can get a pick through elbow because it is gonna divert the attention of these attackers for their post plan. But right now, very powerful positioning. Kukli and Abused Noodle gonna speak out for 2. And Abused Noodle in this corner just gonna make sure that the attention is staying strong onto wherever it needs to be. A flawless round for Lethal Chaos off of that attack. And a very well done job. Just like that first pistol round when they dropped all those brimstone smokes down, took that site with ease, and set up for very strong post plans. It was almost a mirror.
If you didn't know any better, you would think these are the grand finals because of how close these two rounds are, or these two teams are. There's so much micro adaptability going on, and there's always small mistakes on both teams that have yet or be caught each other out and kind of exploit each other in those aspects. With that being done though, Oaken rotated his way to A and it didn't quite be as effective as they had hoped. Now he's going to be going back to B site instead, and maybe this could be a huge bait for them. Spike's going to be on the ground though, everyone on Lethal Chaos going for what seemed to be like a fragmented attack, but they're going in different quadrants again to try to find some action on A and B.
Let's take a look. The attackers are going to be forming the siege of the B site. Where Oaken, like you said, has been holding this Iron Fist, but last round showed that that Iron Fist can crack.
Ooh.
Alongside him, he is going to have slow motion playing inside of the elbow, but you're not going to have the Brimstone ulti to make sure that you can feed Oaken out of this tunnel. Instead, look at all this information he's being gained. He's going to go for the wide swing for 1. Only good for 1. Luckily, his team is there to get the rest. The showstopper going to miss the target. It is going to be an even 3-on-3 if they get this down. The Neural Theft's going to locate these defenders, so it's going to delay their push even more. And this should allow for the plants to come out, but they're taking forever to do so. They're going to rotate. Look at the spikes on A now, and all the attention's still on B.
Ooh, Donkey's playing the ultimate bait of his life. He's playing with his life right now. He's able to find one. He's able to find almost another, but Protest is able to trade out on Donkey. But instead, 56 health left, though, in a dream. This is a perfect opportunity for L2H5 of Lethal Chaos to find not only maybe a kill, but get a Hunter's Fury off as well to stall out this play if need be. But look at Omen, though. He's going all the way across. Protest looking around to see if he's going to take the TP, he's going to be noticed. But if he goes the long route, through short no less, he might have the best chance of that adaptability. With that being said though, Protest pushing up towards Spike, looking around Lambs, trying to find out where the Sova could possibly be at, but he knows that the ult is in his possession as well. The tempted Spike goes down, recon bolt in hand, and it's gonna be wham, bam, not today! 2H5 finds Protest, and that's gonna be another round in the first lead, or I'm sorry, the first lead in a while we see in Lethal Chaos's favor. For a while, it's been tied, and you gotta give it to 2H5 at the very end there, playing that as safe as could be, using all of his resources to his advantage, and getting that very clean final kill.
Lethal Chaos really showing me what they have today. And I know I kind of put them down a little bit in the pregame, but showing me a lot of improvement than that grand final they were in before, and keeping this even on attack. Not only even, but finding a lead here is going to be so excellent when you rotate back over to the defensive side. Now back on A, Abused Noodle going to pull that, run it back, going to hop on a site after finding that first blood, and you got a lot of presence into Showers. We're going to be hitting this flank now, the classic of Vespero. I know he can do it with that rifle, but can he do it with a sidearm? It looks like no, but Protest there to lock down a shot indeed. A 4-on-2. Spike is down, and 2H5 just on the other side, going to be 2 victims of his rifle.
Only thing separating them is going to be a little bit of smoke. With that 22 in a dream, 2H5 finds Protest. That's going to be slow motion, surrounded by the enemies once again. He's able to find one. Oh, I spoke too soon. He was almost able to find one. 2H5, though, just in time, able to skirt out of the way and get that final shot in instead. It's going to be a 2-round lead for Lethal Chaos, and Wave Runners were doing such a good job adapting in those mid-rounds or the first quarter of the game, but it seems like they're stalling themselves out again. The rotates have been kind of odd, to say the very least, but it seems like there's just a little bit of growing pains trying to figure out where to accurately place everyone on their teams. We are every round seeing different people on each side or each site changing around their positioning minus Oaken.
I have to say, Tezen has had a slower game on Bind than I've seen him yet in this tournament. I mean, he was almost top fragging on Split last game. He is 0-9 right now on this defense. Not really having a lot of fun. Especially on Raze, a duelist that has a high damage output. To be as low as this, Lethal Chaos doing a good job at shutting down this agent. Now the Hunter's Fury of slow motion, not gonna find anything, not even a drop of damage. But it is gonna delay this push, and I think they are anticipating the B hit, as it is 2 gonna be in hookah, 2 gonna be down C long, along with a bomb and the hand of the Sova for nonetheless. This attack is gonna be a tough one, and the rotation, it's gonna hop over to A with the bomb. I think it's gonna be read as well by Lethal Chaos here. They're gonna, or by Wave Runners, they're gonna have that reinforcement, the Omen, back up their jet.
That's true, and we do see potential flank potential. At the very least, Abused Noodle trying to find Oaken, and I believe the Sova as well, but not able to find any landing hits. Instead, it's going to be a Cypher Neural Theft coming out instead. That's going to botch the whole entire strategy Lethal wanted to bring out. Masperol not too far behind. Tenzin, of course, looking to see where that spike's going to go. They think it's still going to be in Bathurst, but no! You got to go back into the sand! Slow motion's waiting around towards the very back, but up from above, it's in the sky! Slow motion able to find 2H5 instead. But with that being said, though, Abused Noodle not too far behind, able to get the 1-for-1 refrag. Can that be enough? The answer is a huge maybe, with only 6 seconds left to get that spike into the ground. With barely enough time left, Axe is able to find Tenzin. It's going to 2v1. Protest needs to walk around the entirety of the map again, going through CT. Axe holding an angle and elbow. Abused Noodle watching for the smokes, playing around it, and inside of it. Protest has a lot of options here, but he's going to walk right into death as Abused Noodle gets a triple kill on the Protest, and that's going to be not 1, not 2, but 3 rounds ahead now of Wave Runners, who just cannot seem to get these rotates to work.
And I mean, Tenzin finding that 1 kill was good, but I didn't like how slow motion turtled on that site after finding that first kill. He should have anticipated the follow-up onto it. I don't know if he noticed that the spike carrier was killed in that sense, but if he did, I would have looked to kind of challenge that, to try to do as much damage as you can for the last 2, for even Protest and Tenzin to come back and maybe have a little bit easier of a fight against those players. But we are going to see the Hellfire get dropped towards A this time to clear out U-Haul. Make sure that when you attack, you don't have to clear that site right away. And you're pushing right into death if you are Lethal Chaos, because that is Festival, Protest, Tenzin fighting 4 across the board. And 2H5 domed from the knives.
These knives this entire tournament today have been lethal across the board. But with all that being said and done too, it comes down to the rotates between these two teams. I know we're saying this like a broken record, but when it comes to bind and using those teleporters and finding a good way to get that spike into the ground, it's a tough position to be in. But we did see Wave Runners get that final round in the first half to make sure it's at the very least a 7-5 half. That's not bad at all. But like I said before, I was curious to see the attacks on both sides, and now we're going to see what Wave Runners can do on Bind's attack.
Bind's attack has been difficult.
Very.
Over the past couple games that we've seen, but Lethal Chaos looked like they had a walk in the park a couple of those rounds. So Wave Runners, I know they have the fragging potential in Tenzin. He's the one that they're missing right now. So you see Tenzin pick up that first blood. It's going to be huge in the confidence to be taking this out. Now slow motion going to be slowly working through showers with your jet on site. The rest to show up. Donkey not checking your flank. Tenzin sneaking his way in and slipping through U-Haul without a worry. Now Abused Noodle on site for 2. Good for the help of 2H5 as well. Tenzin still has some damage to do for the side of Wave Runners. You have Oaken on this flank. Gonna look for that planter. Gonna look for the second. Kukli makes it a 1-on-1. But Wave Runners, right where they wanted to be. I say that, but Kukli, just as crazy and quirky as this Brimstone's been all game, he is going to shut down that pistol and give Lethal Chaos another round to start off with. This pistol is just so conforming for Lethal Chaos and so commanding for this team to take it again. They should have double digits soon.
I very well could be the case, Seymour, but You got to give it to the Brim again. He's been able to put those smokes down, especially in those post plants or in that initial push. Being able to stall out so much of the attacker's play here. With Brim now on the defense, this is a really good position to be in right now, especially when you have a 3-round lead. Having a Brimstone go pretty much wherever you want, that is the position you want to be in. But let's look now. It's going to be a push going through Hookah, it seems. Only one's going to be separated away on B long. That's going to be Oaken. But everybody else, there's a huge stranglehold on B as well, directly on site. One headshot, able to find it. Kind of like that playing that shooting duck game at a carnival, able to find one. But there's many, many more ducks coming on through apparently as well. It's going to be one from above. Slow Motion's able to find Abused Noodle. Able to find a double kill, however. It's going to be 2H5 with a triple. Holding things down as long as possible. Tenzin does come in to get the assassination, but Axe saves the day, and that's going to be yet another round, a very quick one at that for Lethal Chaos. So we just saw a very aggressive play come through from Wave Runners. There wasn't really much to the strategy other than to just jump in, get the spike down, get the kills, but 2H5 has been the master of preventing that.
2H5 there. I mean, it looked like he was panicking on my end, but he got the kills like he was slow and composed. Lethal Chaos doing the damage, cleaning up quickly with the low casualties, but their buy in this round, the rifles favoring the attackers, but Abused Noodle was able to get that first blood last time. This time it's Tenzin taking the advantage here for Wave Runners, just like he did in that pistol round. But even in that pistol round, it wasn't enough for Wave Runners to take the win. So I'm looking at them to stay together, stick to their rifles, and play the communication like they did on Split. They looked very dissociated on Bind compared to Split this time, Kagan. It's almost has me worried for this Wave Runners squad because they don't look like the same squad as they did last game. Vesperal gets the second, breaks open the B side, so we might actually be seeing a hookah push.
That's right, a hookah push is going to look pretty good right now. Tenzin able to find Kukli. Slow Motion capitalizes on that as well. Axe, the last one alive, is on the complete other side of the map. But what is this? So much control in CT. That's the wrong spawn, guys. And with an op in hand only, it's going to be up to Axe with an op and a mini op to make sure to at least save one of the ops, if not both, and save their economy as well. That's really all you can do in this position in a 1v5. You know, we talked about that same strategy before of just going in and running and gunning it for Wave Runners, but being slow in the beginning, finding the opening pick, and then doing so seems to be the key to success for them on this attack.
Doesn't seem like they've jumped the gun a few of these rounds, so I did like that play from Wave Runners to kind of bring it back and watch for it. Axe now has to worry about the teleport. He's being pinched from every side. The hunters are here, but they are not checking them effectively. Slow Motion gonna spot him out, bait the shot, and get that gun out of Axe's hand. Like you said, trying to save that op as well as the sheriff in hand, the mini op. But he's just gonna hand it over to the side of Wave Runners. Vesperal, we've seen what he can do on this operator. It's the same on attack.
I wanted to mention this. We haven't seen Vesperal too much on the op this game, and only going 12 and 10 is obviously no laughing matter. But now with the op in their possession on the attack, no less, this could be really nasty for a B-side push. But it looks like we'll have to wait a little bit, because it looks like for the most part, or at least where the spike is at, it could be through showers instead to get a huge sightline angle.
They're going to look for some info in showers, but the Jet hasn't pushed it just yet. They're lurking around A main, blocked off by the Brimstone smoke. Axe going to fire a few warning shots. Make sure that they don't cross over that without knowing that there is pressure on the opposite side. The spike making its way through showers. It does seem like, Keg, that they want this, and if they dedicate this to the showers push, we might be seeing as Heaven smoked off. The attack's underway. Let's see if they can win this one out.
Only a minute left on the clock. It's 6 and 9. Keep in mind, too, Wave Runners has a lot to prove here in these next few rounds. Kuku, though, holding behind green box. This is not looking good. The stem begins to go down, but that's no match for a Hunter's Fury. Showstopper as well. They're bringing out all the stops right now. One blast back. Will that be enough? No, you're running out of fuse. Oh, there we go. Axe is going to fall. With that being said, though, Lethal Chaos only has 2 left alive. Everyone on A is dead. to their rights, and with the spike going down, it's up to a CT Heaven split retake to see what they can do to bring it back. This is not a good position to be in right now if you're Lethal Chaos. You have so little utility to work with, so little time, and even the utility you do have isn't beneficial for this position. Vespero with the op is able to find Noodle in slow motion, able to act quick as a fox to take down 2H5. Now that was a comeback, but the issue with Wave Runners getting that comeback is that they wasted not only a lot of utility and time, but Colin, they had to use 2 different ults at once, the 2 most lethal ones in the game, to do it.
Careful.
And even still, though, Wave Runners using those ultimates, bringing it 2 rounds closer, Keg. With only 2 rounds to tying this up. Even on the attacking side, we've been seeing a lot of success on this for these attackers. And a broken by, or a force up from Abuse Noodle, almost locating the noggin of Tezzin, but slow motion bullying them. The flash comes through. They want this kill onto the Raze, but right now, Lethal Chaos looks like that kills all that they have going for him right now. 2H5 takes the blunt force of that nade, and he's going to be dropped to about 25 health. Slow motion re-amps the pressure to Market. The spike goes down with Oaken and Slow Motion both shutting down the rest of these Lethal Chaos players. Brings it to 8, a 1-round difference now, Keg. Wave Runners are right back in this battle.
They're making the comeback right now, 3 in a row. This second half seems to be theirs. Maybe this is just the battle of attacks, it seems, because Wave Runners, they had a bit of a lackluster first half on the defense, and it looks like Lethal Chaos isn't too much different. They are the kings of winning the first 2 rounds, but that adaptability comes back real quick. It's like mirror mode on both sides as of now. But if history is going to repeat itself, this will bring Lethal Chaos into the double digits. But we'll have to wait and see as we see a very fragmented attack coming out from Wave Runners' side.
Look at this rotation from the attackers back to A. You have 2 tripwires and the backup from the Brimstone as well as the Phoenix. You have to get through a lot just to touch sight, and Kukli is going to be spotted by the Cypher Cam, so he has to forcibly back up. Now Abuse Noodle gets flashed himself out with the run it back, finds a kill, but kill is all he has compared to Vesperal's 2. Now he's cleared out of U-Haul. Wave Runners fully equipped to lock down this A site as the spike is going to be dropped. And the reinforcements are here, but a little bit late.
And can you blame them? This is such a good take right now by Wave Runners. Lethal Chaos, same position, different agents, the same as last round. Axe does have a great advantage, so he has the op and he has the advantage. But with that being in mind, waiting around, waiting to see what's going to happen. Tenzin's able to find 2H5. Only one left alive. It's Axe again with the op. If he's not able to keep alive like he couldn't before, this could be lethal for not only him, but his whole economic standards that he has in this game. But it looks like nobody's going to go for him. Nobody's going to go in, and that is going to be, at least, at the very least, Axe keeping an eye on his op, able to keep it alive, and everybody else, of course, going to make it by relatively safe as well. A 4v1 unwinnable, and Wave Runners able to bring this back, be history, Colin, and bring it to a 9-9.
Bucky's, Sheriffs, and Op, that was salvaged from the last. Lethal Chaos starting to fall apart at the seams here on defense, which is surprising because Bind, I mean, history is told that Bind is a defensive map, but I guess just like last week, it's opposite day again. And these teams just don't want to conform to the norms of reality here. Axe getting aggressive with this operator. Finds this opening. It's going to be huge for Lethal Chaos off this broken buy, but spotted by the recon bolt. The peak comes through on each side, and now the attack is on for Wave Runners, but a 1-for-1 trade is going to keep them humble. Protest in the back, in heaven, going to find 2 and take hold of the site. Once again, flawless from Wave Runners.
Oh, Colin, this is not looking good again. It's the same exact story over and over again. Spike's gonna go down, 2 left alive again. It's like a gambit for these. It's like boot camp right now. Each time, only 2 left alive. Figure it out. How are you gonna win this? So far, no one on Lethal Chaos has been able to pass boot camp, it seems. Donkey, though, able to pick up the op. This is a huge weapon advantage now. Vespera not too far behind. This could be a sniper duel, depending on how things go. And yes, it sort of is, but the wrong sniper. That's a Vandal instead. Slow Motion's able to take down Donkey. Only one left alive. Fast Roll's gonna fall from the op instead. Not quite the sniper battle we thought we would need it, but we got instead. Slow Motion takes down 2H5, and that's gonna be double digits now for Wave Runners. Colin, they did it. They brought it back, and not only that, brought it to double digits.
2H5's got my heart racing from those flicks. I thought he was gonna do him dirty. He did a lot of damage to Wave Runners, but they lost the lead. And once again, you said earlier, once Lethal Chaos found the lead, they kind of stuck with it on attack. Now Wave Runners on attack found their lead by a round. 2 rounds away from match point here. 2 rounds away from putting them on the point that they need to make it to the grand finals and dethrone Lethal Chaos from this veteran standing. It is going to be a B execute, it looks like, with the spike favoring that, but they're playing a little bit short from an execute, so it might just be lurk to try to find a pick and see where they want to dedicate themselves. With that pick from Abused Noodle into Showers, it should be the go-ahead that B is the location of their attack.
I sure hope so. Look at where that spike is going. Time and time again, we've seen it go to A site, but this time going to B, things could even out to a 10-10. 2H5 bring out the Hunter's Fury, holding down Elbow with an Iron Fist. But with that being said and done, though, it's not looking good for these attackers. Tenzin's gonna fall. Donkey's able to get them from CT. Cybercade's still up above. Gonna be a blockade, it seems. Instead, Shockguard's able to find the other Sova. But who's coming in from the TP? Well, it's gonna be another defender. It's Axe coming in to save the day, it seems, taking down Protest and skedaddling away. Vesperella and the rest of the company need to get onto A site, but by yourself, this Jet can't do too much. Looks like the string of rounds eventually have now ended. Not too much Vespera can do, and completely stuck. Holy. So it looks like B site might not be the aggressive choice here.
I mean, I've seen Vespera do crazy things. Heroic things at that.
Yeah.
But there was nothing favoring Vesperal there, so I did expect that cleanup to come in. And a tie game 10-10, you're right, that B site, I mean, that Iron Fist kind of showing up this time for Donkey instead of Oaken, and he really held that one down with the help of 2H5 on that Sova. An excellent job from them, but really comes off of that start from Abused Noodle, taking out that opening in Showers. Really staggered out that attack. Really kind of forced the hands of Wave Runners. Now Abused Noodle trying to do the exact same thing, but burning utility just to get out alive. And now this drone from Vesperal forced the opening. Gonna tag them up. The Hunter's Fury. Abused Noodle gonna get shot down from this Hunter's Fury. As Wave Runners are trying to hold this down. Axe. A dream. A kill. Anything more? No. Tenzin makes it that.
Oh, but the Hellfire's gonna be going down directly on the spike planter. Tenzin's able to, I think, find one, but instead I guess that was Slow Motion. Okay. But with all things said and done, the TP's gonna be in full effect going on to A. Can they beat out Donkey? The answer's no. Donkey's already on site. Cybercage is abound. Can he find those angles? Yes, he can. Through it. He's able to find at least one, but Tenzin gets the refrag. A 1-1. Now it's suddenly 2-1 instead. 2H5 has been able to clutch things out in the past, but this is much more dangerous to see. Neural Theft being used and only one person left alive, and of course the ult as well, gonna make sure things definitely go their way. Tenzin's able to find the triple kill on 2H5, and the Hunter's Fury is not gonna be anything but a first round, or the beginning round kind of thing. But speaking of the Hunter's Fury though, Colin, it popped in my head because I really thought the Hunter's Fury, and combined with all the aggressive play Lethal Chaos was bringing out, could have allowed them to at least overrun A and take out most of Wave Runners, and it did. But instead, they rotated again into B site and got the spike down and held it themselves.
That opening onto Abused Noodle, once again, him being the kind of pivot of the rounds, was big too. Burning 2 ultimates from Wave Runners. I'm glad that they did to confirm that. Because if they lost that, they used a lot in it, and they didn't really want to drop that round. So that showstopper definitely justified to take round 11 here. You only have the Blade Storm in your midst when it does come to ultimates, but full rifles across the board. And I think I saw Bucky for Lethal Chaos, so I'm guessing not the best buy here, as Donkey is going to be playing inside Hookah with that Bucky, but he is playing a kind of a cheeky angle with this camera. He might be able to spot Slow Motion, except they're taking their eyes over towards long, where it is 2H5. A very dangerous rifler is going to be waiting for you.
Do you mean they're going slow motion?
Definitely.
Oh, but bullets aren't slow, though. It's going to be 2H5 able to find Oaken. That's going to be one gone. But no, the 1-for-1 comes out. Slow motion's able to find 2H5 instead. It's going to be a slew of kills on the feed, but it looks like Wave Runner's already down 3 different people. Things happen very quickly around these parts, especially on B site, but slow motion having control, it seems most of B site, might be able to help get that spike into the ground in a relatively safe angle. All things considered, though, slow motion and Vesperal have been going ham on this site. Batman and Robin style finding Donkey. It's a 2v2. Make that a 2v1. Vesperal is able to find Axe, and the last one's gonna be Kukli. You mentioned it yourself, Connor. Colin. He's been one of the most prevalent and one of the best defenders of the entire site. But instead, it looks like there's gonna be a mad dash onto the site. 10 seconds left on the clock. Can they get the spike down? Yes, they can. And it's gonna be a mad dash equally from Kukli's side to get into the post plant.
And now Kukli takes the long way around. The op in hand of Vesperal. A dangerous, dangerous opponent. Spike planted for both of these defenders, or well, now defenders, I guess, attackers in their post plants. Vesperal going to be watching the slow peek, misses the shot surprisingly. As Kukli really needs to put the wheels on if he wants to get this. Vesperal not going to miss a second time. Grand final point right here. Well, not grand final point, but like chance to make it to the grand finals here for Wave Runners. As this is semi-finals and Wave Runners on match.
Legend has it that Vespera never misses twice. Did you know that?
Legend seems about right, you know, if for the history of the day, you know, Vesperal hasn't really been missing a whole lot, let alone twice. Sheesh, it's not in the textbook.
Remember when he was 12 and 10 before getting the op? Now he's 19 and 13. He's only died 3 times since then.
Big plays indeed. Axe pulling the Blaze Storm, spotted, missing the drone, the dart. Axe slow pushes across the orb, not spotted by Vesperal either, so I'm curious if they're gonna peek this corner and clear it. Even after the drone, with that shark dart going to the left side, I don't think they know that Axe is here, so if we look at the mini map, you can see that the spike is rotating back to A main. They might be going for a full rotate to B, like they've kind of been opting for this whole game around, Max. And it's 1v1 from Axe and Vesperal. Might be what you need to flick the knives. Nobody gonna find a kill here. Not even damage onto Vesperal.
I mean, but you know what they say, he doesn't miss twice. He only fired once.
Yeah, well, that means that he's not going to miss the rest of this game, this round.
Oh no, that's a lot of pressure being put on him. But 2H5 now going to be hiding inside of Elbow, waiting for this inevitable, it seems, peak to happen. And yes, it will happen. Except there's only 2 of the attackers on B site. The rest of them concading their way onto A, waiting to see what happens next. 2H5 is going to take down the bait. I mean, Oaken able to find another one, but Kukli has a great position. He's able to find 10s and 2. Now they know something's up. Stim Beacon's going to go down. Flashing, of course, going to be the counter. With only 10 seconds left, there's only so much they can do. Now they got like 30 extra seconds. Hunter's Fury, though, trying to wipe away everyone on A site. It's going to be a tough position to be in for everybody else, but the kill feed's running red against green with the enemies of LC. It's going to be Wave Runners now in a 2v3 still.
Lethal Chaos is literally using everything that they have in their arsenal to win this. Vesperal, an op against 3 players. They're going to be on the site. Lands the shot, but the sonar from that sofa is going to land on him. Does he have enough time? It was halfway, so he has plenty of time to get this defuse. Lethal Chaos stay alive, and I don't think I have ever seen a Sova Dart actually land on a player. I knew you could, but it's just not something you see every day.
Get it off me.
It's like when you get like, you walk through like a cobweb and you're just like, kind of like swiping your hands back and forth, you know, trying to get it off.
It's sticky. That's how I feel.
I hope the Sova Dart's not sticky.
Oh, then it's piercing you.
Well, yeah. Then you just gotta pull that thing out.
Ooh, it's like a trank dart. Just taking it out. But Speaking of that, though, we do see the spike completely on the ground again. A fragmented attack from Wave Runners has been their bread and butter for a lot of these rounds. With that being said, though, we are seeing a bit of a split push between Hookah and B Long. This could go very much in the favor of Wave Runners, depending on how Abused Noodle plays this next few moments. It was just a running back, however, not finding a whole lot of info, but it's going to allow 2H5 to at least find Vesperal, one of the top fraggers for Wave Runners' side. Now, keep in mind, if this keeps happening for Wave Runners, they lose more bodies. It's going to be overtime yet again for this team, or they might be able to clutch this back and win 13-11. There's no in-betweens here.
You still have Tezzin, who has been fragging. Donkey almost getting taken out by Oak in the opposite Spy. Like you said, Spy versus Spy here. Taking a little bit back, but through the smoke, 2H5 with a second. The TP from Protest gonna get canceled. The rest of his teammates, the rest of his comrades falling on the point. A hope, a dream, a kill at hand. TP onto the site. Was canceled once again. So trying to just bait out the rest of it. It is a 1v3 with only 33 seconds left, as well as Spike down.
30 seconds left.
Yeah,
Almost
Spike
impossible.
It is impossible. Oh, wow, a Shock Dart kill to end things off. A triple no less from 2H. That is impressive. We don't see Shock Darts usually be the ending kill unless it's a post plant.
You know, I failed geometry back in like grade 8. I think that stems from the fact that I am just appalled whenever I see a Sova hit that nice angle, you know, like he knows his things, you know. These are mathematicians out here just knowing their angles.
Yeah. I mean, I'm in a similar boat. Geometry did not pass whatsoever. But if we had Sova back then, maybe we would have.
Something about this game, though, and these matches that we've been seeing. Wave Runner is going to be taking Lethal Chaos to another overtime. How much gas does Lethal Chaos have in their tank? Vesperal, I mean, he's trying to drain it dry. The beautiful entry, and the aggression going to pay off from this Opper. The drone going to force slow motion back a little bit, but he does spot out. He tried to go for another aggressive pick, but they leave Tezzin alone on B, and they're going to be setting up for this attack. Protest through the smoke, going to find another one. Stagger this attack even longer. We do see the 5-on-3, and we've seen those be taken from the likes of 2H5 and Abused Noodle before, but in overtime, can they do it again?
Wow, Pixel P coming out from Vesperal, able to find Axe. Not only that, and the spike going down as well. It's be picked up, though, by, I believe, 2H. I could be mistaken, though. But the rest of the team rotating around, waiting to see if that spike landed its destination. Now, if it were Wave Runners on the attack, we'd already know they rotate. But that's not something Lethal Chaos does terribly often. Usually just brute force the site, and Vesperal putting 2 brute force to his favor, getting a triple kill on the top of Heaven, and Oaken cleaning things up. That is going to be 13-12 now in the favor of Wave Runners, knowing full well that Lethal Chaos doesn't go for the rotates very often. They just stood still and played for the site.
Stop peeking this guy. He's not twice. He's not missing. So why do you keep walking right into his sight lines? I mean, Vesperal luckily doesn't have the op in this round. Luckily for Lethal Chaos at that end. And if you are a fan of Lethal Chaos here, give them all your energy, because they're going to need it to take us to a second overtime. 13-12 Wave Runners once again on match point. But they are keeping at their toes right now, as Lethal Chaos just knocking on the doorstep to stay in this game.
I'm curious to see what's going to happen next year. Wave Runners have been struggling for a while on their attacking rounds. Lethal Chaos have been using these quite much to their advantage. Cyber cages are going to be going down. Vesperal hiding in the midst of a cyber cage, just narrowly skirting around it. Will that be enough, though? Donkey's going to take some shots, but he's able to find almost a double kill out of it. Tenzit's going to fall. Vesperal, though, doesn't miss twice. Able to find Donkey as well. Spike's still struggling to get into the ground. It did start, but it looks like it stopped. And there we go. We do see a lot of CT action happening going forwards. Colin, this isn't looking good for anybody. This Spike cannot get into the ground.
Very, very chaotic right now, and pushing through defender spawn. You have to look at the Sova to find an opening through elbow. It's going to provide Axe for a little bit more of an easier approach. 2H5 doing just that. And still alive is going to be Axe, who does follow up onto Protest. Now the retake proven very, very well. Abused Noodle going to put it down for the rest. They stay alive once again. Lethal Chaos sent us to a second overtime, Keg.
Where have we seen this before? Double
I
overtime.
haven't.
Oh.
You have, though. Where have you seen it?
GLG has.
Overtime.
Thrifty versus Zero Marksman. That one game I always mention because triple, almost maybe quadruple overtime on bind. No one in the chat or no one in the teams were able to win an attacking round. And this is starting to look like the same exact thing yet again. Just so much adaptability on the defense and a lot of brute forcing going forwards from the attackers. It's a lethal combination in overtime.
Maybe as lethal as the chaos at hand.
Ooh.
Yes, you do see Operator for Wave Runners again on Vespro, but this time it is going to be a glass cannon off as he has no armor to back him up. So the punch is going to be strong on this Jet. The early rotation going to be called 4B. As the drone looking for any information. Spots 4 players, K.
Wow.
And
So-
they're going to have a 5-on-5 for the retake.
Brute forcing once again. Surprise, surprise. Cyber Cage is going everywhere. However, it's going to be a complete blinding for everyone on the defense. Vaspro can't even see anybody to fire at. And the spike's going to go down once again. 2H able to get the spike into the ground in a decent position to make it a little bit difficult for the defuse to go under. Oaken, though, might be able to find some shots, but instead, Spy versus Spy. The other one goes down. Tenzin's able to find Donkey. That's going to be a lot more control for the site in the favor of WR. But Wave Runners, though, able to bring it back a little bit more. Abuse with a triple kill out of nowhere. Almost finding 4. Oaken shuts it down. That's only going to be one left alive. Wave Runner now having to find one more. Oaken needs to find 2 more bodies alive. Nowhere near in sight. No intel. Gonna fall. That is going to be Axe finding Oaken. And Seymour, that was an attacker win.
Switching sides. Match point.
What did Abuse Noodle just do?
Yeah, crazy. He was able to hold his position, find one to the right, to the left. They just all kind of lined up together, but that doesn't diminish what he did. He was able to get a great triple kill to help bring Lethal Chaos to victory in that last round. Probably the last attacker round we'll see from them too.
Definitely, and pushing into this Lethal Chaos now on the advantage for this overtime. Wave Runners had it in their grasp. Will they let it slip here? Axe getting aggressive through showers. Gonna smoke it off. Right on the other side is gonna be Vespro. Gonna be very aggressive through it. And peek into the hands of Axe. Gonna find one. Good for 2. Slow motion. Dropped out of this play now. You're down to 3 if you're Wave Runners. 5 on the opposite side. And the attack staggered by the smoke.
Look at where the spike is going, though. Oaken not too far behind. He's going to be on B site, and it looks like Tenzin's going to be traveling with the spike to a whole new world. That's not going to stop H25, though. He's going to be on CT waiting for the strike. They know very well Wave Runners love to go for the rotate. And, well, what do you know? They're going for the rotate. Oaken, though, waiting around to see where those cyber cages may be. Camera somewhere looming, but has no idea where, but the audio cues are now abound. That's going to give tell for the rest of the A site. People to rotate around onto B site. It's going to be cyber cages everywhere for potentially the final stand for Wave Runners in this tournament. Tenzin's able to find Donkey. It's going to be the first one on Lethal Chaos dead.
30
But with all that
seconds
being
left.
said and done, though, the plan's going to go down. Things are looking good for Wave Runners if they're able to bring this back. Can Protest find one through the walls? No, he's not able to. But Oaken maybe. 2H5 able to find a double kill through the smoke, able to take 2 down. Only one left alive. It's going to be Oaken. Can he find a 1v4? The answer is going to be possibly as he turns into a 1v3. Spike is starting to become diffused. Axe right around the corner, waiting through the smoke. Abuse Doodle gets the final kill, and that's going to be Lethal Chaos, bringing themselves to the grand finals. Holy moly, Seymour, what a matchup.
And they do it, you know, on literally the back foot for pretty much most of that game. Bind telling the tale of attrition for a team like Lethal Chaos. They want this grand final. They want to show us that it was a fluke a few weeks ago and that they have what it takes to take home that big cheese, all those 50 beans at the end of the rainbow that GLG has to offer for this pit of valor. Now, you look back and forth, you look at the Jet play, you look at both of these teams, and I mean, Lethal Chaos, they were really against the wall when it came to the kills, but when it came to the team play, they were pretty solid.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a lot of differing play styles between both teams, especially, like I said, on bind attack. It is truly unique how there's 2 different schools of thoughts of whether or not you're Wave Runners in going rotating every which way whenever you can, or if you're in the school of thought of lethal chaos and just brute force a site. We've seen that both work out really well against those types of teams up against each other. But it was lethal chaos there at the very end, winning an attack round in the overtime. Something that was so hard for each team to do. They won 2 in a row, and that's what brought them to the grand finals. But you know what, Colin? That's not the only thing GLG brings to the table. Not just 50 beans. They bring a lot of replacements as well.
Replacements for your meal, replacements for your entertainment being the stream, but mostly the replacements for the meal being our code for drink control, which you could have. Yes, I'm talking to you. Exactly. I'm pointing right at you. You could have drink control at your fingertips when you use GLG10 at checkout. It's all we can give you for that drink control, and it's all we have to offer, and it is an excellent deal at that. So why don't you take yourself to Drink Control's website? You look at what they have to offer, because it's some pretty neat stuff and some hot deals too when you use code GLG. So you take yourself to Drink Control, use our code at checkout, get yourself a meal replacement, get yourself some snacks even, maybe some water to hydrate for your next match, because we have the grand finals coming up very shortly for the Pit of Valor. We're going to take a little bit of a break, so we'll be right back.
Teleports as well. It's going to be Zine with a triple kill. It's an even 2v2. Now, where are the last two alive? Well, they're going to be peeking out slowly but surely. It might be too late for the defuse now. You have to go halfway. Kaplan's able to find one. That could be the final shot, but no, it's too late. PGT stay in the game. And Kaplan sacrifices themselves.
Unfortunately, that the Kaplan right there at the end. Honestly, if I was Kaplan, I'm thinking I have to protect this man with my life and with my body.
Oh, Zine, no! He pushed up too much. That's gonna tell you exactly where the bomb's gonna go. And that's gonna be the plan. Sure, but you're in a 1v3 and you're already lit up. It seems like though most of the shots had missed. The paranoia goes down. You missed the op shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill. Now, if he can find this last one, he's gonna switch to the Phantom. No ops.
2 cops for that. Thank you. I absolutely love that, man. But yeah, that's definitely absolutely massive success rate for them, because with the seaside opening up, which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but a fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there. Which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but a fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there.
Yeah, like a ghost just flittering away, never to be seen again. The Jet wants to contest this too. Fluffy gets 2. Hasito, what are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. You've just wasted your life for no reason. The only opposite, Fluffy cleaning house with a double kill.
As of right now here, Max, it is still only the Killjoy left on the side of the PGT. Now, prophesy they should be able to get this. As you went ahead and broke it down, it is these facts executing Millie and on to see to catch an AV off guard, and then Marshall can only do so much.
That hit.
It's and
the alarm bot and the Nails form are going to give it away, and suddenly they have no visibility. Any rotates are possible right now, and there's no chance that C site's going to work out, so they're going to opt the next best option, which would be B site. This, of course, already has Darking on their double kill in their favor, but will that be another triple no less? Can the Classic find one? No, Striker gets one instead, and now it's a 1v3. Even 2v2, and every single time so far, Ravish.
Well, to force him off the side out into garage. As trades come out back and forth, Zine gets Felipe. Both GPs used to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. Swat puts the C4, unfortunately, and not the Ghana trim is clutching as PGT go to match point.
Beautiful work overall for PGT, finally able to bring it back.
They're just okay. All right. I mean, I guess. So here's what I believe they're doing. Yes, I believe they're waiting for all these tools to be up and ready. Yeah, I believe they were waiting for the fault line because we off of cooldown, but they all spot them.
It's like Braveheart.
Down in hell, but They put Respawn in. Actually, all the players are going down the quick way. The Judge Gaming is absolutely doing so. He's Judge Julian execute.
The op is in play though. Pasito's able to find Fluffy op versus op. But even then, he has to relinquish his position without the knives.
Now the op being down along with 2, it is just a cleanup duty here.
Wow.
Now, flawless from PGT. They invest all that they can, and they had a lot to invest. It was the 401k cashing in with no tax bracket either here, Max. It is all profits.
Closest round we've seen so far between these two teams, without one really just winning yet. And speaking out Messiah, it's just a back and forth. With only 2 left alive now, they have no choice but to push on to C. Kaplan's gonna rotate around, wait for that final push, take down 17 into a double kill, no less. That's a double kill from Kaplan right off of an ace from the last game. Kaplan is on an absolute heater this tournament.
Man, I mean,
And the spike is down, and now you have to get it back. This is a horrible position for PGT. They've lost full control of the spike. Their win conditions gone other than murder, and murder's going the other way. Darky's able to find Kaplan, and now it's gonna be a defender win. Wow, how can you be so silly with the spike? They just gave it up like it was nothing, and they they lied, but
Going by, Doobie finds 1, Dimes ultimate, not gonna find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get 1 through the smoke. Last gonna trade it back. Kaplan with the 3rd through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can. He's for Kaplan.
He gets the ace and wins the round, brings him to 11.
grab exactly where he is. Messiah drops directly into the face of Sage and ignores Sage completely. Sage, she's dead. But anyways, that's gonna be really bad for PGT, going for the same place 5 times in a row.
Mel?
Watch it out.
Mel?
A 4K. Mel, can you do it? 76 health in a dream. 3 bullets in hand. It's gonna be a back and forth cowboy bebop style. Only one can come out alive here. And a single breath will take down Zeems if he makes the wrong move. But that's not gonna stop Mel looking around, having that bomb down already. Someone's gonna go for that defuse, or you're gonna get a 4K, and there you go, an ace coming out from Mel. That's what you want to see in the Grand Championships.
You could not have written it any better.
Hold on, A. Sort of, kind of, because there's still 2 members at C who are simply not in a position to help out here.
Yeah, that's a very interesting play. I guess they're going to try and come for the flank, but it's going to be up to Itachi to hold this one down, and that's not going to last very long as Felipe drops both of them real quick. Now they're going to...
We get the next drop. We set in defensive favor, but let's see how the defense fares. With Messiah already down, it's looking more and more grim.
This has historically been a worser sight for PGT because they don't go here. But no, it looks like no matter what on the attack, you don't mess with PGT. Felipe's on a triple heater right now. Not able to find the last 2 hiding in screens. We've seen Fluffy and Kaplan in the same spot, but never mind a quad. Can this be ace number 2? For the series. Come on.
They know he's there. Give him the ace. No. At the support. The Jet rushing on in, but the spike is not down as of yet. But Sword comes on the back side. But it's immediate headshot on Poppy. See, but there's a lockdown used well to force him off the side out into garage. As trades come out back and forth. Zine gets Felipe. Both GPs used to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. Swat puts the C4, unfortunately, and not the Ghana trim is clutching as PGT go to match point.
Beautiful work overall for PG.
This is really tough, and he's been in a bit of a precarious position because if he were to get spotted out by the opposing opponent picking out from garage, he could be in a tough position. But the site opens up, and immediately 2 down here as AV strikes first, and then strike quickly. Almost all of Kid falling apart. Strike coming here for the upper short. Strike to J gets a triple, but to get a quadra, and there it is. What a way to start a round.
Good lord. Yes.
Yeah, so as you mentioned here, Max, within the question of their economy, try to go ahead and push down in onto C, but it will be cool stave off. The spike is dropped at the back, to pushing through window, get one, but Striker is just destroying.
Wow. I mean, overall, we talked about Striker before, not really showing.
Which AV was as well. And you see the immediate rotations from all of AV as well as they completely sniffed and read through this, which will cause the immediate rotation. Look at this fake. This is beautiful for PGT.
This is really effective right now. 5M though looking to get the flank, and there you go, headshot, wham bam, thank you ma'am. It's gonna be Fluffy gone again. He has just not been having a good few rounds themselves. With Needle falling, that's gonna be another strong frag coming out from the KJ side. That's going to be really good. The man disadvantage down by 2 now for Lunar. And in a pistol round, you don't want to lose many numbers right off the rip. But with that plant still ticking away, Ravish, we see the recon bow going down. The info's been found, and it's just frag city, both sides. Sure, you lost 2 members, but Strim is able to string together a double kill at the very end. That's a strong round.
Comes in, gets 2 Needle, gets immediate refrags as well. In 1v1 position yet again. We've seen this before. Extra is committing to the plant. He wants to at least get it halfway. He does so. This is absolute fusion. But they don't know he's down in the smoke. He's committed back to it. He's faking it. He gets a shot stun. He gets it. But does he have the time? A couple more seconds. And he gets the defuse as well. PGT on match point.
Call them Danny Phantom because
we're trying to commit to the site here. But it's just been Pig City.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, there hasn't been a lot of macro strategy coming out from either of these teams. It's really come down to winning these gunfights. Now, there's a lot of gunfight potential in this garage area, but there you go. Kaplan's going to get the top and find Pacito.
That's so much
Zim now
information.
fighting another one, and one more goes down. Zim is able to clap a double kill, and they're able to keep themselves ahead of the thing. They go on the B site. They see that there's no evidence of attackers being there because they've rotated back to A. We've seen this happen so many times before. If that first sight doesn't succeed, don't try to contest it. Run for A. And there you go. The Omen with the spike goes for the teleported plant, but gets shot down by Mel. That's going to be a strong pick coming out. And that spike still hasn't reached the floor. 30 seconds left. The 3 going to a 4K as Kaplan falls.
It's going to be tough to try to go for the retake. I thought he comes in for the side. Judge goes in for the smoke. We smoked out, trying to wait in, gets the Sova with Judge Gaming, and it's just green and red across the board, but more so green, and AV have done it. From what look like a detrimental positioning, they come in fast, they come in hot, and they are your pit of Valor. But Zach, you notice it, but Experience gets shot out though. That's, I mean, good stuff for AV. Strong opening as they all rotate down in. Onto A here, and they keep doing this here, Max. They keep splitting up between A and C.
Yeah, that was a really strong opening double kill, but now Striker's gonna help clean up the mess a little bit more, but maybe not. Urban's able to find Striker instead. Fluffy's able to take down, what is that, 18? Doesn't matter now. Turn that to 0, and defenders again.
On that heaven side.
Yeah, Spike's still not going down just yet, but they have plenty of time. It is going to be planted now. Owl Drone going in, checking some corners. They see at least 1, possibly 2 in that held position. As you see the fissure coming through as well, but Blast is just killing them. You don't need fissures, you don't need flashes or anything like this. Bit of an oopsie there with the dash, but they're able to pick up the kills anyway, and that is finally a defender round on the board.
Nothing bad that happened on both sides. Maybe you could have been a little bit faster if you were on Lunar, but the way they almost got it was played perfectly. We're gonna watch that again right now. Look at this. The smoke goes down, Lou goes in for the defuse, Ecstasy takes down the Omen, who's teleporting, but Pasito goes in and swerves just in time. Overall, Ecstasy realizes what the priorities are. He could have taken out Pasito, sure. Silly angles this round, and with 1 coming on to Heaven, that's gonna be the showstopper, never going to fruition. Felipe is gonna take down Zim, and these gunfights are being lost very sillily as we see that diffuser still in play. It's gonna be a quick double kill, but Zim and Striker bring it back a little bit. But Striker gets double teamed by 2 different angles. That's gonna be the diffuse I'm supposing is gonna go down.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be 1 point away from match point.
A lot into this round just to make sure that that kid can't even touch this yet.
I really like the Killjoy ult from here. It's gonna be the lockdown coming in full effect. Striker's taking down Priyan. This round may very well be over if Boom falls next. He's been able to make these clutches before, but no, he's gonna fall immediately. Urban's able to take down Striker. There may be a chance. However, with everything said, Messiah comes in. Double kill. Same coin, and they can both be very tough to get frags back when you're in a 1v3 in the post plant. But if you got to do it with 1 weapon, 1 person, it's gotta be swarming the Vandal.
So on the top side, flashes in, drops down, 24 health. That's a lot of chip damage. You can't go for the defuse. He has Strun, that means he will only get 1,000 credits to his name, but it might just be worth it. Catches one of the backside and barely misses the spike explosion. Go.
Expected, but they do end up pushing as a double unit to take him down. And now it's a 3v2, 3v1 as Blast takes down Badger. Doobie will find Sylph, and once again, Thrifty put themselves onto map point.
Yeah, really solid retake there. If RKS had been able to buy a little bit more time, maybe that round goes a little bit differently, but still 6 seconds basically on that defuse still, so plenty of time. Would have needed to probably...
Mexico finds that kill on the Blast.
What a swing from Mako. Shaz has his back too. You hear the TP, so those players on B, they got off the site to help them out, but now they have to play for the retake. Clamran not ready for this player swinging through elbow. Doobie trying to knock them off. He's gonna get out with the satchels. What a flick from Doobie. The bridge gonna break open with one. Defcon helps with the second. Mako gonna go down. Doobie with 2 attackers. Win another one. That's gonna be the 5th round. Play it for the time. 6 seconds. He's gonna be edging himself closer. Just dancing around each other. Shots gonna be favoring Thrifty. They're on map point, Joker.
Beckham didn't have to take that chance. He had about a second left. He could have continued that dance around the block and won the round anyway, but took it into his own hands, took down the shot. Beckham stepping up.
It is a duel of the Ghoul Fates, it seems, between both of these teams. Hello! We are back once again. We are actually watching the end of the semifinals here. Ghoul Fates versus a team that is the other team. I am forgetting at the moment because we did not cast them from the very beginning. Yes, Mandem United, the Mandalorian United, it seems, but there we go. All things considered, though, Ghoul Fates seem to have this under control, Colin.
Yeah, Mandem United just on the doorstep of Darkest. And Fujin gonna put him down. Only losing 1 in the process, so 4 on 4 if they get this spike down. And Mara with that Empress popped. I know, playing Phoenix last time I saw him, very deadly player for Mandem United. And sneaking around, Infiltrator might have somebody to disrupt this. Gonna get out alive and able to escape to the elbow with the defenders pushing through for a one-on-one. Coggles gonna be doing his best interpretation of a retake that we can see from these defenders, with Madly helping him alongside from the opposite. It is going to be the retake. Kind of fortunate right now for Ghoul Fate with the Hunter's Fury. On top of it, a one-on-one Keglinuk, health favoring the Sova. And a dance of the death right now. He's going to tap on that site. Mar with the 4K. Doesn't need the Empress. It's going to be Mandem United staying alive in this.
That's right. They have to do whatever they can to keep in the game just a little bit longer. This will be the first full round that we've casted here on the main stream. You can also check out the side stream that was casting the majority of this event as well. You can check it out at GLG, I believe, _Ontario on Twitch. But we are kind of hijacking it as well to see how things are going to go at the very end here. And so far, things are looking pretty even in terms of kill-wise, but it seems like maybe that extra communication is just the bump ahead that Ghouls need.
Definitely get to enjoy seeing who Lethal Chaos get to play against in the grand finals. So a little bit of a taste for you all. Silver Dart not going to amount to any information. A quick run through the TP, but it's baiting Darkest to take that kill onto Chaotic now. 4 on 4 once again, just like we saw last time with the spike creeping through long.
Ooh,
still sticking to the mid.
Seabass is able to find Fujin. That's going to be another one gone. Things right now are not looking great for the attackers. Unfortunately, Mars is able to find yet another, but gets traded out 1-1. Only one left alive. It's going to be Infiltrator. He's got to do exactly what his name says. He has to infiltrate in. Okay, I'm going in. Got to find out the enemies and
look at this.
Destroy them.
Look at this. Okay, you got the Raze on the flank here, taking so much information for the Reyna. So a split on either side. If Infiltrator dedicates himself to this B side and wins this out, it'll be a 1-on-1, and you'll have that spike down. So this Reyna fight is going to be everything between Infiltrator and Fade. And he's going to swing wide. Darkest will not let him have it as Ghoul Fates send themselves to match point for the semifinals.
And, you know, as Infiltrator, you're in a tough position there because you have no info where the Reyna was. You don't know where the Cypher was either. Or where the other agent was. There's not a lot you can really do in that position other than just, well, infiltrate. And unfortunately, that infiltration wasn't quite as stealthy as we had hoped. It had to push in instead. Reyna was able to find that final headshot there, and Mar takes him down. But now we're seeing an interesting position because it's gonna be a save round for the Mando side, and this is gonna be a tough position to be in, especially with your top fragger being on a Bucky only and such a far-ranging map. This is not a good position, especially on A site.
Chaotic. Paranoid, but still went for the shot. Feeling himself here. Mandem United really have to bring it all if they want to keep it alive. Mar with that Bucky does find one infiltrator for a second. As Mandem United take control of the A site, they get the spike down and a full flank from the Reyna, along with a split to heaven from the Sova and Jet. So let's see if they can pull out with this on Ghoul Fate.
Keep in mind, Mar popped the Empress with a Bucky in hand. I'm not sure if they got a new weapon instead. Darkest, though, pushing up through. Yes, they did. They got the Vandal. Darkest still pushing up forward through main, and Mar's able to find a triple kill. Darkest is going to fall. One left alive. It's going to be the Jet. Is she able to survive through it all? Well, the answer is going to be possibly no. Having to run away with their life, getting the skirt out of there, too. It looks like they will temporarily survive just for a little bit longer, but the Sova tries to catch them out from Hookah. That's going to be stuck in mid for the time being. This is not a good position for the other Jet.
This Jet is so afraid right now, running for the hills, Keg, but Seabass still not able to hold off on that operator. It is going to be recovered from Mandem United, who find their 8th rounds, 4 away from a tie. Still on the attack as well. And that was a very good attack considering the amount of power you were down when it came to your rifles. So a full buy versus a force buy, and you find that Mandem United is going to take that all day long, especially staying in this game. You have no... Actually, you do have the From the Shadows for the Omen. So you could play off of that, maybe bait them to the site, try to pull some reinforcements off of the opposing one, and then TP over with the spike. But it does look like they're just bringing their sights to B, and they're going to look for an opening pick.
All things considered, now we are seeing a bit of a split push yet again. B-Long and Hookah underway. The Owl drone searching around for any kind of info other than an Omen Shroud. Not going to find a whole lot there. Maybe one right behind the crate, just barely missing it by pixels. It's going to be arrows and cyber cages galore everywhere they go, trying to stall out the Octagon push. Meanwhile, pop shots are going down inside of Hookah, and it's going to be a full-on teleport onto A, where things may look a little bit brighter on the other side.
Rito. Spotted the Sheriff Sanity. Gonna find that one. Ghoul Fate getting away with murder right now on Mandem United. But luckily for Mandem, you still have control of the A site. You're able to get that spike down. You're playing with the time favoring you. Empress popped by Darkest over on Ghoul Fates. They're gonna have that retake underway. Fujin and Mar combined for 2. Sustain alive. Mandem United right now, but on default, going to be spammed through the wall. Fujin has to relocate. Going to be pinched on either side, but Coggles making it a 2-on-2, K.
That's right, 2-on-2. Both Jets still alive. Now Coggles going to be slowly pulling his way forward. Coggles is able to find that. Mara, I just love saying that name, but a 1-for-1's going to go through. And Seabass is able to find the final kill. That's going to be them. Ghoul Fiends going to the grand finals up against Lethal Chaos here. Now, keep in mind, this is going to be a best of 3s that we see. Not quite the best of 1s we've been seeing up until now. This is for 2, maybe even 3 maps that we see between these 2 different teams. Now, Colin, we didn't get to see the whole matchup between Ghoul Fiend and Mans, but that's okay because from the rounds we did see, we saw that Ghoul Fiend were able to really rotate super fast and play more together.
No, I do agree. You know, from the short bit that we saw, Ghoul Fate's solid on that retake and sticking together. It kind of pulls back to what we were talking about Wave Runners when they were playing on Split. The communication was there. They were working well as a team and just executing properly when it came down to it. Make sure they check all their corners. It's gonna be tough for Lethal Chaos to go up against it, but it's exactly what I said about Wave Runners when they were going through that. And we know how that turned out as we just saw that semifinal unfold.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And when it comes to buying, again, those different schools of thought about how you want to attack or even defend a bomb site can be completely different compared to other maps. But we don't want to keep you guys waiting for much longer, though. We want to get straight into the grand finals. That means a little bit of tinkering and tuning on our end to make sure everything's okay. And Colin, we're this close. This close to ending the Pit of Valor tonight.
So
but
close to crowning a champion. So close to seeing everything just unfold right here.
Absolutely. But we'll see you guys in a few minutes while we get everything set up for the grand finals between Lethal Chaos and Ghoul Fiends.
Oh, teleports as well. It's gonna be Zine with a triple kill. It's an even 2v2 now. Where are the last two alive? Well, they're gonna be peeking out slowly but surely. It might be too late for the defuse
now.
You have to go halfway. Kaplan's able to find one. That could be the final shot, but no, it's too late. PGT stay in the game, and Kaplan sacrifices themselves.
Unfortunately, that the Kaplan right there at the end. Honestly, if I was Kaplan, I'm thinking I have to protect this man with my life and with my body.
Oh, Zine, no! He pushed up too much. That's gonna tell you exactly where the bomb's gonna go. And that's gonna be the plan. Sure, but you're in a 1v3 and you're already lit up. It seems like though most of the shots had missed. The paranoia goes down. You missed the op shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill. Now, if he can find this last one, he's gonna switch to the Phantom. No ops.
2 cops for that. Thank you. I absolutely love that, man. But yeah, that's what the absolute massive success rate for them, because with the seaside opening up, which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push. But Fluffy immediate shot, and he's out of there. Which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push. But Fluffy immediate shot, and he's out of there.
Yeah, like a ghost just flittering away, never to be seen again. The Jet wants to contest this too. Fluffy gets 2. Hasito, what are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. You've just wasted your life for no reason. The only opposite, Fluffy cleaning house with a double kill.
As of right now here, Max, it is still only the Killjoy left on the side of the PGT. Now, prophesy they should be able to get this. As you went ahead and broke it down, it is these facts executing Millie and on to see to catch an AV off guard, and then Marshall can only do so much.
That hit.
It's and
the alarm bot and the Nails form are going to give it away, and suddenly they have no visibility. Any rotates are possible right now, and there's no chance that C site's going to work out, so they're going to opt the next best option, which would be B site. This, of course, already has Darking on their double kill in their favor, but will that be another triple no less? Can the Classic find one? No, Striker gets one instead, and now it's a 1v3. Even 2v2, and every single time so far, Ravish.
Well, to force him off the side out into garage. As trades come out back and forth, Zine gets Felipe. Both GPs used to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. Swat puts the C4, unfortunately, and not the Ghana trim is clutching as PGT go to match point.
Beautiful work overall for PGT, finally able to bring it back.
They're just okay. All right. I mean, I guess. So here's what I believe they're doing. Is I believe they're waiting for all the UCL to be up and ready. Yeah. I believe they were waiting for the fault line because we off of cooldown, but they all spot them.
It's like Braveheart.
Down in hell, but they put speed spawn in. Actually, all the players are going down the way. The Judge Gaming is absolutely doing so. He's Judge Julian execute.
The op is in play though. Pasito's able to find Fluffy op versus op. But even then, he has to relinquish his position without the knives.
Now the op being down along with 2, it is just a cleanup duty here.
Wow.
Flawless from PGT. They invest all that they can, and they had a lot to invest. It was the 401k cashing in with no tax bracket either here, Max. It is all profits.
Closest round we've seen so far between these two teams, without one really just winning yet. And speaking of Messiah, it's just a back and forth. With only 2 left alive now, they have no choice but to push on to C. Kaplan's gonna rotate around, wait for that final push, take down 17 into a double kill, no less. That's a double kill from Kaplan right off of an ace from the last game. Kaplan is on an absolute heater this tournament.
Man, I mean,
The spike is down, and now you have to get it back. This is a horrible position for PGT. They've lost full control of the spike. Their win conditions gone other than murder, and murder's going the other way. Darky's able to find Kaplan, and now it's gonna be a defender win. Wow, how can you be so silly with the spike? They just gave it up like it was nothing, and they they lied, but
Going by, Doobie finds one. Dimes ultimate, not gonna find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Last gonna trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can. He's for Kaplan.
He gets the ace and wins the round, brings him to 11.
grab exactly where he is. Messiah drops directly into the face of Sage and ignores Sage completely. Sage, she's dead. But anyways, that's gonna be really bad for PGT, going for the same place 5 times in a row.
Mel?
Mel? Watch it out.
Mel?
A 4K? Mel, can you do it? 76 health in a dream, 3 bullets in hand. It's gonna be a back and forth cowboy bebop style. Only one can come out alive here. That single breath will take down Zeems if he makes the wrong move. But that's not gonna stop Mel looking around, having that bomb down already. Someone's gonna go for that defuse, or you're gonna get a 4K, and there you go, an ace! Coming out from Mel, that's what you want to see in the Grand Championships!
You could not have written it any better.
Hold on, A. Sort of, kind of, because there's still 2 members at C who are simply not in a position to help out here.
Yeah, that's a very interesting play. I guess they're going to try and come for the flank, but it's going to be up to Itachi to hold this one down, and that's not going to last very long as Felipe drops both of them real quick. Now they're going to
We get the next drop. We set in defensive favor, but let's see how the defense fares. With Messiah already down, it's looking more and more grim.
This has historically been a worser sight for PGT because they don't go here. But no, it looks like no matter what on the attack, you don't mess with PGT. Felipe's on a triple heater right now. Not able to find the last 2 hiding in screens. We've seen Fluffy and Kaplan in the same spot, but never mind a quad. Can this be ace number 2? For the series. Come on.
They know he's there. Give him the ace. No. And to support the Jet rushing on in, but the spike is not down as of yet. But Sword comes on the back side. Nice immediate headshot on Poppy. See, but there's a lockdown used well to force him off the side out into garage. As trades come out back and forth. Zine gets Felipe. Both GPs used to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. Swat puts the C4, unfortunately. And not the Ghana trim is clutching as PGT go to match point.
Beautiful work overall for PG.
This is really tough, and he's been in a bit of a precarious position because if he were to get spotted out by the opposing opponent picking out from garage, he could be in a tough position. But the site opens up, and immediately 2 down here as AV strikes first and then strike quickly. Almost all of K is falling apart. Strike coming here for the upper short. Strike to J gets a triple, but to get a quadra, and there it is. What a way to start a round.
Good lord. Yes.
Yeah, so as you mentioned here, Max, within the question of their economy, try to go ahead and push down in onto C, but it will be cool stave off. The spike is dropped at the back. They're pushing through window, get one, but Striker is just destroying.
Wow. I mean, overall, we talked about Striker before, not really showing.
Which AV was as well. And you see the immediate rotations from all of AV as well as they completely sniffed and read through this, which will cause the immediate rotation. Look at this fake. This is beautiful for PGT.
This is really effective right now. 5M though looking to get the flank, and there you go, headshot. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. It's gonna be Fluffy gone again. He has just not been having a good few rounds themselves. With Needle falling, that's gonna be another strong frag coming out from the KJ side. That's going to be really good. The man disadvantage down by 2 now for Lunar. And in a pistol round, you don't want to lose many numbers right off the rip. But with that plant still ticking away, Ravish, we see the recon bow going down. The info's been found, and it's just Frag City, both sides. Sure, you lost 2 members, but Strim is able to string together a double kill at the very end. That's a strong round.
Comes in, gets 2 Needle, gets immediate refrags as well. The 1v1 position yet again. We've seen this before. Ekstrom is committing to the plant. He wants to at least get it halfway. He does so. This is absolute fusion. But they don't know he's out of the smoke. He's committed back to it. He's faking it. He gets a shot stun. He gets it. But does he have the time? A couple more seconds. And he gets the defuse as well. PGT on match point.
Call them Danny Phantom because
We're trying to commit to the site here. But it's just been Pig City.
yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, there hasn't been a lot of macro strategy coming out from either of these teams. It's really come down to winning these gunfights. Now, there's a lot of gunfight potential in this garage area, but there you go. Kaplan's gonna get the top and find Pacito.
That's so
We
much
see him now fighting
information.
another one, and one more goes down. Zim is able to clap a double kill, and they're able to keep themselves ahead of the thing. They go on the B site. They see that there's no evidence of attackers being there because they've rotated back to A. We've seen this happen so many times before. If that first sight doesn't succeed, don't try to contest it. Run for A. And there you go. The Omen with the spike goes for the teleport and plant, but gets shot down by Mel. That's going to be a strong pick coming out. And that spike still hasn't reached the floor. 30 seconds left. The 3 going to a 4K as Kaplan falls.
It's going to be tough to try to go for the retake. If he comes in for the side, Judge goes in for the smoke. We smoked out, trying to wait in, gets the Sova with Judge Gaming, and it's just green and red across the board, but more so green, and AV have done it. From what look like a detrimental positioning, they come in fast, they come in hot, and they are your pit of Valor. But Zyjan noticed it, but Experience gets shot out though. That's, I mean, good stuff for AV. Strong opening as they all rotate down in onto A here. And they keep doing this here, Max. They keep splitting up between A and C.
Yeah, that was a really strong opening double kill, but now Striker's gonna help clean up the mess a little bit more, but maybe not. Urban's able to find Striker instead. Fluffy's able to take down, what is that, 18? Doesn't matter now. Turn that to 0, and defenders again, A.
On that heaven side.
Yeah, Spike's still not going down just yet, but they have plenty of time. It is going to be planted now. Owl Drone going in, checking some corners. They see at least one, possibly two in that held position. As you see the fissure coming through as well, but Blast is just killing them. You don't need fissures, you don't need flashes or anything like this. Bit of an oopsie there with the dash, but they're able to pick up the kills anyway, and that is finally a defender round on the board.
Nothing bad that happened on both sides. Maybe you could have been a little bit faster if you were on Lunar, but the way they almost got it was played perfectly. We're gonna watch that again right now. Look at this. The smoke goes down, Lou goes in for the defuse, Ecstasy takes down the Omen, who's teleporting, but Pacito goes in and swerves just in time. Overall, Ecstasy realizes what the priorities are. He could have taken out Pacito, sure. Silly angles this round, and with one coming on to heaven, that's gonna be the showstopper, never going to fruition. Felipe's gonna take down Zeem, and these gunfights are being lost very sillily as we see that diffuser still in play. It's gonna be a quick double kill, but Zeem and Striker bring it back a little bit. But Striker gets double teamed by 2 different angles. That's gonna be the diffuse I'm supposing is gonna go down.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be 1 point away from match point.
A lot into this round just to make sure that that kid can't even touch this yet.
I really like the Killjoy ult from here. It's gonna be the lockdown coming in full effect. Striker's taking down Priyan. This round may very well be over if Boom falls next. He's been able to make these clutches before, but no, he's gonna fall immediately. Urban's able to take down Striker. There may be yet a chance. However, with everything said, Messiah comes in. Double kill. Same coin, and they can both be very tough to get frags back when you're in a 1v3 in the post plant. But if you got to do it with one weapon, one person, it's gotta be swarming the Vandal.
So on the top side, flashes in, drops down 24 health. That's a lot of chip damage. He can't go for the defuse. He has to run. That means he will only get 1,000 credits to his name, but it might just be worth it. Catches one of the backside and barely misses the spike explosion. Go.
Expected, but they do end up pushing as a double unit to take him down. And now it's a 3v2, 3v1 as Blast takes down Badger. Doobie will find Sylph, and once again, Thrifty put themselves onto map point.
Yeah, really solid retake there. If RKS had been able to buy a little bit more time, maybe that round goes a little bit differently, but still 6 seconds basically on that defuse still, so plenty of time. Would have needed to probably...
Mexico finds that kill on the Blast.
What a swing from Mako. Shots has his back too. You hear the TP, so those players on B, they got off the site to help them out, but now they have to play for the retake. Clamoran Not ready for this player swinging through elbow. Doobie trying to knock them off. He's gonna get out with the satchels. What a flick from Doobie. The bridge gonna break open with one. Defcon helps with the second. Mako gonna go down. Doobie with 2 attackers. Win another one. That's gonna be the 5th round. Play it for the time. 6 seconds. He's gonna be edging himself closer. Just dancing around each other. Shots gonna be favoring Thrifty. They're on map point, Joker.
Beckham didn't have to take that chance. He had about a second left. He could have continued that dance around the block and won the round anyway, but took it into his own hands, took down the shot. Beckham stepping up huge, like you said.
You may think the rest of GLG, the Pit of Valor, was an amazing experience so far, but those were all best of ones. This time around, we have the grand finals, not 1, not 2, but potentially even 3 maps we could see between 2 teams, and one is only going to walk home with $50. My name is Keg, and of course I'm joined by the love of my life, Seymour. Hello, Seymour. How are you? And we are going to be seeing Lethal Chaos versus Ghoul Fates.
I'm always better when I have you along my side, Keg. Just my better half when it comes to casting Pit of Valor. And it's been quite the journey to get here to this grand finals, but having Lethal Chaos and Ghoul Fate at our hands, at the duty for this grand final, along with a brand new map for the day being Haven to start it off with. It's going to be an interesting one at FAT, considering Ghoul Fate, the only time we've ever seen them is that little glimpse we got to see in that kind of sneak in as we hijacked the B stream for a little bit. But Lethal Chaos, we've seen them before, and we've seen them tonight, take down Wave Runners, as well as in a previous grand final where they did get smacked, unfortunately.
Now, for our stream, Ghoul Fates is kind of an unknown most of the time. Obviously, they made it this far. They're a good team. But what exactly was their main strategy going into these matchups? Well, unfortunately, you'll have to ask the B stream people about that one. So we'll be going kind of blind there to an extent. But you know what I'm not blind to? Eating.
You're not blind to eating.
No, I'm not.
No.
But sometimes it's hard to eat because you just don't have time. Like right now, I'm making pork chops, but that takes forever.
Ooh.
I just wish there was a meal replacement plan that could help me.
Well, surprisingly, I think there is.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, my problems are solved.
Exactly. Your problems might just be solved by drink control. And you might be wondering, what's drink control? That's exactly what you're looking for, Max.
Well, yes,
meal
good sir.
replacement. It's exactly what you want. That meal replacement, you go to drink control, you look at it, you get whatever flavor you want, whatever piques your interest, and then you get that shipped to you. But before you get it shipped to you, use code GLG10 for a little bit of a discount, because when you do, you will have the love of GLG in your drink control as well. And in doing so, if you take a picture of your order that is shipped to your house, and you tweet at GL Gaming Lounges on Twitter, along with myself, Seymour, and Keg Linux, even Ravishing Ravish, who sadly cannot make it to tonight because he's feeling under the weather. But if you tweet at us, we will provide you with the clout, and we will let you know that we love you very much.
Oh, yes. We love you already, though. We'll just love you more.
Exactly. And you know what else I love? Haven. I love Haven. It's one of my favorite maps here. And getting to have a Haven for the start of our grand finals, Keg, it's out of this world. And sadly, we won't get to see Yoru with his pop flashes and all his invisibility likeness, but we will be able to see an excellent match. What are you excited for? You saw the Viper too?
I did see the Viper pick. I really thought Kukli was... Oh, no way.
Huh?
No, are we going to see Viper?
Give it to me.
Oh,
come on.
No. Oh, I feel sad. Well, all things considered, though, I do like the Brimstone pick. We're seeing this kind of revenge tour again between Brimstone versus Omen on each side. We did see, I believe it was Wave Runners versus Lethal Chaos. We did see which team came out on top. I believe it was Team Brimstone. But here again, we can see 2 for 2 now, whether or not Brimstone will be the superior smoker, besides Jet, of course, or if Omen can be the primary one for their own team.
I actually think I still prefer Omen for this map.
Really?
And although Brimstone, he does have the longer smokes, and the ability to drop 3 at the same time, you know, it can provide for an excellent take on a site, but there's just the Omen you're able to paranoid, and you have your smokes on cooldown. You're able to like send it precisely exactly where you want to at the elevation you want to put it at. And I just think that's a little bit better for a map like Haven, which has a lot of verticality to it.
That's very true. I'd be curious to see what 3 brimstone smokes going down at the same time could do to alter his kit, but realistically, I don't think it's going to be that much of a difference here, but we are going to be seeing that opening pickup now, and a huge amount of aggression coming out from Ghoul. Look at them go through Garage right off the rip, blinding out everything, a double blind almost. This poor Sova can't stand a chance. He's stuck inside the Garage. He's flashed out completely, and it's going to be Seabass from B-side, able to find 2H5. Of course, all things considered, it's absolute pandemonium onto C-side. The Brimstone trying to hold down as much as he can, but a lone pistol will only do so much. Madly able to find Kukli instead. The last one alive now. The Jet coming in for the flank from the Garage might be able to find something, but with a pistol in hand versus 3 others, they'll get the same angle. Axe only finds 1. Sanity falls, able to find 2. But no, there's still 1 more to remain. On the other side, the Ghoul himself, a Phantom Ghoul, if you will, on the immediate right. Axe might find the flank. He might find the chance. No one knows where the intel is, but double headshot comes through. Madly's able to find Axe, and that's going to be a first round going to Ghoul Fates in a very stellar matter. Seymour, it's not often where we see just an absolute rush through Garage, where all the defenses are just absolutely overwhelmed. Going into B site as well, taking that over, and then all transforming onto C for an absolute spike meltdown. That was really impressive to watch.
You don't see that very often, and the amount of pressure that Ghouls were putting on to Garage was fantastic, and able to suffocate that Brimstone. I almost felt bad for Kukli, because I swear he had somebody shooting at him from every single angle he possibly could have. And they do take that first round. Ghouls looking for a second. Seabass through the smoke, opening up onto Kukli, taking control of site. And they're going to get that spike planted with a 5-on-4, and maybe even a 5-on-3 if Darkus can find 2H5, which he does through another set of smokes. That was dropped into Garage on the flank. You have Mad Leak taking care of it with Sanity. Donkey, good for 1. Abuse Noodle, good for another. Lethal Chaos getting a little bit of damage onto Ghoul, but damage is only that, as the round will be going to Ghoul for a second.
Only 1 left alive now. It's going to be the Cypher on the defense. Trying to go almost what Axe did before and trying to go through in Garage. This worked out really well for Axe. He was able to get a double kill out of 3, but not able to find the final kill. But instead, just waiting around to see if there's any exit frags from Garage. They're not going to pull that same stunt, though. Instead, everyone from the attack is going to be rotating around through Long, back to their own spawn. Not too far away, though, will be the last one alive. Will they poke out? Yes, they will. And no, unfortunately, not going to work out too well. Donkey falls to Madly. And that's going to be 2 in a row for Ghoul. Now, this might be a little too early for me to say, Colin, and given that we haven't seen too much of Ghoul's play, Axe might be one of the best entries we have seen in GLG.
That is a strong point. I actually think that Wave Runner's Jet was a little bit better when it came to entry fragging, but Axe did put up a good front against Wave Runner's Jet, and that's gonna be good to watch out for in this matchup, especially if he can get the damage done to the with the operator. I don't know if Donkey was trying to hit those cyber cages up top, but a little bit unfortunate.
You know what? I just realized it's late at night. I completely misspoke. I meant Seabass is one of the best entries. Just waltzing onto the site like it's nobody's business has worked out so well. And again, the spike gonna be on site. No casualties on either side. It's gonna be looking really good. Axe, however, playing on the top of Heaven, needs to find some way to rotate down, but no, that's not gonna happen. Quickly, in Abuse and Noodle are able to find 2 at a time. The 2 duelists are down, but that's not gonna stop the last duelist Sanity from finding a 2v5, and Abuse Noodle to fall as well. Last one alive is able to find a triple, and that's gonna be the defuse going down. Beautiful work. A 1-2 split now between these 2 teams. Lethal Chaos, they've always kind of faltered in the first 2 rounds, or sometimes they even dominate the first 2 rounds depending on the team. This time around, though, they're a little slow to start, but they found their footing.
I don't know if you caught on with Ghoul that round, but everybody had a Stinger and a Spectre.
Oh, I did not know that.
They didn't force up to a single assault rifle at all. They were running SMGs, so I expect that to kind of withstand into the next round for proper rifles. So I want to take a second. I want to check out their economy if we can see that. And it is going to be
beautiful.
Look at this, because they only took it to a one-on-one, and Kukli may have won that. Donkey has a Bucky, Axe has a classic, Abused Noodle has a Sheriff, and 2H5 has a Bucky on top of that. Kukli's the only one with a rifle compared to Ghoul, who are running all rifles. You're looking at a possible 3-1 for Ghoul here, unless 2H5 can do the damage. Luckily, it was just to run it back. Fortunate enough for Ghoul.
Look at the entry once again, all the way on to C site without any repercussions whatsoever. Only one to fall, and that's gonna be on Lethal's side. Otherwise, with everything being said and done, Lethal Chaos have only 2 avenues of really getting onto the site and trying to take over the site, or take over the spike. With that being said, though, each in 2 different quadrants, each trying to go from CT and to Garage just at a time, but no, there's gonna be Chaos in Garage. Madly's able to get a double kill out of it. But with all that being said and done, though, can Madly find a third? It's against a Bucky, a Phantom in hand. This is not a great position to be in, no matter who you are, but coming from the shadows, saving them out, it's gonna be Darkest finding Donkey. And that was the save of a lifetime there, especially if you're in Madly's point of view. 7-1, you don't want to tarnish that KD.
Beautifully executed from Ghoul, especially considering that it was a good call for that stinger round on round number 3. I mean, usually, of course, up to the rifles, but they wanted to make sure that they can secure good economy going into round number 4 and take the pressure to Lethal Chaos in the long run. Now, Ghoul at a 2-round advantage once again, setting up for a C attack as it is a full 5 execute. Gonna be blocked off by the Brimstone. Empress gonna be pulled by the Raynar Sona, gonna lead them in, but Hellfire gonna do so much. I thought it would, but they got out in time. They're gonna hit this quick rotate.
I guess you could say all hell has rained loose on C-Site here. The defender's able to stay on for a little bit longer, and we're going to see something we haven't seen in a little bit. A potential A-side push. If you remember from round number 3, all stingers in hand, like you mentioned, Colin, Ghoul pushed very aggressively on the A site, trying to find whatever they could and get the spike down, but weren't able to win the post plant. This time around, it looks like B might be the site of choice. There's going to be a camera on site as well, but that's only the problem for Lethal Carnage. If they're not able to take advantage of their utility, Sanity able to find that one, but 1-for-1s all over the place. Cookie is able to find Sanity. Of course, with all things said and done, Cogos goes in for the plant. It's looking really good for Ghouls, but Lethal Carnage have the positional advantage. They're trying to encroach their way onto the site. If Axe can find this shot, they'll be able to take down another one, and that's going to be one of the top duelists. Darkness is able to find Axe instead, though. However, a 1-for-one's all across. Things are getting much and much more dire as the Brimstone's the only one left alive. We said Brim versus Omen this matchup, and both are still alive, but this Brim is in a very precarious spot. And the Brim just is not providing enough for this team when it comes to entry or retaking the site. I mean, I think Gutsy put it in a really good term that Brimstone's a little bit more static than the Omen is. So really when it comes down to the plays, you're just not having that retake potential with the paranoia that Madly provides. And he's 8-1, so the follow-up is so strong from this team on Ghoul, especially when you have Seabass, your alleged top entry fragger in GLG right now. Am I wrong?
I mean, so far you're not wrong. And he is providing a very good front for this team. Lethal Chaos starting to fall behind here. You're going for that C execute once again if you are Ghoul, but you're just going to grab that ult orb, look for an opening pick, try to take anybody back over off the site, and maybe bait some reinforcements here. You're going to lose a lot. You're going to spot out Donkey as well, push right through a Cyber Cage, and Seabass in there. Seabass for 2, Seabass for 3.
That's a lot of bass.
And Ghoul take control of the C site.
It is just an absolute steamroll when it comes to this site. 5v1 now. Again, last one alive is the Brimstone, the static character, as you say, Colin. And I mean, you're not wrong here, but everyone evading the site. Something's up. There's a Hunter Sphere in the possession of Ghoul. Keep in mind, they also have the teleport from the Omen, but the site is completely evacuated. This could be the chance for the Brimstone to make his way onto the site. Smokes down in hand. They have to ping out the spike. They can still see a little bit of it. I have to sneeze, and the Brimstone's gonna keep on going, but they know an absolute firing range is ahead of them, and yeah, that's exactly what happens. The firing range able to slice through that Kukli. He's gonna fall, and this is one of the biggest stretches of differences we've seen so far in the score counter, Colin.
And even still, for Lethal Chaos, I mean, just not ready for the aggression on that Ghoul is bringing, especially pushing right through a cyber cage like they did. Donkey was overwhelmed, as you could imagine. Now 2H5, a typical fragger for Lethal Chaos, 0-6 going into round number 7, hasn't found any value at all for the Silva, and even the Silva darts haven't even been providing a lot of pressure. Now you look at this attack, Abused Noodle pulls the front and back, it dropped right at its feet. They're going to look for this take onto Garage. It is going to be one for Sanity, one for Seabass. Is a proper split from them to hop onto the seaside. One left to run it back. Going to be a lot better than Lethal Chaos's run it back as they have C control.
It's the same story, same situation over and over again. Seabass getting the plant down. It's going to be the rest of the defenders looking like they're just going to completely back off the site. At this point, they have gone through this same scenario over and over again. No one on Lethal Chaos wants to even approach the site anymore. They realize with all the smokes, with all the utility on the side of Ghoul, there's literally nothing they can do to push the site. So instead, Ghoul is going to push them. Might as well, right? Only one on top of heaven, badly waiting around to see if someone's going to peek on out or not, and it's going to be X and Donkey. The last one's alive. The Phoenix may very well be able to find one. Is that going to be a case? Yes, no! Donkey's able to find Sanity instead. But with only one left alive now, Donkey way off the spike. No chance of winning the round. Might be able to find 2, but no. Darkest comes and finds Donkey instead. Ghoul, a 5-round lead over Lethal Chaos. The line is just getting farther and farther apart.
And I take it back a little bit, as we can kind of observe that Haven is an attacker-sided map. And Ghoul is doing a really good job at baiting Lethal Chaos into their foot, which is basically providing a lot of utility, baiting out these reinforcements to kind of lurk back to the C site or back to the A site, give up B, or give up their power angles, and provide an opening route
that
for
is a
Ghoul
great
to
arrow.
take a brilliant arrow, but nobody there to decide whether or not they're going to shut down this attack. You're going to get a freeze plant, and a 5-on-5 retake, a Hunter's Fury, and a Hope.
But you might wonder where all the defenders are. They're coming in from behind. The cavalry is here. Holy moly, all through C-Long. This is unlike anything we've seen in GLG before. Abused Noodle's able to find Coggles. Badly takes the 1-for-1. But will it be enough? This is the closest round we have seen so far, besides the one LC has won previously. Abused able to find another one. Madly falls. Is that going to be enough? The heals have to be abound. Brimstone can't be healed, and only one left alive. Plus a defuse to go with the foot. Darkest is able to find not one, but 2. A double kill to solidify things there. That's going to be Lethal Chaos almost coming out with a second round victory, but Ghoul at the very end has the position.
And even still, you're going to take a lot of guns out of the hands of Ghoul, but they have the economy. They're rich enough to buy it on back. Whereas you look at Lethal Chaos right now, they are scraping the bottom of the barrel when it comes to their financial status. And if they lose out on this round, Ghoul on this attack are just going to come forth with a couple other free ones on the back of it, unless Lethal Chaos start turning into the frag machines that we know they could be. Kukli gonna look to shut down this attack along with the Molotov, knowing that they are an aggressive team, and the Hellfire to put the cake on it. Not gonna find anybody once again, so another failed Hellfire, but this attack from C is gonna come through. Still Darkest with the entry.
It is just absolute chaos on this map right now. So much going on at once. Hunter's Furies abound, not connecting with anything. Abused Noodle, able to find Adley as well. Sanity on the other end of the Phoenix spectrum, not able to find anything right away. You gotta wonder, as a defender, what could you possibly do against C that you haven't done already? Really, the only thing is putting Slifer traps down, and we haven't seen that yet. Dark is able to find Abused Noodle. Donkey comes for the 1-for-1, but Coggles comes out on top here. Donkey's gonna fall, and Darkest with a triple kill to boot at the very end. This is barely even a standard comp match. This is deathmatch to Ghouls.
Just doing a good job of dictating this game. The tempo is fully in favor of Ghoul right now, and even at the start of that, just they're pacing this whole match, baited out the Brimstone smokes, baited out the Molotov as well as the Hellfire, and all it took to get them off that site was one lonely Hunter's Fury. And as soon as they were off site, it was just full take from Ghoul in the post-plant positions. Abused Noodle and Co had to push through the worst of chokes. You look into this round, Mid control gonna be gained from Ghoul, almost caught off from Abused Noodle, but the spike laying back for an for possible rotation from sites.
Oh lord, what's gonna happen now? Look at LC. They have full ults almost across the board, minus the Hellfire from the previous round. Donkey, Bucky in hand, already the graffiti one, wow. But all things considered, he's be holding on as much as he can, but he's blinded out completely on B main. 2H5, of course, in the similar boat as well inside Garage. A lot of it is happening at the moment, but no one's able to see a dang thing. Except for the spike, that is. It's going to be rotating around across the entire world right into the Cypher traps of A site, and no one seems to notice on Lethal Chaos. They have to rotate very soon, especially if they want to win a post plan. Now, Seymour, I'm sure you can agree, winning a post plan on A on the defense can be really difficult.
Cover going out.
Definitely the retake, though. Not that easy either. Abused Noodle gonna look to keep it down, but a perfect Leer with the backup of Seabass, your excellent entry fragger, is providing everything that you need. The Bucky on the opposite side gonna drop Seabass to 15. He is gonna just get his way Dipsy Noodle on down to the post plant position. Actually gonna be shut down from the flank from 2H5, his first kill. An important one. Gonna take down the spike carrier, and they have 15 seconds to get this done. The post plant might not even be into fruition, as it is Axe putting the nail in the coffin with the knife.
8 health and a dream. Look at Donkey right now. Madly's able to find Axe. It's a 1v1. 0 seconds on the clock. No one's able to find any kills. Donkey right as the time returns 0. Still solidifies it. Anyways, that is going to be a very important second round win for Lethal Chaos. Their economy was in shambles before this, but at the very least now it's not 100% repaired. At least they can buy full weapons this time. They won that with Bucky's and essentially sticks and stones to boot after that. And it was this huge rotate that Ghoul had to do that I think they may have been a little uncomfortable in doing. It worked out so heavily for this retake to deny the spike at the very last seconds.
Now 8-2. Looks like a potential A hit now as the spike is slowly creeping its way through short. Empress from Darkest. Donkey's gonna be there with the Phantom. Gonna drop the Cypher Cage where he wanted it last time. Free kill onto the Reyna, so the Empress not gonna get anything, as well as the run it back for 2 Abused Noodle. Good morning, my fellow. It's time for the grand final. Sanity on Ghoul is trying to bring this back for the attackers, as he does make it a 2-on-3. He's going for the spike instantly. The Hunter's Fury gonna tag Coglo's gonna look for the kill. They get the spike down, setting up for a post-plant position keg. A 2-on-3 for the retake.
Seymour, you gotta put on your Coggle goggles right now. We gotta see his prone to put. Never mind. Kukli's able to find Coggles instead. 2H5 gonna find Sanity in a 1-for-1 as well. Another defuse going down yet again. This is looking like LC might have a site down to boot. But now the main question is, are we going to see Ghoul go for C yet again? It's been 2 rounds now where they haven't gone for C, let alone B site at all. So I'm wondering if they're trying to divvy things up a little bit more, and maybe going back to their roots on C site for the attack in the final round might be the way to go for a 3-9 split.
Nice 5-on-5 retakes have been good for Lethal Chaos. But this is the last round now. Potential, you've been saying, to leave it at a doubled point differential if Lethal Chaos can find this last defenders round, which you're not opposed to. Moving on to the attack now. They're taking their sights to Garage. Not going to be spotted by the sonar, but going to be taking mid pressure. Evidently, Axe here with the operator going to find the better of the Jet half as an important kill for Lethal Chaos, as it is going to feed them into Garage to look for this control. Now 2H5 going to find a double as he's good for 2 and leaves them staggered out. Ghoul don't even know what to do on this attack.
Yeah, this is not like the Ghoul we've seen the first quarter and maybe even first half. For the most part of this game, it's going to be a kind of a lost team right now. 4-8 split isn't bad for either team, so to say, but even then, Ghoul is a team that likes to try to the very end. We haven't seen them go for a save once just yet, but with having both your teammates completely separated away, seemingly identified as well through with the spike on the lower part of the map as well, it's a very tough position for Coggles to be in right now. Either he pushes up and meets the eyes of the Jet, or he might have to join up with Omen as well, all the way on A side, and we know exactly how that goes. Given that Donkey just took down Madly, it's pretty much the same result. But with Congo's pushing on forward, he's able to find Max. That's going to be one. Can he find another? All he has to do is get the plant down in the next few seconds. Could he cross the coals? No, not worth it. He's going to rotate around, going through garage, or he's going to risk it. He decides to go and risk it, but he gets shot down, burned to a crisp anyways by Kukli. And that is a beautiful first half for both teams right there. But you got to give it to Lethal Chaos. They are the adaptation masters. They're always a little slow in the beginning of their games, but once they figure out what to do, they are on an absolute tear from then on out.
Lethal Chaos coming back into this grand final. At the half, it is going to be 8-4, favoring Ghoul now. As it is Lethal Chaos in a good position to bring this back. I mean, Keg, you find the pistol round, you find the round following it, you're only down by 2, and all of a sudden, you mean, you're on the favorite side, and Lethal Chaos have this in the palm of their hands, and they cannot let it slip.
That's right, you don't want anything to slip right now, especially as Dark going all the way across the map. Full control, full visibility over the site. We've seen the aggressiveness of Ghoul on the attack. Can they bring out the same energy on defense? Abused Noodle's already on site, and the rotates are a little slow from Ghoul's end. Keep an eye out from the Reyna down below. Let's see exactly what's going to happen there, especially after they're spotted out. They're all converging in the garage. It's going to be Axel finding Sanity. Madly is able to get the 1-for-1 trade. Is that going to be enough, though, as these defenders are all huddled in this small little room? Look at where LC is right now. They're all huddled in their own small room outside at the very end of C Long. This is a great position to get the spike down and get those post-plant defuse kills. Colin, do you think it's going to happen? It's an absolute massacre.
Well, they're gonna stick it, and they're gonna hold it, and they are gonna take it. Cool. Sneaky, slippery snakes that they are. Right at the palm of Lethal Chaos. I said they could not let it slip. And it slipped right out of their hands. Now you're looking at possibly round number 10, double digits for Ghoul. But a forced buy from Lethal Chaos to not let this happen. It's going to be Stinger, Spectre, and a Bulldog. This is a tough position if you are the attackers. It looks like they're bringing the spike to A as well, Keg. But look in short. 3 players going to be waiting for him.
Oh no, this is an absolute bloodbath here. Blood running through the sewers, but instead the entirety of LC are going through Long. They're completely subverting them. Seabass is able to find one as BH25 going down, but so many 1-for-1 trades all through A site. The judge is able to find yet another one. A 2v2 turns into a 2v1. The last one alive is Donkey himself. Can he turn this around? Can he find the cart of chaos in his hands? Yes, he can. It's gonna be a triple kill coming through with Sanity. But now it's a 1v1. Spike nowhere near his possession. Madly in full control of the Spike and seemingly the whole map. With all this being said and done, Spike has been in the Spectre's control as well. He has the dominant weapon. He's able to find the headshot. That's Madly taking down Donkey, bringing things very quickly to double digits in the scoreline for Ghoul. Lethal Chaos, they had a really interesting idea by subverting the sewer play. Not that I necessarily think they knew 3 were going to be in sewers to begin with, Colin, but they went around and just rushed onto A Long, and they had a great attempt, but the spike unfortunately went that way too early.
Now you're literally holding on to the edge of your seat here if you are a Lethal Chaos fan, as this could be the second time that we see them fall a little bit short when it comes down to it, but they have been put through the ringer. I mean, 2 overtimes. Now you have Ghoul doing this too, just being super aggressive even on defense. I love the support that the Omen is providing for this arena.
Oh man, I think my heart might stop from all the action happening in these grand finals. I'm glad we waited all this time for the meatiest part of the game. But Lethal Chaos, not a lot of meat on their bones this round. It's going to be only 1 left alive. Make that 0. Seabass able to find Kukli, and that is going to be, again, 11-4. And I think there was another matchup, I believe you and Gutsy casted, that was 13-5?
I think it was...
Or was it lower?
Yeah, no, it was 13-5. And Ghoul... Or...
A run for that one's money.
My brain just stopped working.
I feel that.
Anyways, Round number 11 for Ghoul, as they're only one round away from map point here, and taking the advantage, heading back to Binds. Lethal Chaos have a big mountain to climb. They really have to start finding their pacing here, and Darkest just controlling the speed of this keg. Getting rid of the player lurking towards C and providing a big opening for a possible flank as the bomb is heading to the B site.
Palpitations abroad now. Abused. Having the shadows, or the smokes, if you will, in his way on B main. The rest of his team, though, looking around to see what they can find possibly on A, especially Axe trying to play as a human drone, scouting out whatever he can. Cargos, though, putting out the arrow, looking to see if anyone's going to detain themselves inside of A long, but it's only going to be Axe that could be discovered, but the arrow seems to go outside the bounds of the map. With that being said, though, look at the rest of LC. They have to rotate somewhere with only 45 seconds left, Colin, but they're doing their classic Lethal Chaos move. They're baiting out the rotates. The only person they might not fool, though, is Darkest on the other side. Hanging around the top of Garage, the Brimstone's going to peek up, not knowing anyone's nearby on the other side of the Shrouds. Kukli might be in a lot of danger right now if he doesn't realize. Can he get away just in time? He does! And that's going to mean he meets up with the rest of his friends and family inside of C Long, able to get that plant potentially down without any audio cues to boot. Oh, except for Axe. Okay.
Oh, but Axe, the second one to put through. The smoke not there to help you this time, and you're down to 3 health. Kukli gonna project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a second one. The wide swing from the Sova, baiting out Kukli. Drops him quite low, and Madly gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on Ghoul, but Abuse Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots. And Seabass on a 1-on-1 knife. Sin Beacon out, gonna go high. Kukli, some perfect transfer in that aim. And Lethal Chaos gonna find their 6, but by the hair of a needle right there. Just a very dangerous 1-on-1.
I think you can agree with me, Seymour, that was the closest round we've seen this entire tournament. That was literally down to the wire. And I mean, what it came down to was the updraft from Seabass going into the air, already off the high of getting 1 kill, and just what seemed like almost a rogue bullet coming out from Kukli, managing, we can look at the replay too, take down Seabass right at the very end. Kukli and Seabass, that round was all them, and I think going forwards it will be too. So here we go, a full raid once again, all the way through sewers. This time, no 3 defenders in that area. It's gonna be a full-on take to A, and only now are we seeing 1 go into heaven. Smoke down already. Molly's in full effect. Oh, and this is gonna be a scary round.
5-on-5 retakes. Last time we saw it, defenders, when it was Lethal Chaos, they did it with ease. Donkey gonna provide a little bit of a fight now, and the neural theft's gonna allow them to know exactly where those defenders are gonna be pushing through. Axe gets rid of the run it back.
Wow.
Adley gonna make it an even 4-on-4. Coggo's gonna chime in for one of his own now. Sanity, everybody's in the kill feed here. They're gonna swarm hell. They're gonna retake the site keg, and they're gonna take themselves some map point for Haven. What a beautiful take from Ghoul.
We've seen so many past rounds in maps before this that had to do with economics and disadvantages and advantages for each team. The economics here don't matter at all. They're just running and gunning, and everyone on both of these teams know they're perfectly capable of getting kills regardless of the weapons they have. With that being said, though, Lethal Chaos ending potentially the final round of the first map, Sheriffs and Bulldogs in hand, and only a Stinger instead. It's not a great position to be in, but if they're able to rush in through just like they did once before, they could have a good chance of holding these positions if they play a little bit safer.
Sanity gonna be forced back, gonna double up the molly. So you cannot cross there. If you are the enemy Phoenix now on site, Seabass gonna have to escape with their life. The backup from Coggles as well. Big pick onto Axe. A follow-up from 3.
1 enemy remaining.
1 player left, and the spike doesn't even get planted. It's gonna be all the way on the flank where Madley's gonna be taking his eyesight to watch out for the possible foot from Donkey. Now the wide swing. Madley gonna be ready for it. That is gonna be the map for Ghoul. 13-5. This is gonna be a little bit of deja vu here on Haven.
It was the score to beat from before, but it looks like we just tie instead. And I mean, Colin, ending that final round in Ghoul's favor on a flawless. I mean, I don't know what else describes that matchup better. because that was. Whew.
Let me just say right here, we were talking about the Omen versus the Brimstone, and that Omen play was providing so much aggression for the likes of Ghoul that Lethal Chaos didn't even know how to step up to it. I mean, that is just the difference when it comes to a Brimstone versus an Omen. The Brimstone, sorry to say, very static. It's going to provide you a very slow push, especially when you have a Phoenix and a Jet to take care of. It just the Brimstone doesn't provide the support like the Omen does. And even with the nerfs that are coming through for this Omen, he is still shining through all this dread.
You could almost say it wasn't a nerf, it was a readjustment. Sure, the paranoia costs more, the flash has been decreased, but even then, that just means you have to play a little bit more aggressive to make it work. And exactly, that's exactly what we saw coming out from Ghouls. Now, my main question is, we've seen Lethal Chaos win on Bind, and we saw them go into quite a few into overtime in that to boot. But is Ghouls going to provide a much harder matchup for them? Because we also saw them win just as handedly on Bind previously in the semis.
We've not only seen Lethal Chaos go into overtime on Bind, but on Split too. If you can look down over there, what's that? What's that third map over there?
That one, I think is, it is Split. I can confirm it's Split. That's crazy.
Okay.
So maybe Haven is just not Lethal Chaos's map. I think it's the first time we've ever casted them on that map too. So maybe these next two maps will be a much more even matchup for both teams.
Well, nonetheless, I mean, they, like I keep saying, Lethal Chaos had a very upsetting loss in the grand finals a few weeks ago. They don't want to mimic that here. Now, you already lost 13-5 on Haven. Bind, we've seen you shine on this map. We've seen you come back and your true colors just fly. So hopefully that they can pull it back. Now, we're talking about Bind compared to Haven, and Haven being an attacker-sided map. Tonight, we've been seeing a different Bind. So what do you exactly want to see from this Lethal Chaos squad on Bind to kind of change it up, maybe shake up this grand final?
When it comes to Lethal Chaos, we need to see them win early attacking rounds. They need to rack up as many as they humanly can, because in the end, that is what's going to do them in. If they're not able to win their defensive rounds, at the very least get as much attacks as you can, and just kind of hope and pray that maybe you get 2 or 3 in the very end in your favor for the defense. Otherwise, it'll be the same loop that we've seen so many times before in GLG. Again, we'll be at a 12-12 overtime. Defense. Well, oh, that wasn't done. Defense. Defensive wins. And eventually one team gets an attack and it's all over. But here we are again. We are going to be seeing a huge trade-off between different agents. It seems Sanity, of course, once previously the Phoenix, now going to be the Raze. I'm wondering if that extra utility is going to make a huge difference.
I have a question for you, or more of a statement of what I think. Do you know what Lethal Chaos needs?
Geez. It begins with a D, and the second word is C. Is it drink control?
They're lacking that drink control.
Oh.
And that's probably what, Ghoul probably has a big helping of drink control provided by at checkout code GLG10. And they just slapped around this team in the grand finals 13-5 on Haven. That's the power of drink control, baby. That's what Lethal Chaos needs here. Bind's going to be our map number 2 for the grand finals, and our agent slots are going to be taken. I mean, you see over on Ghoul, it's going to be that Raze Jet Reyna triple duelist setup, along with the Omen and Sova to provide that support on the back end. You're sticking with that Brimstone if you're Lethal Chaos, but you are going to be rocking only the Phoenix and Jet when it does come to those duelists. How do you feel about the differences in these changes? Because I think Duel, they're staying good to their roots, they're sticking with that aggressive play, but possibility for some aggression to fight back from Lethal.
Well, we've seen what Ghoul can bring to the table with all their team lineups there. Only difference on their team is that Sanity's no longer the Phoenix, but instead the Raze. When it comes down to the other side, there's not much of a change either for when it comes to Lethal Chaos besides the Brim and the Omen still. I really want to see what the Cypher can bring to the table here on LC's side, because we've seen LC's Cypher with Donkey before, and it provided an iron fist over a bunch of defensive sites, but if they're not able to match up with the aggression being brought out by Ghouls, it was all for nothing.
Lethal Chaos You're going to be going for this B take. You see the smokes come out from the Brimstone. Going to force back the defenders into elbow. And the molly to just keep them from crossing through that Brimstone smoke in. All it is going to be a 5-on-5 after this plant. A full flood through defender spawn. Coggo's going to get the first Darkest with the second. The retake's looking good, as nobody from Lethal Chaos is finding any action other than death. Seabass gonna close it out with a double kill. The defuse is gonna have plenty of time in a flawless pistol round for round number 1.
That was impressive to see. And I mean, look, again, you know, even having the Slifer on attack, you need to be able to use that utility to your advantage. Sure, it's a pistol round. You can't use all of the utilities that you can bring with you. But even then, there was nothing to stop Ghoul from going for that offensive push, especially through elbow. Seymour, there was nothing to stop them whatsoever besides gunplay. And even then, nobody, in fact, went down on Ghoul's side. It was a flawless pistol.
Now you're looking for a flawless round here on the second round. If Ghoul wants to keep their economy perfect right now, you need to follow up with that with the exact same energy. If you are Lethal Chaos, you're going to go for a little bit of a force buy on that Sheriff. Upgraded pistol, though, it's just going to be that one. Spot out the Stinger, going to bait into the second one. That is madly going to help them out. Axe gets in the backline, but Seabass sniffs out that Chaos. It is going to recover into a 4v2 at the end of it, as Lethal Chaos did find one victim to their push, but stopped at the doorstep of the A site as Ghoul is looking for the second.
Holy moly, only one left alive now. It's going to be Kukli left alive. This is not the position you want to be in. Surrounded completely. Darkest able to find that Brimstone, making him go down 2 in a row now for Ghoul. And historically speaking, this is where LC starts to pick things up a little bit and find those rounds on even footing in terms of artillery. But even then, it just seems like a complete diminishment of what we've seen earlier. Abuse Noodle, the only one out of 2 rounds to have a single kill on their team. Ghoul just seems to just know where and when to rotate.
And at this third round, look at the buy differences. I mean, Sanity's the only one with low armor. The SMG's in hand, and 1 Bulldog for Ghoul on this defense. Been really good at working together, so I expect this crossfire to maximize the damage between SMGs. They're going to give up the space on the site, allow for an initial entry, maybe even bait into the sights of Sanity, who's hiding back deep into the right corner of this.
Ooh, this is a tough position to be in. Coggle's able to find his Coggle goggles, able to find a little bit of action going with his drone, but Sanity's going to find Donkey first. LC losing their first attacker. It's going to be, of course, their main Sentinel gone. They still have the Sova, though. They can work with that. He has the spike in his possession, though, so he has to play a little bit more carefully. But Ghoul, well, they're just going all in, trying to match up against the aggression being brought out by LC. Seabass is able to find Abuse Noodle. Axe, of course, getting the for one trades on the kill feed. And it's just a back and forth from here. 3v3s across the board. Only one has the ult, so it's going to be the Jet. So low on health. We're not going to see it this round, but trying to stall it whatever they can with the mollies. Anything will help in this position. The spike only so close yet so far away for all of these defenders. Ghoul seems to have not been able to reach anywhere near the spike, despite it being so close. All it takes is a few different pushes. It's going to be Darkest able to find one. A trade goes to take down Seabass. Darkest falls next. The last one alive, though, is going to be the Sova. A 1v2. It's not a great position for him to be in. He's still going to try to attempt it, though. He's trying to go for the spike. He's able to bait it out. Not able to find one. No, he is able to find Kukli. But that's still going to be Axe. Might be too little too late for the defuse. Is he able to find it? He does find it. Coggles goes down. Coggles finds Axe, but not enough time to find the spike, and that's going to be a defuse. The first round in the favor of Lethal Chaos. Colin, how did they manage to get onto the site and get the plant down?
I mean, just off of Kukli's smokes, like pushing into there, taking control of what you were given. I mean, the fact that that was the third round and your rifles going up against SMGs, it's right that Ghoul gave up the position of U-Haul to allow the space to be taken from Lethal Chaos. They're trying to bait them into the close quarters that the SMGs might be favored in. But even still, Lethal Chaos slowed it down, played to the right pacing of the assault rifles, and took that round in the end of it. Now you're looking at round number 4, and it's just like round number 4 from Haven, a broken buy and full rifles because Ghoul decided to stay on those SMGs in round number 3.
Ghoul, though, Still, like you mentioned, the buys have been really interesting so far, but look at Octagon now. It's going to be a complete quadrant differentiation there. Darkest is able to find Axe. That's going to be such an important first pick. It's going to be the Jet gone. We've seen so much Jet versus Jet action, how powerful they can be. The shock darts forcing Coggles up against the wall. No. 2H5 instead up against the wall. It's going to be Darkest, though, trying to hold the back of the crate, the back of the site. 26 health in a dream. A single kill can bring it back, though, with the heals. Waiting around to see what's going to happen next. Only one has fallen on the board entirely so far. Never mind, Darkest is next to go. But 50 seconds left on the clock, Colin. Things are getting a little bit more dangerous. That Spike nowhere near the bomb site. They have to relegate themselves to A, but someone's nearby. It's going to be the Rays waiting out to see this. Waiting for the rotate. Sanity coming in for the flank. They're never going to expect this. Seabass able to find 2-5H. That's going to be the Spike down, and now they're being pinched entirely. Keep an eye on Sanity now. He might be able to go for an amazing kill like that one. Sanity, of course, with a paint grenade to boot, I guess. Able to find the Spike, and of course, one of the other duelists left. Only one left alive. It's going to be Kukli. And we've seen Kukli in a 1vx situation before. It never really ends well for him. He's stuck on A, and he's stuck into the ether. A dragon breathing fire on him. That's going to be a 4-1 now, I think, or 3-1.
Well played from Sanity and Seabass. You know, the two of them were lurking around the A site for long enough, and Seabass was going for the rotation as soon as that TP came through, which allowed for Sanity to sneak in behind them, be slow, be quiet, and make sure that you are unnoticed, as well as Seabass, you know, being trusted by Sanity to hold your own down 4 showers. And then they just played hand in hand, just absolutely pressuring LC right back into Ghoul's hand, being Sanity, and now you're back on the attack. You're gonna pull that running back, but Seabass is your kryptonite. And Sanity is the one to put you in the grave. It is 2 picks favoring Ghoul. One on the opposite side. Kukli makes it even. Seabass looking for this kill right now for Ghoul. An even 3-on-3, and Donkey hits that pinch. Lethal Chaos out of the dirt. Taking the advantage back. What? Donkey, what is that? Oh my! Somebody check his computer.
Yeah, go through every file. Make sure to look at word.exe as well. But with that being said, though, Coggles is able to find Donkey. The retaliation of the entire matchup right there is what you need. But Kukli, though, has a buddy this time in this 1vx situation. You know, we're looking at production chat right now, too. Everyone's spamming it with what a shot. That was extremely crazy to see from Donkey. That was impressive. But LC now, pushing up, 2 ults in hand. In fact, everyone left alive has ults now. 2H5, though, able to try to find the recon bolt. Not going to find it in time. No, never mind. Able to skirt out of the way, find Coggles, and take him down. Another round in the favor of LC. They're heating up once again to Colin. I think that may have been an any percent speedrun for the fastest run it back we have ever seen in Valorant.
I would have to take your bet on that one. You know, I actually believe you're right. You know, I think I can back you up on that with the given stats if we had them at hand, but honestly, I just have faith that you are right.
Oh, that's never a good sign.
Run it back. I honestly, that run it back was just stuffed right back where it came from. I mean, you went to run it back, but you just ran in you just did the running man.
I guess he did kind of run it back.
Yeah, he did. Right back to where he was standing first.
Oh man, but look at Abused Noodle now. Already down a member, only a few seconds into the round. It's gonna be some pre-fire shots happening into Hookah, but the Molly might be able to go through the roof, land down directly in front of the Reyna, but that's not gonna stop Darkest. That's gonna be Abused Noodle falling anyways. And that's now Ghoul with a 2-man lead, and now they're coming really close to evening out 3-3 as well. So taking down the 2 duelists to begin with is a super strong start for this round. But Colin, with only a minute left, everyone on LC, the 2 that are left now, have all their ults, and they could potentially maybe find a way to alter themselves onto B site once they get possession of the Spike.
In this 2v5, probably going to be a 4th round for Ghouls. Most likely going to be, unless we see some heroics. But it will take a lot.
Standing ahead.
Does look like they're going to go for it. The Sonar Dart not going to pick up anything. So H5 is going to be leading this front to the battle. Donkey going to take that wide swing. Coggles with the Coggle Goggles takes 2. Flawless round for Ghouls. They hit that 4th round. Not even dropping a single rifle. Economy is going to be well poised to max out. As they are looking nice and pretty on Bind, just like they were on Haven Keg.
Now you gotta look at LC2, their economy's in shambles. Sure, 3 of them haven't bought yet, but they're gonna opt for mostly what seems like a full buy, almost having 0 economy across the board here. Some are gonna elect to probably play a little bit more defensively on their sites, and that's why we're gonna be seeing an array of Stingers and Vandals. Those playing the Vandals either gonna be poking very far ahead or very far behind. There's no in between, but you can already tell it's gonna be a fragmented attack.
Okay.
Spike is going to be sitting Fountain as they are lurking towards B main. Hookah's also going to be the front of 3 players spotted by a Cypher Cam. And on the opposite side, it's going to be heavy aggression from the likes of Ghoul. Punch of Fury not going to mount to anything. Sanity for Ghoul is going to lock down that first one and make it an opposite Hunter's Fury from the other side. Dark is going to be good for another one. Only dropping 1 player so far is going to be Ghoul. As it is Axe on site, gonna dash in. The Hellfire gonna take Coggles down, so Coggles not gonna be late into this game. Dark is still lurking towards B main. Seabass with the help. Ghoul shuts everything down.
Seabass.
Yes, you called it. I mean, Seabass is on fire today.
He is something else. He is otherworldly, it seems, especially with the op in hand. And keep in mind, too, we didn't really see Seabass on the op in Haven either. He did most of that action with a Classic, with a Stinger, I believe, and a Phantom, and sometimes a Vandal. But now with the op in his possession and a much more wider range map, this is a whole different entity. He's evolved now. We gave him a Waterstone. He's the new Seabass. He is Ultimate Prime. Now let's see what he can do outside of Garage or Showers. Well, not a whole lot, unfortunately. They're on the other side of the map, completely entrancing onto the site. Seabass needs to turn around right now, and he may potentially have a huge barrel of fish to pick.
I don't think Axe got the memo that you can't jump shot with that Classic anymore. Spike goes down for Lethal Chaos. And they are going to keep it even right now, losing out onto Donkey. It's a little bit hard to watch. So we are taking the point of view of Seabass for Ghoul. He is going to be entering into the site from Showers with the help of Darkest. They're going to clear their corners and hop onto this. They have the backup, and they're going to be sticking it. Kagi is not giving up on it. He does for the kill. And the kill's going to be the last one. He's going to give it up to the Sova, it looks like, to try to get back that Hunter's Fury as best as you can. The defender's going to take their 6th rounds as Ghoul almost flawless retake there. And a beautiful play from Darkest and Seabass.
An absolute melt coming across. Abusive Noodle, too, has been a huge staple for Lethal Chaos's reign for fragging kills and especially entries. This game, he's 1 in 8. Definitely not the show up you want to see for a duelist pick, but Axe is trying to put in some of the work, but it's also, 3 and 8 as well. They're definitely struggling to find these kills and finding these angles, but Ghoul are looking really solid right now. Seabass gonna be encroached a little bit by the other Jet as well. This is gonna be a tough position to be in for Seabass. The smokes are gonna go down, giving them a lot of maneuvering room to move. That's not gonna stop either of them from trying to go for these trick op shots through the smokes instead. Not gonna find a whole lot.
Ghoul still 5-on-5 here as we are holding on to Seabass here. It's been so detrimental right now for the cause. Rotates around. Axe is going to get the better of him. As Lethal Chaos, they find 2 in the midst of everything to take their advantage to a 5-on-3. Nasova being very, very low. Might be dangerous for a retake, but with Reyna being low, Ghoul are going to have a tough time getting into this now. Madly, a good opportunity to stop this. Has a smoke blocking their sights. The reinforcements are coming through the teleporter keg as they are looking for a pinch on the site from every angle.
One thing to keep in mind too is that when Ghoul enters a post plant with a man disadvantage, they almost never win. With that being said though, things are looking really good for Lethal Chaos. The boom burst is gonna go in a showstopper. Quite literally gonna find Sanity. Darkest is proving me wrong, however. Finding a little bit of Axe. He's gonna get a double kill. Can they bring this back? It's now a 2v2. It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The flying goes down. Darkest gets down quickly. Abuse able to find Darkest as well. He's able to get a second kill of the game. That's Sanity bringing it back. What?
Oh,
that was a 2v4, bringing it back just like that, almost like it was nothing as well. Did you see that flick that Darkest got to get that triple kill right outside of Lamps? Unreal.
I cannot believe what I just saw with my eyes. The fact that Darkest got the double kill in A main. On top of that flick to U-Haul Keg, I'm fanboying right now. I'm going to be a Darkest simp at the end of this one. If Seabass doesn't take my heart first, that is. But all through all, I mean, this whole matchup for Ghoul, they've been so good at providing the right timing against this team and reading them perfectly. I mean, this 3 setup from the duel is going to be on B main, as well as taking control of Hookah on this Raze. The Raze sadly going to be going down for Ghoul, but that's a good thing for Lethal Chaos. So they're trying to keep this going and keep the ball rolling. Look for the second one. They lock down the location of the Reyna and hold them back with the Neural Theft, giving up Coggles as well. The Hunter's Fury on the opposite side. Donkey finally taken through one, as it is Lethal Chaos bringing themselves onto the side. No way they lose this again.
I mean, I don't know. It's a 2v5 this time. There's an extra man on the side of Lethal Chaos. Madly's gonna fall, though. A 1v5, no less. It's gonna be a tough position for everyone to be in. Seemingly unknown, relegating themselves all the way to CT. You gotta play it safe if you're the lone Sova alive, but Axe doesn't care. Axe don't care about nobody. Taking down Coggles right off the rip there. That is gonna be a beautiful, flawless win from LC. And we've said this before. A very, very much needed round for LC as well. Their economy's looking a lot better, a lot smoother, especially with it being a flawless win. They don't have to rebuy any weaponry. All the money they get back, they can just keep minus utilities. Kind of like my rent.
Yes, it is looking like that for Lethal Chaos. Not the same really for Ghoul. They are already rich as could be, and Ghoul not gonna buy anything for the Jet. They're just gonna lay their cards on the Blade Storm. Now let's see where they are. They're gonna be taking control of A main. Look at the mini-map, Keg. Flank central for Ghoul if they go through with it. But instead, they're going to be returning back to their spawn, looking to back up this player, Darkest, on site. But Darkest finds the kill and gets out with his life, which is brilliant. And an excellent play for Ghoul to start this retake.
Oh my, speaking of a retake though, the spike's gonna go down. Everything's happening all at once. The walls are gonna go up, trying to block as much as they can. The heals from the Phoenix need to go abound as well. Quickly with the stim beacon, it's been recently upgraded. No more wait times. The Healer gets shot down completely. With all that being said and done though, Axe having the angle on Octagon knows that someone isn't too far behind, but still has the knives in their possession as well. It's a complete warfield right now on the site. Ghouls, everyone on Ghouls trying to hold on as long as they can, but Seabass comes by with the knives, and everybody on Ghouls just melts away. LC, time and time again, Colin, like clockwork, no matter what site these attackers try to go on, they just melt away. Another flawless round. Not LC this time, but this time on Ghouls. Both these teams want to end this match. Not because they're tired, not because they want it to be over, but because this is quite literally the limit of what they can do in Valorant right now. They're pulling out all the stops, the complete extremes, Colin, and going into the second half, it's going to be just as bombarding as the first.
Keg, Seabass was full flashed. And Noodle missed those shots. Noodle is kicking himself right now. 3 and 10 on top of it. Not having the best game. I mean, really putting it into perspective how that run it back felt earlier. And now it's going to be Blade Storm on the opposite side as we're taking the perspective of Lethal Chaos. Perspective down to a 4-on-4. Axe with 2 off screen as the knives coming in handy. As this handy dandy worker of Axe is putting all the tools to his fruition, as Ghoul only down to 1, it being Seabass. But Seabass is running for the hills.
Is Seabass gonna go for it? He is! Seabass, never mind. That could have been such a climactic ending there, but it just kind of gets shot in the head. Good halves all around, very nice sportsmanship across the board here. 8 and 4. The same exact scoreline, I believe, on Haven that we saw going into the second half as well. Now, keep in mind, before, Ghouls got their huge 8-point lead on the attack, whereas on the defense, they were able to climb out the other 5 rounds. This has been the opposite this time. With the same exact scoreline, you're sweating bullets if you're Lethal Chaos.
And now it's up to Ghoul. I really want to break down this triple duelist. It's going to have all the aggression you could ask for and more with the Omen paranoias. If Ghoul can back themselves off, keep pace on this heavy aggression that they've had all game, they might be able to keep Lethal Chaos on their toes here as they are creeping through B long. You got a frenzy in hand of Seabass. Smoke's gonna walk right on through him. They don't even care, Keg. It's gonna be Paranoia landing onto that Brimstone. Unfortunate that Seabass is on the other side of that because that's gonna be your life gone. And the rest of them gonna be backing up their Jet on screen with Darkest finding a kill of his own. Make it 2. They're flooding through for the defense, only down to 2. Very low agents. 1 falls. The last standing is going to be Axe, that Jet. Darkest. He's good for 4. He's good for the pistol round. Keg, 9 rounds for Ghoul. As they're keeping it going just like Haven.
There are, unlike Sage, there are no givers of life here. There's only givers of death. And we have seen so much chaos being brought through. Not a single person on Lethal Chaos' side have 10 kills yet. Their gunfights have been not so great this past map, but the rotations have been really good. But Ghouls have been on top of it. They are quite literally on. What would above an A game be? Their S+ game?
Yeah, I guess it must be S. Because that is exactly what we're seeing here from Ghouls. Dark is going to continue his forefront of commands with another pick. Madly going to find the second one. They're taking control of the A site. Going to get that spike down. As it is going to be 2 players left after Darkest finds the second of the round. Now Seabass on that Stinger. Full damage ahead. It's the Sailor Seabass coming in. And he's going to be captain soon.
Yes, we need some Sailor Shanties right now. Donkey's able to find Seabass. He's gonna go down. Sanity finds Donkey, and Ghoul again reached double digits. Now, if history is to repeat itself yet again, it was 10-4 when LC got their next and final round in the second half, bringing it to 11-4. I'm sorry, 11-5. Or 10-5, excuse me. Then from there it went 11, 12, and 13-5. But all things considered, I would say the performance from LC is not as well paced, I suppose, as it was on Haven. This time around, it seems like everyone on LC is playing for themselves, trying to find these individual 1v1s. But Ghoul, they're just going in by themselves. I mean, as a team, they're going SEAL Team 6 on everybody. Woo.
I mean, Kukli's good for 1, but he's got his whole rendition of Acquire behind him, singing strong right now. And Ghoul, very well coordinated in sense, but it only takes some good shots from Kukli to stagger them out with the back of Axe and abuse Noodle down to 2. And we have seen a 2v4 before, Keg. Different players, but same team. As it is Seabass still alive with Cargos behind him. Not gonna find anything, no. Abuse Noodle, trying to just put it in the coffin. Cargos scavenges a Vandal. Takes the duels, good for 1. If you look at those defenders just backing each other up, and the Omen doesn't even want to rotate from B. He's just going to sit pretty and wait.
There is enough time to go to B. There is enough time, 37 seconds left on the clock. We theoretically could see a B rotate here. Now, if you're on LC side, you're probably not expecting anyone to go really to A side through showers. It's kind of an odd maneuver. Well, 25 seconds left. This could be a good time for both teams to give a kind of a mini tactical timeout and just talk to each other, figure out what they can do in the second half to really step up their game. Of course, most of these teams don't really need to at this point, but having just this extra time is always beneficial one way or another.
10 seconds
but
left.
with all things considered, 10 seconds left on the clock. No one's going to be chasing after this Sova. He's going to get away with his life and his utility and gun, able to not have to spend too much on the next round.
They are going to find another round. Lethal Chaos stabilizing a bit. Keg. Yeah. Look at their economy. Good for another buy. Still looking a little bit pretty. But Ghoul is not looking so bad as well. As I mean, if Lethal Chaos did find this round, it would be a broken buy and probably a force up from Ghoul to try to take the next one. But they do have quite the cushion of rounds. I mean, a whole 5 rounds to get their footing on attack. See aggression from Axe. to back up with the sonar, but nobody's on the other side. In fact, it's going to be a big push through Hookah. And Axe might get caught off guard from this. Seabass looking for the op through the wall. Barely staying alive. Not doing any damage. He's going to back up. He's going to be Spike rotating to A as well. And with the rest of it, the attack going to take their way to the opposite site.
You gotta wonder now how much of a full rotate is gonna be beneficial for LC right now. We could very well see a bait going into B site now coming out from Ghoul. The attack, of course, gonna be the traditional Ghoul ram it attack, it seems. Just going for everything. A lot of trades, 1-for-1s going through. Abusive Noodle's able to find a Seabass. That's gonna be the top fragger, completely gone. Abusive's looking around. Can he find another one? Can he quench his thirst for blood? No, they did teleport to B. So now, the entirety of LC need to rotate all the way back. Keep in mind, tripwires are still in the middle of the cargo crates. You can't plant there anymore. Cargo's unsure really what to do. Wants to back himself up into a safe spot. Axe is gonna fall, and it seems like this may have been a giant chip bait. Only 2 left alive now for LC's side. They're stuck inside of CT, but they're gonna go back to A side again. Darkest made sure it was all safe. And if they rotate back around Colin, the op is waiting for them. They have to just peek the single angle. They'll never expect it. And no! Darkest misses the shot! He misses the shot. That could have been huge, but instead Coggles and the Omen now have to put it up to fight themselves. Madly and Darkest are able to find the last 2 kills, bringing things 11-5. Holy moly, the teleport came in so handy for Ghoul, but then they opted to do something 400 IQ and rotate all the way back once Darkest's flank got full control of Heaven.
Keg, my brain right now, oh my! They had 2 teleporters there. They took the bomb to B, then to A, then to B, then to A again. Finally putting it down. I mean, Darkest handed some big plays to get into the back of the map, and nonetheless finding the first shutdown to open it all up. I know he missed that snipe, but it slowed that retake on in its steps. 11 rounds for Ghoul, looking for match point here. And if you're Lethal Chaos, you're really on the back foot now. Darkest as a player 2 is right. It is going to be the Sova. The Stinger going to come out for 1, but not anything else. Sanity is going to be the one to trade that out. Seabass going to dash his way onto the site with the Tailwinds. And the rest of them to follow through. Look at this flank, though. Coming out through Hookah. The Jet of Axe. He's going to have an important one-on-one, but Coggle's in the better positioning. That is something to note. That Ghoul is doing everything to take this, but so is Abused Noodle. You're down to 1 if you are Lethal Chaos. That 1 made it a one-on-one, Keg.
It did. It's down to this now. The Spike being into the teleporter, going all the way across, now onto A site. It's gonna be up to the slow-walking Brim to make his way through short and try to catch out the plant before it goes into fruition. Of course, it's gonna be too little too late for that to happen. He has to play for the retake now, but the Hellfire could go down, may try to stall the plant, but Seabass is gonna get out just in time. Now on top of Heaven, an op in hand, Kukli has to get a miracle shot right now. He has to be one of the best marksmen ever in Valorant. Make sure this goes down for him. He could try to bait out the Spike. It's gonna be the full line of sight for this op. Instead, the smokes are going to go down. Instead, he's playing crafty. He doesn't need to play aggressive. Crafty is the way to go. He still has the stim beacons to work with. He has 2 smokes, and to boot, Seabass has knives. That's going to be the smokes going down. We could very well see the knives, the defuse already at half. This is it. This could be a great ninja defuse, and it is! Kukli's able to get a ninja defuse off of Seabass. Maybe the evolution's not there just yet. The double smokes come down, making sure he's yet to be seen. The only audio cue was there was the single plant sound, and even then, Seabass may have thought that was a fake. Jebaited 200, no, Seymour 300 IQ move coming up from 300. May have just kept them in the game a little bit longer.
I mean, we've seen Seabass be aggressive all game long. I'm surprised he didn't pull his ultimate to guarantee that. I actually thought that we were going to see him just dash out in style on that Brimstone, but instead Kukli's going to take it. Darkest doing what Darkest does best. The showstopper going to look for that U-Haul. Kukli keeping it going for Lethal Chaos, but only good for 1 as the rest are showing up for Ghoul. And you're down to 2 if you're Lethal Chaos. You're going to get that plant down. And the defenders are going to have to push right through their spawn to retake this site. If not, maybe save their rifles for match point.
Yeah, saving it for match point is not something you really want to preferably do. 2H5 is able to find Seabass. Can they find yet another one? Shock arrows are going to go throughout, not able to land a lot from either side. Hunter's Fury might be able to connect just a little bit more. Able to find one. Not going to find the landing shots, however. It's a 3v1 now. Coggle's able to find, no, not Coggles. Madly's able to find 2H5, and that is going to be match point now, 12-6. It's an improvement from last time around, but not by much. Last round on Haven, it was 13-5. This is looking 12-6. LC needs to pull a literal miracle rabbit out of their hats individually if they want to keep themselves in this grand championship.
I just want to say Madly was top ranking on Haven. Now he is only 7-9, proving just the support role of Ghoul. Now his smokes have been perfect. His paranoias have allowed Darkest and Seabass to work wonders. And even Coggles finding the information has provided quite a bit of attack. Blade Storms on both sides. Who's going to be the better knife handler? Seabass not going to find a Bucky on the other side. Stinger, luckily, proven handy. Only good for one, though. As the trades do favor Ghoul here. Axe makes it an even 3-on-3. It's going to be a rotation now where you are going to walk into two defenders, but one has a Bucky. Let's see if this Bucky gang is rightfully through. He's not going to pay attention to Madly, who takes him out. Looking for defenders. Spawn as a 2-on-3 for this retake. Easy plan for Ghoul. But suddenly a 2-on-2, this might be doable.
This might be doable indeed, but we have to see what happens next. So many ults across the board right now. Only one team can make it out alive in this situation. The knives are out. Kukli may be able to find some luck. Axe might be able to find some knife kills. All it takes are 2 headshots to clear the board. But Madly's able to find one. Axe is going to fall. Only one left is going to be Kukli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Coggles able to rotate around just a little bit more, looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Coggles finding Kukli, and that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week, but it's going to be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate able to bring it all the way to the top. 2-0 in the Grand Champs for the Pit of Valor this week.
Seabass and Darkest. That's all I have to say, Keg. I mean, they were on fire for this grand final. 13-5 on Haven, 13-6 on Bind. Sadly, Lethal Chaos does it again. Just instead of winning, they fall short for the grand finals. This time we're going to have brand new grand finalists as they are going to take home all the cheddar cheese in the end of it. Ghoul, some 50 beans to lock it down in the end there. Keg, a beautiful game across both for Ghoul. Why don't you run us through what we saw?
Oh man, those very last few rounds. I mean, when it came down to it, I think what was important to realize on Lethal Chaos's defense is that when they played as a team, they were able to win these rounds. But very rarely were they given an opportunity. Rotates after rotates, so much fragmentation being brought out almost purely by Ghoul's fates on purpose. They took advantage of that. They took advantage of the 1v1s and turned those 1v1s into 5vx's, no matter the cost. And even then, we did see Kukli going for the ninja defuse. That was the final light. But after that, it simmered for Lethal Chaos. From there, they faded away into another final round. The Grand Champions going to Ghoul's fate. That was so impressive to see. The raw aggression has been nothing like I've ever seen in Valorant before.
And some beautiful teamwork from Ghoul to take this grand finals for the Pit of Valor today. Like you said, the teamwork just outmatched for this Wednesday night. It has been a long run. So you know what I'm going to do right now, Keg?
Well, my stomach is feeling really empty right now, so I have some ideas. Really?
I'm gonna go online and I'm gonna order me some drink control using code GLG at checkout. It's gonna be some nice little meal replacements. Fill my belly up, and yeah, you see it on the opposite side right down there. As it is gonna be code GLG10 at checkout. You yourself can get some control. You yourself can be cracked out of your mind with some meal replacements. I know I want some. I know Keg wants some, and we have just waited to get it. So you go bless yourself with some control. It's been a wonderful night, but this is the end of the show from me and Keg. It has been great. And I want to thank our observers. I want to thank our producers on the back end, as well as our tournament organizers and my beautiful co-host this whole show, Kaglanuk himself, as we have been through the ringer and we have brought ourselves another grand champion, Keg.
Absolutely. But Time will tell if they can remain champions again for when we have next week another Pit of Valor and maybe some Radiant Arena on top of that. But until then, that is all we have here for tonight. It was amazing to be able to work with you again, Seymour. You're an amazing caster in person to work with. And with that being said, I think it's time to say goodnight, guys. We'll see you guys again next week at the Pit of Valor.
Are you tired of playing online tournaments for no glory and fake online trophies? How about you start playing for a little bit of glory with GLG? Not only do we host real prize pool tournaments, we professionally broadcast them live on Twitch.
As Beefcake really can't find anything. Hydro finds 2 through the flash. Can he find the 3rd? This offshot's gonna make me find the 3. He finds the 4th. Hydro is on fire. This man is putting his team in the backpack to try to win this tournament.
We've got casters, highlight videos,
Oh! Sweet Pea with the blind shot!
player features, the whole shebang. Are you ready for your little bit of glory?